welcome to my channel. So here, without any further, let's get into the video. What if Kurama never helped Naruto stay alive? You're now even greater than during your glory days. Is that so? You know what I was like during my glory days? Do you know that's one of the reasons I brought you here now, to show me your legendary power? So well then, is this the power of Itachi? Music Minato and his wife Kusina lay dying on either side of their newborn son. Minato lay on the right as he apologized repeatedly for what he had just done to his beloved son. Just minutes ago, the QB had broken the seal on his wife and wreaked havoc on a hidden village between the leave. The masked man broke the seal and used the QB to attack the village, killing hundreds of people in the process. As Okage of the village, it was up to him to stop the masked man, and the king of the Biju Minato had managed to thwart the masked man's plans. But the QB had been too strong for him to kill it. So he was forced to split the QB in two and sealed one half in himself and the other in his new son. It's only been a few hours, and I'm a disaster, as a father, Minato commented with weak voice as she stroked her son's hair, so similar to hers, and cried inconsolably. Kusina cried to her baby. He had just become the third Jinchuriki of the Cuban. Yoko cried for the pain and suffering that her new son would have to endure because of the cursed demon that was sealed in his stomach. Just like in her, she cried because she knew what it was like to be hated and washed with hatred for something she didn't want. But had love, Minato found love to fill the void in his heart his son would have. Nothing, he would be completely alone in the world. He wouldn't have anyone to fill that void, his heart, in a way. She was angry at her husband, angry that he couldn't have found a better way away for her little Naruto to not be so alone, but she knew that Minato didn't want this more than she did. I'm so sorry, Naruto, because we won't be able to watch you grow up alone, she said, loudly spitting blood as she did. My Minato-mun, what have we done? He's going to be left alone. There will be no one to protect. Our little Naruto cried, and Solos had never been so sad in his life. Not even when he found out that he would be key sealed, and he couldn't believe he was so sad on what was supposed to be the best day of his life. Minato looked dejected as he stroked his son's hair, and then a spark of what could only be hope lit up in his eyes. Maybe we can't see him, but maybe we can help him protect himself, he said as he shakily began to draw Naruto's new seal with his own blood. What do you mean? Kusina asked, hopeful she would give anything to ensure her new son was a little safer. Minato shakily drew over Naruto's belly as he began to explain, we may not be here to protect Naruto, but maybe we can give him the skills to protect himself. The seal I'm drawing will instill Naruto so he can protect himself, Minato explained as he altered the seal on Naruto's belly. Kusina frowned, confused. Then our child will have our memories, she asked, confused, thinking that couldn't be healthy. Minato Rio weakly, no, he won't have our memories, but he will have our experience in combat. He will have the instincts of two veteran shinobi. He will fight like us by what he believes are instincts, but it will be our experiences that will motivate him. He will have an incredible talent in most of the ninja arts, because without knowing it, he will have years of experience in the field. Minato continued explaining while finishing the seal. Kusina smiled weakly at her husband, letting Minato do the apparently impossible to protect her loved ones. She also felt slightly happy that they were able to provide their son with even a little protection from the cruel, harsh, mean world. Kusina nodded as she took Minato's hand and placed it on her son Naruto's head. Don't be picky and grow strong. Make sure you bathe every day and dress warmly. Don't stay up late. Either you need to sleep a lot. And make friends. You don't need a lot of friends, just a few you can really trust. I wasn't very good at that. But keep on with your studies and practice a lot. Tuning Hutsu, remember that we all have strengths and deities, so don't get too depressed. If you can't do something well, respect your teachers at the academy. Oh, and this is important, it's about the 3 prohibitions for a shinobi. Be very careful when lending and borrowing money. Save your salary from your mission. No alcohol until you're 22. Much can ruin your health, so drink in moderation. Another prohibition is women. I'm a woman, so I don't know much about this, but just remember this world is made of men and women. It's natural to be interested in girls, but don't get hooked on the bad ones. Find someone like me talking about the prohibitions of the trees. Be careful with Jiraiya sensei. You know Naruto, from now on you will face a lot of pain and difficulties. Be true to yourself, have a dream, and have the confidence to make it come true. There's so much, there's so much more that I want to pass on to you. I wish I could stay with you longer. I love you. He ended up coughing blood as he did. So she smiled apologetically at her husband Minato. I'm sorry. if I wasted your time. Minato shook his head and gave him a loving smile. It's okay. He looked at Naruto. Naruto, my message for you is, I guess, the same as the one from your assistant. Mothers, he said with a smile, which caused a giggle from his wife. Kusina cried again. I want to see him grow so much, exclaimed Minato, gave her a knowing smile. We will do it. I'm going to seal what's left of our chakra in the seal, so we can see Naruto again someday. Kusina smiled at her husband and nodded, indicating that she was ready. Both parents turned to the boy between them and said, we love you, Naruto, before the seal activated and took both of their lives. Time skip. Naruto, at age 6, Naruto stood in the academy clearing like everyone else in his class. Today was his first day of taijutsu training against each other, and Naruto knew that it wouldn't go well. The teachers at the academy had been sabotaging his education from the start. They taught him how to throw a kunai in an incorrect. They taught him the incorrect taijutsu stances. They taught him how to do hand gestures incorrectly, and they put jinjutsu on him in the exam. They did everything they could to make sure he would never become a ninja. If it weren't for his strange instincts, he had no idea what __. He would be like when they taught him how to throw a kunai wrong. He couldn't explain it, but he knew it wasn't right. It was like his body was telling him he wasn't doing it right. So Naruto tweaked his stance and grip until it felt natural. And when he threw the kunai, it hit it right in the center. After that, he just ignored everything the teachers tried to teach him. He was not even remotely an idiot. He knew they would do everything in their power to harm him. So Naruto just ignored their teachings. Just like in the kunai incident, he would make gestures with his hands until they felt right, and with the test, he would dispel jinjutsus and answer questions with ease. He had walked under an inch and entered the library to try and find scrolls on styles of taijutsu, but he hadn't been able to fix his taijutsu. All the scrolls that dealt with fighting stances other than the academy style were locked away in the genin and upper sections of the library. The only way to access those sections was to have the rank of ninja of the section you were trying to access. So Naruto had no style other than the snippets of the academy style. He observed from the kids being taught the correct forms. Naruto sighed as he scratched his tanned hair. I'm lost. Maybe I'll get lucky and end up with a girl. Maybe that way I can dominate her. Naruto thought strategically, although it wasn't an advanced level for a 6-year-old. Naruto was taken out of his meditations by Iruka at the start of the first fight between Shikamaru Neru and Shui Kimmichi. But sensei, I don't want to fight my friend, complained. Shui was a very gentle soul and hated the idea of hurting anyone, much less a friend. Hook aside as he explained the purpose of the training, but in reality, no, you're fighting your friend. Shui, you're helping him get stronger. Remember, even oaks train with their friends to get. Iruka's speech was interrupted by Shikamaru coming out of the white circle. That was the rink. Don't worry, Shui, I know this isn't your thing, said Nara lazily. Iruka sighed heavily, while Chili smiled at his friend. Thanks, Shikamaru. Gu, you are such cowards, commented Dino, and a young-looking Sakura looked at her friend. Do you know them? Asked. Ina nodded sadly. Yes, our parents know each other. Shikamaru will never make it a Chu. He's lazy, commented Kiba, a little annoyed for not having been able to see a good fight. I don't know, and Yusuke's in life is very long, commented Shino. Yakiba's mouth filled with sweat at his logical tone. Iruka looked at his two reluctant fighters. Fine, but do the harmony symbol. Shikamaru looked surprised. Oh, I almost forgot, he said as he walked back and joined his fingers with his friends. Okay, now Sasuke. Yukiya, said Iruka, calling the next contestants. When Sasuke entered the rink, his fans, they shouted their support. Sasuke was the most popular due to his Yukiya status, since he was the top of the class, and Naruto, Uzumaki. The cheers stopped when everyone looked at the blonde and began to whisper insults about him, but they were loud enough for Naruto's sensitive ears to pick up what they were saying. Why is he trying? He's not going to win. That's the guy my mom told me to stay away from. What __. Weird. Should I give up? He's a monster. Naruto clenched his fists as he entered the ring. He wanted desperately to prove them wrong, but knew he was no match for the Yukiya ready to lose. Dobe, said Sasuke, arrogantly adopting the intercepting fist stance, his family's taijutsu style. Naruto sighed as he walked away from Sasuke. He didn't have any taijutsu style, so he had no stance. Iruka looked at both contestants and yelled, "Start!" Sasuke and Naruto launched themselves at each other. Sasuke threw the first punch, looking to knock him out in one hit to show off, but the same thing happened. Strangest. Naruto instinctively grabbed Sasuke's wrist and used his momentum to throw him over Naruto's shoulder. Sasuke landed on his feet, but looked as surprised as Naruto. He had no idea how he did it. It was as if his body knew how to dodge, so his mind wasn't needed. It's like with Kunai and size, he thought hopefully maybe he had a chance to win. After all, Naruto ducked and lunged at Sasuke. He was brought out of his shock when Naruto's fist hit him in the stomach, ignoring the pain in his stomach. He threw a left hook to hit Naruto in the jaw, but the blow was stopped when Naruto raised his forearm and grabbed Sasuke's arm by the elbow. Driven by instinct, he punched him in the mouth as if he was going to do it to him. And while Sasuke staggered back, he delivered a front kick to his stomach and knocked him out of the ring. Everyone watched in shock as Naruto managed to defeat Sasuke. It seemed he was doing it with ease. Iruka smiled slightly. It seemed Naruto had been practicing a lone winner. Uzumaki Naruto shouted, pride evident in his voice. Naruto smiled, indescribably happy to have won. He couldn't believe it. Maybe now, all TR roared. Sasuke's fans hurling insults. Worse and worse, they seemed like murderers. They refused to believe that Naruto had beaten their Sasuke-kun. Naruto looked at them sadly. I should have known they wouldn't cheer for me, he thought sadly as he ran towards the fence and jumped over it, crying. Little Sasuke's eyes followed the blonde who had just after beating him. He couldn't believe he lost to the dope, and he was going to make sure he paid for embarrassing him like this. Naruto would sit on the Yim stone head for hours after fights at the academy. It was his favorite place. Whenever he was upset about something the village had done to him, Naruto didn't know why they hated him so much. They called him a demon and a monster. They said he killed their families and that he deserved the beatings, being kicked out of stores, and the mean looks. He didn't know why they did those things to him. Then he didn't believe he was a monster. But that didn't matter. The whole village hated him except Gigi. Iruka Sensei Gigi was the Okage of the village who looked after Naruto as much as he could. He was like the grandfather. He never had. Iruka Sensei was the only teacher who didn't try to sabotage Naruto's future. But due to the structure of the academy, he only had class once a week until his last year at the academy. They were the only ones who could stand to be around him. He asked them why they hated him, why they called him a demon. But they dodged the questions. Naruto looked down at the village below him with a sad expression. Why couldn't they see that he wasn't a monster who had never done the things they accused him of? Why couldn't they see that he was just a normal 6-year old boy? Naruto sighed as he remembered his previous fight with Sasuke. He thought that since he had won, people would start to respect him a little. Maybe they would even want to be friends or include him in the occasional game. In hindsight, he realized he was a fool. He should have known better than to he would earn the respect of his peers, and now everyone would hate him for hurting stupid team. It had been a silent shock when he won, and he still didn't understand how he did it. His body just knew how to react before his gifted mind had a chance to process what was happening. Naruto was incredibly intelligent, not as silent as a Nara, but almost, and try as he might, he couldn't understand how his body knew what to do. He thought about telling Gigi about his strange instincts, but decided not to do it. And if that was the straw that broke the camel's back with the OC, and started looking at Naruto with those cruel eyes, hard and full of hate. Naruto thought he couldn't stand Iji looking at him like that. Naruto wiped away a tear that was beginning to form his eye. Won't cry, I'm not a crybaby, Naruto swore as he continuously wiped away the tears that escaped from his eyes. Despite his promise, he didn't show it. But Naruto felt he was only joking and doing mischief to hide it. But deep down, Naruto, he was completely alone. He had Gigi and Ruka Sensei, but he was terrified of ruining everything and that they would hate him back. So he couldn't trust them. He just wanted one person who he could trust completely and not fear the cold sting of rejection. So despite all his attempts and vows, Naruto cried on his idol's head. Hey brat. Flashback 6 hours ago. Hinata watched Naruto jump over the academy fence with a worried expression. Naruto seemed really upset because everyone accused him of cheating. Are you okay? Sasuke-kun, did that cheater hurt you? Sakura asked worriedly to her crush while she went to pick him up from the floor. Sasuke slapped her hand away. I'm fine, he said sharply. Sasuke's mind was spinning how he had lost to the dope. The loser of his class knew that his father would scold him when he got home. Sakura looked hurt, but complied with his wishes while Sasuke got up. Iruka sighed, watching Naruto walk away. He was worried about him. He seemed incredibly hurt that everyone they accused him of cheating when it was obvious Naruto had won with his own skill. Naruto's move surprised Iruka greatly. They certainly weren't from the academy. He was going to ask Naruto where he learned them, but he ran away before he had the chance. Iruka looked in disappointment at the rest of his students who were still bad-mouthing Naruto, and made the hand gestures for his signature jutsu. "Shut up," the next contestant yelled, using his big head jutsu after school. Hinata went to find Naruto. She wanted to comfort him and tell him that she didn't think he cheated, but she knew he would just stutter and faint, but she wanted to try and help Naruto. Naruto didn't know, but he played a pivotal role in the young Yuga's life. Yada idolized Naruto. He was everything she ever wanted to be: confident, happy, persevering, and the list went on. She would give anything for her idol to notice her. But sadly, he never did. She was the opposite of Naruto: shy, sad, full of doubts, and always cried if she did something bad. Hinata climbed the stairs to the top of the Okage Monument, Naruto's usual hiding place when he was sad or upset, also unknown to our favorite blonde. Hinata followed Naruto around from time to time. Partly, she wanted to know how he endured everyone's glares, and partly she enjoyed being around Naruto. He had a calming presence that calmed her instantly. When he got angry, as expected, Hinata saw Naruto sitting on the Yandame's head. She watched him, trying to work up the courage to approach and talk to him. Then the minutes turned into hours as he tried to move his body. And then he saw something he never thought he would see. Naruto was crying and Hinata's heart broke to see her hero. So hurt it brought tears to my eyes. I have to go. Naruto-kun needs me, he thought. And as soon as he took a few steps in his direction, two men appeared back to Naruto. Naruto turned slowly and saw that they were two Chunin ninjas who had been talking to him. "Yes?" he asked while wiping away the tears that remained on his face. Chunin on the left asked, "Well, today we heard that you managed to defeat Sasuke Uchiha in training. Is that true?" Naruto asked. He hesitated, then nodded. For some reason, this guy gave him the creeps. The two Chunin exchanged a mischievous smile. "In that case, we need you to come with us," the one on the right said with a charming smile. But it had the opposite effect on Naruto. He had seen that kind of smile before, and it always ended with him hurt. Naruto stood up slowly, giving the impression that who obeyed before going into action, jumped forward and hit the one on his right in the testicles. He pulled a kunai from its sheath and threw it at the second Chunin before turning around and running away. "Oh no, demon," said the unharmed Chunin as he grabbed Naruto by the hair and pulled him back. Naruto screamed in pain as he fell to the ground. The Jounin looked at his friend who was holding his private area and looked at him with a pained expression. "Are you okay?" he asked as he placed his foot firmly on Naruto's chest. "Yes, I'll be okay, and I'll be even better when make him pay 10 times more for it," the injured Chunin replied while giving Naruto a quick kick in the ribs. "Okay, let's go. Leave Naruto-kun alone," shouted Hinata. While adopting her gentle fist stance, she was scared of the two Chunin, but she had to be brave to save Naruto. Naruto looked and saw that it was the weird girl in his class who fainted frequently. He gritted his teeth in pain when the Chunin dug his heel into his ribs. "What are you doing? Get out of here." "I'll be okay," shouted the light-eyed heiress. The two Chunin, they shared a wicked grin. "Oh, little Yuga's gonna save the little monster," mocked the injured Yada, stood his ground, ignoring their taunts and Naruto's pleas for him to run. He had to save Naruto, no matter what the cost. Chun-Ning looked at Hinata and smiled again as she hit him with a devastating backhand, sending her flying. Hinata landed on her head, bleeding profusely, then collapsed in a ball. Her face hurt from the slap, and her head was splitting, but Naruto was in danger. Hinata fought to being able to stand back on two legs. The Chunin that had hit her sneered as he kicked her leg. "Stay down. You brat Yugi, you won't win," he said as he kicked her in the ribs. Hinata screamed in pain as Naruto struggled to get out from under the boot that was immobilizing him. "Don't hurt her, you son of underscore," yelled the Chunin. Rolled their eyes as the Chunin that had been hurting Hinata picked her up and looked her in the eyes. Hinata looked in fear into the man's cold onk's eyes before they reddened with three little Torres. If Hinata hadn't been barely conscious, she would have been surprised that members of the Uchiha clan hurt her. And Naruto, "What are you doing now?" "He'll know who we are," said the Chunin who was on top of Naruto with an annoyed tone. His partner didn't think it through. "Shut up, I know what I'm doing," he snapped, looked deep into Hinata's eyes. "You won't tell anyone what happened here. You will tell your family that you fell down the stairs to explain how you hurt yourself. If you tell anyone, I will kill you," threatened. And Hinata seemed terrified, but the Chunin ignored him as the tomos in his eyes began to spin. "Now, sleep," ordered Hinata. Fell unconscious, he tossed Hinata aside like she was yesterday's trash and turned to his friend. "Now, let's have some fun with the demon for embarrassing our family," he said as they both left the village with Shunshin. Hours later with Hinata. "Hinata, woke up hours later. She was completely alone in the darkness of the night. The dried blood from her head wound covered a third of her face, and her ribs hurt a lot. But she tried hard to stay on two legs. She had to help Naruto-kun. Of course, the threat of the Uchiha terrified her so much that she was lost for words. But the OK always said that you have to be willing to sacrifice yourself for those you love. That was the will of fire, the ideal that made Kona great. Although she was incredibly young, she thought she understood the ideal. When her family called her trash and mocked her, she cried. But now that Naruto was in danger, she had the strength to do what he thought was right. And he knew saving Naruto was the right thing to do, even if it might cost him his life before he had a chance to live. Hinata knew he didn't stand a chance against the two of his Chia, so he went to get help from the only person who would care if Naruto was hurt. He ran as fast as he could toward the tower of low cage with Naruto. Naruto screamed silently. He had lost the ability to scream in pain hours ago. His throat was raw from the constant screaming as the two Uchiha Anonymous tortured him to the limits of his human resistance. He should have died like that, Ahas, but his healing ability had prevented him from accepting death. He cursed his ability. He just wanted the pain to end. He didn't care if it was because someone saved him or because he died. Have you had enough? Asked one of the Uchiha with a sadistic tone. Naruto nodded, desperate for the pain to end. The same chunning smiled at Naruto with sadistic glee as he pulled a knife from a sheath. Naruto opened an eye and saw that it was a skinning knife. A growl of terror filled Naruto. Please, anyone help me with Hinata. Hinata burst through the Okage door, completely ignoring the receptionist Hokage. Sama yelled as he burst into Hinata's room. And so did Hinata's father? Asked, confused. Hinata stopped and looked at her father in surprise. Then she noticed that the cashier's office was full of clan heads and the civilian council. Feeling a little embarrassed, she tried to reflect on herself before remembering that Naruto-kun needed help. Okasama. Someone kidnapped Naruto. Kun screamed, desperately waiting for the Okage to do something. Yuen greeted and froze for a moment. What happened, girl? Asked the shinobi god with a reassuring tone. The girl seemed to be about to faint. Nat began to tell him, and the council's what happened. Yasi was impressed with his daughter. Not only did she try to face two Chunin, but she didn't stutter even once during the urgent story. When she finished, Yusin stood up and received the order. Weasel dog. The two Ambu captains reveled in the center of the room. Gather your teams and any other Ambu or ninja you can find to find Naruto at any cost. The two Ambu nodded before disappearing, and Rusen then turned to Fugaku. Chia, the clan leader, I will ask you this once, Fugaku. If you lie to me about this, I will ruin you and your clan. You ordered the kidnapping of Uzumaki. Naruto asked in a chilling tone. Fug responded to Okage's glare with his own. How dare this man threaten him? He was the leader of the Uchiha clan, the most prominent clan in existence, and deserved respect. I didn't know my son had lost a Naruto, but I punished him accordingly. I didn't order anyone to harm Naruto. It's unlikely they were members of my clan. The girl must be mistaken or lying, she replied coldly. She struggled to pronounce the monster's name. It was because of that demon her clan wasn't getting the respect it deserved since the attack. Before Hinata could protest, her father responded to Fugaku's statements. Fugaku-san, I do not recommend accusing my daughter in that way. It could have consequences, Yasi said with a stern tone. Enough, Yusin said sternly. Looking at Yasi, we are in crisis. Someone has taken Naruto-kun, whether it's Uchiha or not. It is not the time to argue, he ordered. Looking at Fugaku Yuen, he searched Fugaku's gaze for deception. He found a lot of anger and malice, but no sign that he was lying. He nodded. He ended this meeting. Everyone leave except Yasi and her daughter. He barked when the room was empty. The men turned to the small Yuga. Hinata, what you did was incredibly brave, said the Okage as he helped her sit down on a chair. The poor girl looked about to kneel at any moment and nodded and said, how very well. Hinata praised her. Perhaps they were simple words, but for the young heiress, they meant a lot. Natata smiled slightly. Gee, thank you, she said happily. Both men nodded. Now, let's get that head wound checked out, okay? It looks pretty bad, said the Okage with Ambu Kakashi and a young man, and Itachi ran through the forest at full speed. It took them a couple of minutes to gather their teams and organize the search parties. Kakashi's mind was torn apart with worry for his sensei's son, although he had never really spoken to the blonde, except for the times he had calmed him down after a nightmare. On one occasion, Kakashi was fiercely protective of Naruto, When he was born, he would treat him like a brother, because in a way he would be Minato had been like a father to him after that he took his own life. So indirectly Naruto would have been a younger brother to him after the Kyuubi attack and the death of his sensei. Kakashi allow a scandal to get custody of Naruto deserved to have a family that loved him, but the councils, both shinobi and civilians, had prevented it at all times, stopped him, because it was not fair that the attack clan obtained custody of the Jinchuriki villages when no other clan did. Was about to panic when the councils made official that would never gain custody of his little brother. It took the combined efforts of Gue and the newly returned Asuma to stop him from unleashing hell on the village when it became clear that he couldn't protect Naruto in broad daylight like he was supposed to. His family went to the Okage and asked, or rather demanded, to be assigned to Naruto's protection squad, so he could protect him from the shadows. The Okage agreed, but on the condition that he couldn't kill everyone who glared at him, and that he would never could speak to him. The shinobi god knew that Kakashi would not have backed down from leaving the village with Naruto if he had really gotten to know his younger brother. Kakashi was upset that he couldn't talk to his little brother, but he managed to negotiate with the Okage so that he could become Naruto's Hounen sensei when he became a genin. How long until Kakashi asked Itachi impatiently. Not long, but it might take a while to get through the genjutsus surrounding the hut. Only the torture specialists of the clan, the Suchiya, know the exact location, so be on the lookout, Itachi replied. The aforementioned hut was a specialized torture chamber that the Suchiya used when they found an enemy trying to steal clan secrets. It contained everything imaginable for those who weren't the Suchiya, and Itachi suspected that this was where his clan mates had taken Naruto. They arrived at the approximate location of the torture hut and immediately began dispelling genjutsu after genjutsu to reveal their hiding place. Minutes passed before they managed to break through the last genjutsu and saw the deteriorated shed. They heard the high-pitched scream that could only belong to a child in immense pain. Abandoning a lifetime of training, Kakashi leaped forward and kicked the door. His only thoughts were to save his little brother. The two Chun were shocked at the sudden intrusion. They were wishing the demon alive. This was the third time they had repeated the process as Naruto was recovering so fast. How did you do it? The Chun on the right started. He started screaming, but was cut off by Kakashi's Chidori, piercing his heart. Kakashi tossed the now dead Lukia to the side like day-old trash before unstrapping Naruto from a bloody table while Itachi took care of his fellow humans. Hey, don't cry, Naruto. Everything will be okay. Bad men can't hurt you now. Kakashi tried to comfort the boy as he untied him. However, as soon as he released the last strap, Naruto jumped up and ran out the door as fast as he could. He was in too much pain to think clearly or understand the man's words. He just knew he had a chance to escape the horrible room. And he took it. Naruto ignored the pain in his raw legs as he ran as fast as he could. He felt much more pain than that, so he could endure a little more if it meant escape. Naruto yelled Kakashi as he chased after the terrified boy. Naruto was too far gone to listen, but in his grave, he was no match for the speed of the Jounin. Kakashi landed in front of Naruto a few meters away and stopped abruptly in front of the masked Naruto. "I'm not going to hurt you, I promise," said Kakashi, hoping to calm the boy down. But Naruto wasn't listening. He felt an unbearable pain, even though his skin was regenerating quickly. But he still felt an unbearable pain. He still felt where they skinned him alive, where they burned him, and much more when he saw Kakashi in his path instead of seeing his savior. He saw someone trying to take him back to that. Naruto leaped forward, picking up a scalpel that had been scraped as he crossed the door and charged at Kakashi in a zigzag pattern. Upon reaching the masked man, he attempted to strike him in the throat, but Kakashi stopped him by grabbing his wrist. Kakashi's pleas for him to calm down were interrupted by Naruto jabbing him in the ribs. Kakashi grunted in annoyance as he held the boy's leg against his body. "He moves like sensei," Kakashi thought, surprised. Minato Namiki had developed his own style of combat. Taijutsu was an orphan, so he had no clan techniques that relied on speed, and being unpredictable, Naruto didn't stop there. He threw a punch, but Kakashi dodged it. Naruto used his free leg and used it to get away from Kakashi. Naruto panicked. He couldn't go back to that room, no matter the cost. He would escape. Naruto took a deep breath, and in a blind panic, he gave in to instinct. Naruto attacked Kakashi again, But this time he threw the scalpel as a distraction. As expected, Kakashi dodged it, but it hit Naruto the chance he needed with a war cry. Naruto charged a beautiful spiral ball in his right hand. He had no idea how he did it, nor did he care. Kakashi's eyes went wide under his mask. How the hell was a 6-year-old going to use the Rasengan? Kakashi put that thought off for later. Now he had to deal with a 6-year-old who possessed his sensei's jutsu. Kakashi grabbed Naruto's wrist and pulled it towards the ground, causing the incomplete Rasengan to implode on itself before exploding. Both Naruto and Kakashi were thrown backwards by the blast. Naruto landed on his head, as did Hinata, and was knocked unconscious, while Kakashi landed on his feet with ease. Kakashi walked over Naruto with a feeling of awe washing over him. He had just used Sensei's jutsu. It was incredible, indescribable. How amazing Naruto had just done. Kakashi wondered where Naruto could learn the high-rank jutsu, but no one could think of it. There were only 3 people capable of using it: the technique Sensei, Jiraiya-sama, and himself, neither of whom had taught him the jutsu. Kakashi thought he would have to question that. Upon waking up, he looked around for his partner and found no sign of him being anywhere near. After performing a few hand signs, Kakashi used a Totan jutsu to rearrange the earth until it looked like it had before Naruto's imperfect Rasengan. He wanted to keep Naruto's secret to protect him from Danzo and anyone who wanted to harm him. Danzo, it was done, insisting Okage to allow him to turn Naruto into a mindless weapon. If he found out, his insistence would only get worse, and if the civilian council found out, they would probably call for Naruto's execution for sullying the memory of the Yondaime bunch of ignorant bastards. After he finished destroying the evidence, he picked up Naruto bridal style and noticed how light he was. "I'm so sorry, little brother." Naruto woke up to the pungent smell of medicine, alcohol, and hypodermic needles filling his lungs. As he opened his eyes and winced at the bright light, Naruto confirmed he was where he thought he was: the hospital. He blinked slowly in confusion. The last thing he remembered was the man trying to bring him back to that room. Then everything exploded before going black. Naruto froze in terror as he was caught unawares by the memories of what happened in that room. He tried to push them away, but they emerged like a sea beast rearing its ugly head. A dull slur escaped Naruto's lips before he held back the tears that tried to escape from his eyes. He didn't cry. He wouldn't cry again. He promised. Unlike before, he managed to hold back his tears, breathing deeply. Naruto sat up and felt perfectly fine, except for the phantom pains. He only felt nauseous. He heard the door open and saw that it was the Okage. "On Naruto-kun, I see you're awake," Hussein said hesitantly. He had heard Kakashi Itachi's reports about what had happened, except for what Kakashi had left out, and he felt sorry for his grandson. Adoptive, no one should have to endure the horrors that happened in that room. Let alone a child incapable of defending himself. Unlike Kakashi, Itachi had forgiven the second Chunin and had been interrogated by Anko and himself personally. Even Anko had gotten sick when she heard the things that were done to Naruto, and she was so twisted as they come. Yuen ordered the man's execution, much to Fugaka's outrage, but he had no choice but to abide by her decision since he was under her jurisdiction. Yuen would have liked to do more, much more, but his hand were tied. Fugaka claims that he did not order the 2 shinobi to do that to Naruto, and that they acted of their own free will, and without proof that he was lying. Yuen could not take action against the Uchiha clan as a whole. Naruto looked at Yuen with a lost look, with the eyes of shinobi who had seen too many battles, eyes that did not belong to a child. He felt a wave of shame and failure in his chest as he looked at Naruto's dull eyes. His eyes lost their innocence, and much of the warmth they had harbored knew in that moment that they had completely failed their late successor. Naruto watched Okage as he sat down in the chair. He showed no emotion, but inwardly he felt uneasy seeing Okage sitting so close. This was new to Naruto. He had always looked forward to Gigi's company. Yuen looked at Naruto with concern. "How are you feeling, Naruto-kun? Do you want to talk about what happened?" he asked, hoping the boy wouldn't keep what happened to himself. Naruto shook his head. "With my head, I'm fine," he said with the same voice as always, but for some reason it sounded different from that of the most mature and tired Okage in the world, although perhaps it was to be expected. Naruto hesitated, remembering what had happened in the room. He wanted to talk to Gigi about it, But for some reason, he was scared. He was afraid that Hyde would finally realize that Naruto was too different from the rest of the village to be around. He was terrified that if he told him what had happened, Gigi would stop loving him. He also remembered what happened before he was taken away, and how Hinata had bravely tried to rescue him. Is he okay? Did Hinata-chan beat him up when he tried to rescue me? Naruto asked, worry replacing the sadness on her face. Iru blinked and felt her love for the boy swell. She had just been through some of the worst torment imaginable, but she was worried about the brave young woman who had tried to save him at that moment. Naruto looked identical to Minato. She smiled at Naruto. Yes, he is very well. Naruto-kun suffered a concussion and needed some stitches, but that's what she said to a relieved-looking Naruto. He didn't know what he would have done if she had died, trying to save him. The Okage chuckled, and Naruto looked at him curiously. What do you find so funny? He asked. The Okage chuckled again. You just reminded me of someone. That's all, my boy. Naruto, curious to know who she had recorded. Gigi asked who Ewan debated line to Naruto, but she had suffered enough. She refused to add more, simply because I wanted to avoid talking about the boy's father. You just reminded me of Yondaime, he said with an amused smile at the surprised expression on Naruto's face. Seriously? He asked in disbelief. He couldn't believe he had something in common with his idol. Yusin nodded. Yes, you want to know how Naruto nodded? Yusin thought that as long as he didn't mention any important figures, he could tell Naruto about his idol a long time ago at the beginning of the Third Shinobi War. This was also before young Minato became Okage, invented the jutsu that gave him the nickname Konoha's Yellow Flash, the Irisin Jutsu. At the start of the war, Minato was a jounin tasked with taking and defending a bridge that would give us his Kumo for a surprise attack. Minato took the bridge quite easily. He was immensely powerful for someone so young. However, he suffered casualties, and only he and 3 other Hunin defended the bridge after the attack. Kumo was outraged that Konoha had opened a route for us to attack them, so they responded by sending several platoons to retake the bridge. Their goal was to humiliate us by showing us that any ground we gained could be easily retaken. Minato found out about the platoons while out scouting with his toad summons. When he realized the enemy was going to try to retake the bridge, you know what he did? Naruto shook his head, completely captivated by Okage's story. Despite Naruto's traumatic experiences from just days before, he was still a 6-year-old boy who enjoyed listening. A good story, and the fact that it was serum made it even better. He decided to stand his ground. He knew how valuable the bridge was, and he knew that if they recaptured it, it would have been 10 times harder to take it a second time, because they would have more ninjas protecting it. He ordered his men to prepare for battle and sent a messenger toad to Konoha to ask for reinforcements. The enemy arrived 2 days before the reinforcements, but Minato and his team defended the bridge as if the world depended on it. They were desperately outnumbered, but they kept fighting. They used jutsu after jutsu, even after they were exhausted from depleted chakra. However, as the day wore on, there were only 3 jounin left, then 2, until only Minato was left holding the bridge against a third of a platoon. He was badly injured and on the verge of an overdose from taking too many soldier pills, but he kept fighting. He refused to let his comrades' sacrifices be in vain. So he defended the bridge for an entire day, completely alone. He drove them back wave after wave of enemy ninja on his own, and when reinforcements arrived, only they gave a third of the original amount of enemy ninja. Kumu was very angry that they couldn't take back the bridge, and they decided that if they couldn't have it, then no one could. Naruto felt a pang of fear for his mistake, but said nothing. Reinforcements arrived and treated Minato's wounds. But while almost everyone was asleep, Kumu ninjas snuck in and planted explosives on the bridge. Naruto clutched the sheets in anticipation, anxiously what would happen next. Ewan smiled slightly seeing this, but continued. Into the middle of the night, Kumo detonated the explosive tags, and immediately the bridge was demolished. Luckily, not many of our ninjas were hurt by the initial blast, because they were not camped on the bridge, but large pieces of debris rained down on their nearby camp. Minato, despite being badly injured, saw a large piece of rubble that was going to fall on a red-haired ninja. With his characteristic speed, he pushed her, and he decided to let the rubble fall on him, thus protecting the red-haired Kunoichi. The rubble broke several of the young Minato's bones, and he passed out due to blood loss. After he and the Kunoichi were safe, he woke up days later, and the first thing he asked me when he woke up was if the Kunoichi was okay. Even though I had just been through a very difficult time, you reminded me of him not only because your first concern was for someone else, but also because, like you, Minato was also an orphan. The eyes of Naruto, they opened wide at hearing that while everyone knew about the Yondame's accomplishments, few bothered to know how he started. Most assumed he belonged to a small and unknown clan, but Naruto would never have imagined he was an orphan like him. Seriously, he asked with an incredulous tone. The Okage nodded. Yes, he looked a lot like you, Naruto-kun. Almost no one believed in him. Naruto couldn't believe it. Who in their right mind would doubt the man who became the Yondaime? IRU chuckled at Naruto's ridiculous expression before continue. Yes, no one believed he would amount to anything. Everyone thought he wasn't trustworthy or that he could never become strong because he didn't have a clan, but he never let that affect him. And they were no matter what they did, he kept training and training. He used his doubts as fuel. And well, you know the result. Ewan finished hoping that his story would inspire the boy to look beyond what had happened. Naruto kept silent. It was easy to draw parallels between the Yondaime and himself. He could see what he was doing. Gigi Naruto looked at his hands, thoughtful. He wanted to do what the Yondaime did, ignore the pain and doubts, and use them as fuel to move forward and achieve something great. Then he started to think about how he had always wanted to be like the Yondaime. Why couldn't he ignore it if the Yondaime could achieve it and become one of the greatest heroes in history? Why he hadn't? And he had been through even worse things than the late Okage. So that meant he had even more energy, that he could become stronger than the Yondaime. Ewan felt a surge of pride filled his chest as he saw a determined gleam return to Naruto's eyes. They no longer looked as dull as they had just seconds ago, although it was true that they still weren't as bright as before. But considering what the boy had been through, it wasn't surprising. I'm going to surpass Yondaime. Gigi, you'll see, Naruto exclaimed before jumping out of bed and going through the window. Luckily, he was on the first floor. He felt much better and was eager to start his training. But first he had to go through his apartment. The Okage laughed between his teeth at Naruto's antics and left the room. But before he could leave the hospital, a doctor approached him. Okay, could you spare a moment? I think I should check something in Naruto's chart, the doctor said, his tone slightly urgent. IRU said. He looked alarmed. He reached out and quickly scanned the chart for any abnormalities. His eyes widened as he found patient Naruto Uzumaki. Age, 6. Height, 39. Hair color, blonde. Eye color, blue. High chakra cage must be a mistake. Repeat the test, said Husin while giving back the table. Excuse me, Okama, but we have already done it. This is the 20th time on 4 different machines, the doctor said with an almost scared tone. He had never seen such chakra levels in any ninja. Yusin froze. Would it be possible Naruto was the Jinchuriki of Kirui? But that shouldn't have raised his chakra levels to those of a high-level cage at 6 years old. Not even Kuzuna's levels were that high at Naruto's age. It would be because of the Yondaime. Seokai had already said that it also acted as a filter for the Kyuubi's chakra. He explained that once a week a small portion of the beast's chakra was purified before mixing with Naruto's. Would it be possible that this small portion would be enough to raise Naruto's level so much? Was this the only logical answer? He couldn't help but smile slightly as he left the building. He believed that if anyone could surpass the Yondaime, it would be Naruto. In Naruto's apartment, Naruto entered his dilapidated apartment and closed the door. The locked room was a little small, but in his opinion, the balcony made up for it. The paint on the walls was chipped and stained in the areas that weren't covered in graffiti, but rather dozens of movie posters he'd never seen. Because he wasn't allowed in the theater, his furniture had been its prime long before Naruto bought it. And his bed had more holes and springs sticking out than there was in it. But that didn't matter to him. This was his house, and he would make the most of it. Naruto walked into his small kitchen to prepare ramen before deciding how to start training. It was then that he saw a small green scroll in the center of the table. Naruto looked around his small apartment in confusion, wondering how someone had gotten in there and why they had left him scroll. He took the scroll and opened it. 6 Sam physical training, 8 A.M. Taijutsu training, new M ninjutsu training, Sam 3 p.m. Academy Bar Library. If expelled, 16 chakra control, 6 p.m. Weapons training, 19 Kenjutsu training, 20 Fuinjutsu training, 21 meditation. Naruto was surprised by the contents of the scrolls. He wondered how to train, and here was the answer. He assumed it was the Okage who had asked one of his ninjas to enter his apartment and leave it after he left the hospital. He was a little annoyed that someone had broken in, but recovered when he saw the incredible training that awaited him. He unrolled the scroll a little more and saw some seals that looked good to him familiar, and following his instinct, he channeled some chakra into it, and more scrolls appeared that were all elemental jutsus of rank. There were some for each element. Excited, he injected chakra into the other three seals. One was a wooden boken, the other contained supplies to seal, and the last one contained kunais, shurikens, and some books on taijutsu and kenjutsu styles, fuinjutsu chakra control exercises, and a book titled Science 1 Things a Shinobi Should Know. His agenda with his activities, physical training, was also in the pile. Naruto was bubbling with excitement as he looked at the small pile of new training materials that had accumulated on his table. He looked at his watch and saw that it was only just after 4, so he quickly left without even thinking about how he knew how to do it, and headed off to a nearby training ground with his new sealing materials, the boken, and the scrolls. For chakra control, the taijutsu and kenjutsu styles, and a scroll on meditation flew right past him of Kakashi hiding just above his door. Kakashi smiled under his mask, happy that his little brother was happy with the training program he had prepared for him. He wanted Naruto to practice the skills of Minato and Kusina because Naruto was the legacy of both. He was the last Uzumaki and the last Namikaze. He deserved to be taught how it was proper. Although he used a Rasengan, it was not enough to protect him from everything. After all, you can't overcome someone as strong as the father of Naruto. With a single technique, you have to be a complete ninja, and Kakashi wanted to help Naruto become one, so he could achieve his dream. After all, Sensei wanted the same Naruto. Naruto walked through the market Abarad to get to the training camp. He always walked this path, but something was different. People kept staring at him as he passed, but for some reason, it seemed more intense. The looks reflected the same hatred and animosity towards him. Everything seemed the same. However, for Naruto, it was as if a great weight was on him, would have fallen on his shoulders. He would flinch at any loud noise, ready to fight or leave at the drop of a hat. The palms of his hands were sweating buckets with waves of anxiety. Whenever someone got too close for his liking, his eyes darted around furiously, taking in everything. Threats, escape routes that he could use as a weapon and that he could use to delay or distract if someone attacked him. Naruto was having a panic attack. Although he didn't know it, he was breathing shallowly, trying to calm his heart pounding. Suddenly, the situation became too much for the boy, and he started to sprint away from the crowded pedestrian. He knocked over a cabbage cart, but ignored the man's screams. He had to get away. Naruto didn't slow down until he reached the isolated training grounds. After stopping, they ran their thoughts, trying to figure out what had happened to him. Naruto had never been so nervous. He had almost been petrified with fear that someone would try to hurt him. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down. I guess it will be harder to forget than I thought, Naruto thought sadly. He desperately wished that what had happened to him would stay in the past, but it seemed that it had left a bigger mark on him than he had imagined. However, he wouldn't tell anyone about the panic attacks. He would rather deal with them for the rest of his life than have the only 2 people who treated him kindly treat him like everyone else. Maybe training would help, he muttered to himself as he took the scroll from chakra control and began to read. Despite his rambling and his menin deficit disorder, Naruto was a complete bookworm. Not many people knew it, but reading was one of the few ways Naruto escaped the harsh reality of his life, because books would never glare at him. They would never deny him his right to exist for reasons unknown to him. No books just wanted to be read. It didn't matter who read them. Naruto absorbed the knowledge from the first chapter of the scroll. The rest was blocked out by a sort of seal faster than a sponge. The first chapter detailed the chakra control exercise of a leaf and its various stages. First, he needed a leaf, and thanks to the forest, he found one fairly easily. The first step was to get it to stick to the user's forehead through the use of chakra. The book said that this step only took an hour or 2 at most for children his age. He stuck the leaf to his forehead, and Naruto began to channel chakra to the point of contact. To his surprise, the leaf flew away from his head as he dropped his hand, as if swept away by a hurricane before burning up by the intense chakra energy. Naruto blinked slowly in confusion. The scroll certainly didn't say anything about it. With mild annoyance, he grabbed another sheet and got the same result. Annoyed, he grabbed another, then another, then another. He got the same result. Every time. Yeah, he was starting to get angry. How is this a basic skill? This was freaking impossible. 30 minutes later, he sighed to himself as he went to grab another sheet, but noticed a small rock next to the leaf. He had been aiming for ignoring the leaf. Naruto picked up the stone and examined it thoughtfully. If it works on a leaf, it should work on a rock, right? He wondered as he placed the stone on the tip of his finger before channeling some chakra and aiming it at a nearby tree. As expected, the stone flew off his finger. However, what Naruto didn't expect was for the stone to pierce through the tree, nor did he hear a loud bang before a small girl jumped out from between the trees. Unprepared, bushes a step away from where the stone had passed. Naruto blinked, confused, a little annoyed at being spied on. But then he recognized the Ine girl that stood up and looked at Naruto, embarrassed. She had been spying on her since she arrived at the clearing, making sure she was okay. She saw him in the crowded market and noticed that he looked incredibly scared. When she saw him running off, she followed him and got rid of his guard. No, Naruto took in Hinata's appearance. He was wearing his usual beige jacket, a size or two up larger, and matching black shinobi pants. However, Naruto paid more attention to the white bandages circling her head. Where it had been cut open, it had already been chosen that Hinata would receive stitches from his tour instead of the medical ninja healing. Because he was proud of his daughter, he turned the bandages and stitches into badges of honor. Because she hadn't been afraid to stand up to two Chunin ninja to protect someone, it bothered him a little that it was the Jinchuriki of the village, but he accepted it. Naruto felt an immense guilt as she looked at Hinata's bandages, remembering how hurt she had been when she tried to save him. Hinata blushed furiously as Naruto stared at her, his blue eyes absorbing every detail. Why, he asked in a whisper. Hinata looked up confused. She asked, "Why did you try to save me?" Naruto phrased his question in full. Hinata blushed and started playing with her fingers, a nervous habit she had picked up because she didn't want you to get hurt. Naruto stammered before looking at the ground, ashamed. "I'm sorry. I couldn't save you," she said with a tone of disgust on the verge of tears. She was angry with herself for not being able to do more. She looked at Naruto, who seemed to question everything she knew about her life with a worried expression. "Did they hurt you?" she asked, remembering the words they had said. The cruel Yukiya, a tormented look appeared on her face, while Naruto also looked at the ground. "Yes," she answered simply. Hinata felt like crying, seeing her fears confirmed. Without being able to hold back, she asked what they did. Naruto kept looking at the ground with tears in his eyes, but he kept his promise. "Bad things," he answered with a broken voice. Tears of sadness spilled from Hinata's eyes. Despite being so young, she knew what bad things were, because she came from a ninja clan that did not protect its children from the horrors of the hard life of the shinobi. Without thinking, she crossed the distance and gave Naruto the hug that he so needed. She only knew that Naruto radiated sadness, and she wanted it to stop. He didn't feel anything romantic for Naruto. He was 6 years old. It was too soon to even think about boys that way. But Hinata was a kind soul. When she saw sadness, especially in Naruto, she wanted it to stop. And the only way she could think of to calm it down was through physical contact. Naruto was stunned to feel another person hugging him. He could count on one hand the number of times he'd been hugged in his life, and they were all from Gigi. He never would have thought that he would hug a girl. They were very sensitive, but Hinata didn't. So much Naruto was so shocked by the hug that he couldn't even think about a panic attack or feeling like he was going to be attacked, partly because Hinata was the same age as him, and even though he was bullied by kids his age, they never hit him, but mostly because he somehow felt like he could trust Hinata. He saw firsthand that she was willing to take a beating to save him, something he had never done. That he knew. Shyly, Naruto hugged Hinata and enjoyed the comforting contact. He felt that his fears and worries subside, and she experienced something she'd never had before: nurturing acceptance. Perhaps she inherited it from Haruka sensei, but she always feared that if she messed up too much, she'd hate him. She'd never had unconditional acceptance before, and she found she liked that feeling. They stayed hugging each other for several minutes before Naruto broke the hug, but still had his hands on her shoulders. "Thank you," he said sincerely. Hinata blushed, but mumbled a "You're welcome." Naruto lowered his arms and smiled slightly. After a few awkward seconds later, he said, "Okay, Natchan, would you like to train with me?" He asked in a hesitant tone, not knowing quite how to ask or what to do. Hinata hesitated, already feeling flushed. She would enjoy that. Naruto replied, not thinking about how distressed his guard would be to think that he had lost her. Naruto smiled before taking her hand and leading her towards the tree where he had hidden the scrolls and other training equipment. I'm practicing chakra control. Right now, I'm doing the exercise, leaf training, but it's a bit difficult for me, he explained as he handed her the scroll, and Nat took it gratefully without telling Naruto that she already knew how to do the exercise, not only because of her clan, but because they had mastered it last week in class. Naruto didn't know because his teacher had kicked him out for some unknown reason. Huh, thanks, Naruto-kun. I saw you were having trouble. Would you like me to help you? Hinata asked, hoping not to offend her new friend. Naruto smiled shyly. Did you see that? I guess so, when I almost shot you. With that stone, can you really help me? Asked Naruto. Inat nodded before activating her Bakugan. Naruto, amazed to see the dojutsu, asked excitedly, wow, what cool eyes, what do they do? Hinata blushed slightly at the praise for her Kekken Genkai, but explained what her eyes could do. This is my Ki Henkai. The Byakugan allows me to see everything around me and people's chakra network, and then I can use my clan's taijutsu, the gentle fist, to close the tenketsu of my enemies, explained with pride. Most of the people didn't know, but she was one of the first Yuga to activate her Keiki Henkai. Naruto was surprised again before saying thanks for helping me. But how exactly are you going to do it? He wondered. I'm going to see how much chakra you're using, and I'll tell you if you're using too much or too little, he explained. Naruto nodded and grabbed another leaf before stabbing her forehead. Ready, he asked, and started molding chakra. When she nodded, Hinata's mouth fell open as she paid attention to Naruto's chakra coils before he had only been showing off the look of his Kek and Henkai, and she couldn't see Naruto's chakra web. He had more chakra than anyone she'd ever seen, and she'd already seen the chakra coils from the Cassie. She was so shocked, she completely forgot she was supposed to tell Naruto how much chakra to use. Yachan, is everything all right? He asked Hinata. Worriedly, he looked like a panting PZ, and that worried Naruto. Hinata nodded awkwardly before snapping out of her stupor. Yeah, I'm fine. You're using too much chakra, she said with astonishment still evident in her voice. How much is too much? Naruto asked. I know, about 1,000 times too many, he said, making Naruto's sweat drop. Seriously, both MMM. And now, he asked, while drastically reducing the concentration of chakra, still too much, but now you only have 100 times left. Naruto brought it down again and again and again before Hinata said Naruto was using so little chakra that the blade was sticking to him. He let go of the hand holding the blade, and surprisingly, it didn't shoot out at 100 miles per hour. Great, thanks, Hinata-chan, exclaimed Naruto, with the blade still stuck, ecstatic that finally the underscore leaf stuck, and all thanks to Hinata and her special eyes. Hinata smiled sweetly at her, happy to have been able to help in any way. Naruto smiled radiantly before grabbing a nearby leaf and presenting it to her. Now, try it yourself. Hinata reached out to accept the leaf, but before she could do so, the two heard a very loud Nat-sama. Hinata turned and saw that it was her guard. Not furious, Hinata-sama, get away from the monster, yelled, crossed the distance in seconds, grabbed Hinata by the wrist, and pulled it away from Naruto. Hinata looked at Ko confused, but realized that she was referring to Naruto. Hinata released her wrist from KO's hand and stared at her guard to say that Ko was surprised by the action would be an understatement. She had never seen Hinata glare at anyone with such a kind and gentle look. She didn't even think she knew how to do it, much less with a look as hard and furious as the one she was giving her at that moment. Ko's and I would really appreciate it if you didn't call Naruto-kun by a name so cruel, Hinata said in a mature tone, without stuttering, except when she stumbled on the word, thank you. Ko was beginning to wonder if she really was Hinata-sama. Hinata couldn't say a single sentence without stuttering like a log. Not to mention the authoritarian tone, she almost seemed like the Yuga heiress. Naruto also looked at Hinata in surprise before smiling slightly. It's okay, Hinata-chan. I've already gotten used to it, he said, earning a sad look from Hinata. But Naruto-kun. Naruto raised a hand, appearing much more than he looked. It's okay. I guess you should go home so your family doesn't worry, he said with a smile. He was starting to think that someone had applied a genjutsu to him. First, the shy Hinata sat down next to him and glared at him. Now the demon child was worried about the Yuga heiress. What the hell was going on? She was under some kind of genjutsu, apparently. Not after her chakra was interrupted. Yes, Hinata-sama is late for training, he said, trying to speed up the conversation so as not to get into more trouble with the main branch. Hinata, she looked at Naruto one last time before nodding, indicating that she was ready to leave. The two left, and Naruto continued with his training for several more hours, as the scroll in his apartment said. He began his Kenjutsu training with his new Boken. He decided to start with the Kenjutsu style called Sword Whirl, the Uzumaki Kenjutsu style. But Naruto didn't know it, and he adapted like a fish in water. He practically mastered the basic techniques of the style, and the hour that he practiced Naruto couldn't explain it, but the movements felt natural to him, as if his body already knew what to do. He practiced for a while with the shurikens and the kunis. He aimed at trees and falling leaves. His throws hit stationary objects, but missed almost every other leaf. After that, he began his Fuinjutsu training, and there was no analogy to describe how quickly he learned the art. He adapted to it with the greatest of speed, faster than a bird, to water faster than a Uzumaki. Naruto absorbed the knowledge in the first chapter, and he understood it completely, something almost unheard of, except that the Uzumaki in Naruto had overcome his natural attitude to the art. He had overcome the seals that tried to prevent him from reading further while he read. He did not learn how to make seals on the scroll, but he did learn the ideas behind Fuinjutsu. Finally, Naruto began his meditation. He adopted the lotus position and tried to enter his mindscape as the scroll instructed. However, he found unexpected resistance. Every time he tried to enter, he ran into a large white wall that blocked her way, and despite all her attempts to break through, she failed. No matter what she did, she spent the last hour trying to break the wall or looking for answers in the scroll, but she didn't find any. She thought that if she didn't find an answer in the library, she would ask Gigi about the mysterious wall. After the last hour, she packed everything up before returning to her apartment with Hinata. During training, Hinata was sitting in her clan's dojo, waiting for a sermon from her father, disappointed that he was for not taking her training seriously despite being behind in her gentle fist training. Then he would look at her with those mean and disappointed eyes, almost similar to the ones Naruto received, and insult her and call her a failure. After an intense training session, after that, she would cry and seek the comfort of Naruto's presence. Although now, hopefully, she wouldn't have to hide behind walls or bushes. Maybe Naruto would allow her to train with him again, or even give her a hug like the one she gave her earlier. Hinata blushed, remembering how good Naruto had felt. She wasn't sure why she was blushing, probably embarrassed by her boldness. Her father walked in and looked at her sternly, and Hinata mentally prepared herself for the lecture that was about to come. "Where did you train this afternoon?" she asked Yasi, who already knew the answer, but wanted to hear the one her daughter was training with. Naruto Kun replied, "She went preparing for the harsh tone." "I see very well," said Isai, enjoying the confused look on his daughter's face. He had informed him that Hinata had been missing for an hour. Under his care, he also told him in great detail how Hinata had taken a firm stand when he insulted Naruto after finding her. If he hadn't known that Ko was too afraid to lie to him, he would never have believed him. However, when he remembered that Hinata had bravely attacked two Chunin in defense of the boys, maybe it wasn't so hard to believe after all. He couldn't express how happy he was getting Hinata to finally stand up to someone. Had been trying to get her to do it ever since her mother died, been trying to drive out the crippling kindness in her through intense training that left her battered and bruised, tried to verbally attack her. When the training didn't work, if anything worked, it made her more withdrawn and absent. She was starting to run out of ideas. Everything was failing, and she was at risk of losing her heir title if she didn't do something soon. Turns out she was just, he needed someone to defend. Did he wish it was someone other than the village's Jinchuriki? Yes, but he'd rather she spend time with him than continue being the shy, insecure, withdrawn loser she was now. Hinata blinked a few times, wondering if her ears had deceived her. "Dad, aren't you?" she asked, stuttering even more, afraid it was a cruel joke to undermine her self-esteem. Ya smiled slightly. "No, if you had been doing something other than training and hadn't stood up to Ko, I'd be really angry." "I assume you want to continue training with Naruto?" Yasi asked, and he nodded enthusiastically. "You can continue training with Naruto on the condition that you don't fall any further behind in your gentle fist training, and that to do so you leave AO," Yasi said, impressed by Hinata's ability to let her guard down. Ko had been specifically chosen to protect Hinata because of his incredible talent. For a branch member, only surpassed by the son of his late brother, and EI was not only talented, but escaping a Yuga was no easy task, even as a child. She never managed to escape from his guard for even 5 minutes, much less almost an hour. He wanted her to train the skill. It would be invaluable to her shinobi career. Of course, it was dangerous for her to walk alone, but even so, she trusted that nothing would happen to Hinata as long as Naruto was nearby. If he really was Minato's son, he would stop any attacker long enough for help to arrive. Hinata tried to hide her joy but failed when a wide smile spread across her face, and if he blinked in surprise, he had never seen her so happy. Since before her mother died, Hinata bowed deeply. "Thank you, father," she said without hesitation. "Yes." Did she smile to herself before nodding? "Since you missed today's training, run 10 laps around the courtyard." Hinata jumped up and obeyed, and at the end of the day, a small smile could still be seen on her lips. The next day, Naruto was the first to arrive. To the classroom, he felt a little exhausted from the almost insane training he had done that morning. When he read what the physical training entailed, he almost paled. He started with 5 laps around the town, then 50 chin-ups followed immediately by 100 push-ups, then the same number of sit-ups, abdominal muscles, squats, and a variety of other exercises that he didn't know how to describe, except that they were incredibly difficult and painful. It seems that whoever gave him the training knew of his incredible stamina. He finished in time and immediately began his taijutsu training. He decided to start with the cheetah style, focusing on fast and unpredictable attacks. Perfect for him. It went well, but it didn't compare to how well and quickly he had learned the other things. He had an exceptional attitude for this, but sometimes the movements seemed clumsy. In some postures, his instincts told him to do something different than what the scroll in front of him indicated. He was confused about it, but he did his best to ignore his instincts because he knew the postures were correct. After that, the ninjutsu, his favorite, had grabbed all the scrolls, but in the end he decided practice academy 3. He desperately wanted to be able to shoot lightning with his fingertips or breathe fire, but he knew they weren't necessary to graduate. Maybe he could get extra credit for them, but they weren't his priority. He practiced the Inge Jutsu and the Kurama Jutsu and decided to try the clone jutsu tomorrow because how hard could it be? He practiced and perfected the ninjutsu, trying to add little details to perfect. It's the solid version, but it still wasn't perfect. But he didn't advance much with the kawarimi, he thought, which was his chakra control, and decided to train it with Masa in Koi. After finishing training, he returned home to clean up and go to school. He suffered another panic attack on the way to the academy, so he deduced that the cause was people. So he sat in a secluded corner at the back of the class while reading about the founders of Kona. Irika Sensei had given him the book before class started. Irika was worried about Naruto. He had heard that he had been kidnapped over the weekend, but nothing more. He didn't know who kidnapped him, had kidnapped, or what had happened to Naruto during his time with his captors, but it was obvious that it had traumatized him. Naruto was always loud and almost obnoxious, desperate for attention, but now he was quiet. He sat at the back of the classroom, even though all the other seats were available, and he tried to avoid attracting attention like he was the badge. It was as if his personality did a 180 gr. Irika was going to ask if everything was okay, but the kids started coming in and taking a seat. Irika decided to ask Naruto what had happened after class. None of the students noticed the difference in Naruto's personality change. Anyway, they all ignored Naruto. Naruto was still reading when he heard a soft voice asking him, "Can I sit here?" Hinata asked. Naruto looked up from his book and smiled at her. He answered clearly. To be honest, he almost expected Hinata to avoid him during the day, so no one would know she was friends with the demon. Not that he cared. He was just happy to have one friend, although she didn't want it to be known. Hinata smiled gratefully as she took a seat next to Naruto and paid attention to the lesson that was beginning. Irika was talking about the format of the genin teams and how teamwork played an important role. The class passed fairly quickly. Some students gave Naruto questioning looks. He usually interrupted the class at least once, but today he had been silent. They also noticed that Hinata was sitting next to him, which confused them. Who wanted to be friends with that underscore weirdo? Hadn't his parents told him to stay away from him like his? It was lunchtime, and Hinata and Naruto sat under the tree with the Kumpio. They sat as far away from the other children as possible so Naruto could eat in peace. Hinata was kind enough to share some of her lunch when she saw that Naruto only had ram in the cold. Naruto thanked her repeatedly and promised to bring him something the next day. Then Tobe It seems that you have finally learned. What is your place? It was about time. I'm glad you've learned the lessons my cousins taught you, said Sasuke from behind Naruto, commenting on his silence during class. When Sasuke told his father he had lost the dobe, he forced him to train intensely all night. If it weren't for his mother's herbs, he wouldn't be able to stand, and even with them days. Later, he could barely. But before the intense training, To's Chunning of his clan approached him and asked him if the rumors were true. He had hesitated to confirm them. But when he did, they promised that Naruto would pay for shaming his clan. Sasuke didn't know what had been done to Naruto, but he was glad that he had learned a lesson in humility all there. Talks in class were annoying, and he couldn't outdo his brother if there were distractions like Naruto froze. Did he hear what he thought he heard? Did this Uchi Temim have the audacity to say that he was happy to have been tortured for hours? Naruto felt an uncontrollable rage invade him. Hinata seemed horrified by what Sasuke had just said. She didn't know exactly what had happened to Naruto at the hands of her cousins, but she had a vague idea. Naruto had never been so angry. She wanted to beat Lukia to a pulp. She blamed Sasuke for what had happened to her. If only Sasuke hadn't told anyone that he had lost, or if he had just been better and beaten him, Naruto wouldn't have had to endure hell at the hands of his cousins. Naruto was just getting up to beat the hell out of Sasuke when Hinata laid a hand on him. Gently on the wrist, Naruto looked at her in anger and confusion. It bothered him a little that she tried to stop him from giving Lukia a good beating, but he knew he must have a reason. Inat blushed slightly before saying, no, Naruto can. It's not worth it. Naruto wanted to argue, saying that the team deserved to have his face smashed in, but thinking about it, he was right. Not only would his family come after him again if he left Sasuke in the next week, but he would disappoint Hinata and Sasuke. It just wasn't worth it. He knew that Hinata didn't mean it. When she said he wasn't worth it, she meant some deeper reason, like he wouldn't be better than them if he did. But Naruto was far more concerned about Hinata's opinion of him. Naruto sat back down with a huff, glaring at Sasuke. Yada smirked at him before offering him a cinnamon bun she had slipped into his lunch, which Naruto took, completely ignoring the fuming Sasuke. How dare they say he's worthless? Who did these two losers think they were? He was a Uchiha. They were the ground under his feet. His father had practically shattered the idea that the Uchiha clan was the Kami's greatest gift to humanity. They were the elite of Konoha, and that everyone else who wasn't Uchiha was trash that should only be associated with. If it was inevitable, his older brother tried to tell him that the clan's ideals were wrong, but Sasuke wouldn't allow it. His older brother was just as strong as him because he was in Uchiha, and one day Sasuke would surpass him. Sasuke clenched his fists in fury, and without realizing it, he lunged. He thought about Naruto. No one insults him, and he comes out on top. He was in Uchiha. He was the best. His father had told him so. Sasuke tackled Naruto from behind, making him fall to the ground. Naruto fell on his back, and Sasuke was on top of him. Sasuke threw a punch to his face, but Naruto grabbed his wrist and made him fall to the ground next to his head. Naruto threw a punch upwards and hit him in the mouth before putting his foot in his stomach and knocking him down. Both boys rushed to get up first to attack each other. Sasuke somehow, he regained his balance first and threw another punch, trying to get revenge on Naruto for the blow. However, before the punch landed on Naruto's cheek, a blue-haired girl stepped forward. The blow knocked Hinata to the side. She had tried to stop the two boys from fighting since there were no teachers around who could see the fight, but she jumped too late and got hit. Naruto turned red with anger as he glared at Lukia in front of him and was preparing to hit him until the end, but Hinata had grabbed his wrist again. She looked at him with pleading eyes. She knew Naruto could get hurt again if he hit the Team P again. Please don't fight, Naruto, Kuin asked in a pleading voice. Naruto clenched his fist in anger and looked at Lukia angrily. How much he wanted to destroy Sasuke for hurting his only friend. But what do you do when that friend asks you not to hurt him? He's the one who hurt her. You're lucky Hinata-chan doesn't want him to hurt you. But if you hurt him again, I'll kill you, Naruto said in a threatening tone. His voice became deeper, almost an inhuman growl. Hinata-chan protected Sasuke this time from his wrath, but she wouldn't allow that damn Uchiha to hurt him again. Sasuke felt a shiver run down his spine at the threat. Naruto spoke those words with complete certainty, as if there was no doubt whatsoever that he would die at Naruto's hands, quelling his fear as his father had ordered. Sasuke mocked. Yes, of course. Dobe kicked Hinata's lunch and spilled what little was in it on the grass. Try it, who knows, maybe. My cousins give you another lesson about where your place is, underscore underscore. Weird Sasuke insulted him before walking off with a cocky air. If it weren't for Hinata's hand firmly on his wrist, he would have killed the team right then and there. After leaving Hinata, let go of Naruto's wrist, and he helped her pick up her lunch before they did the same. But before entering, Hinata said, "That's sorry for stopping you." But Hinata started fearing that Naruto would get mad at her. But Naruto stopped her again with his hand. "Don't worry, Hinata-chan, you had reason a piece of trash like him isn't worth it. But if he ever hurts you again, I'll kill him," he said in a tone that seemed like an adult making a promise. Hinata looked at Naruto shyly. She was a little nervous that Naruto would say he was going to kill someone, but at the same time, she was grateful that he was willing to do everything possible to protect her. "Are you okay?" she asked, lowering her voice before smiling in relief and nodding her head. "Do you think you could train with me today after school?" she asked. Hinata hesitated and then nodded, was forming plans to get rid of Kon. Naruto smiled before taking her hand and leading them both back to class. It had been a month since Naruto started training to surpass his idol, and his progress was inconceivable. He was the greatest prodigy in centuries, although no one knew that he was not a natural. Prodigy Naruto had made incredible progress in every field of his training. Surprisingly, the seals that prevented him from continuing reading dissipated when he mastered the level. He didn't know how the seal he knew when he had mastered the level, but he set out to find out. As he progressed in his studies of Fuinjutsu, he mastered the basic levels and the cheetah fist and the whirlwind dance. This dance was very similar to his Kenjutsu style, the whirlwind of blades, and Naruto guessed that they were created by the same people he trained in the basics. Until it was no longer instinct, he trained it until it became reflexes. His instincts still acted up from time to time, but for the first time he ignored them, although they considerably impeded his progress in Taijutsu. Naruto continued to excel in everything else. His physical condition also improved now. He could duplicate his original plan thanks to his Uzumaki heritage and the Kurui's yang chakra. Naruto healed at an abnormal rate, and he knew how he healed so fast. Naruto didn't bother restricting his training. He knew he would heal, so why hold back? He trained his body to exhaustion day after day. There was a saying by Yoda and Okage that described Naruto perfectly. Is there anything more terrifying than someone who knows their limits? Someone who knows he doesn't have it. Was gaining muscle thanks to the lunches Hinata prepared for him daily. He was still thin, but he was no longer a little boy. He still went to the academy daily, but he completely ignored everything they tried to teach him. He only listened when Iruka sensed and taught, but he already knew almost everything he taught. Naruto only bothered to go because of Hinata-chan wanted to keep him company during boring classes and keep an eye on the team to make sure he didn't try anything. Naruto and Sasuke didn't have rivalry, because that would mean they were of a similar skill level. Naruto repeatedly surpassed him in everything: precision, fighting, jutsus, grades. The teachers had been promised a very painful and bloody end if they continued trying to sabotage Naruto's education by a certain masked ninja. Naruto surpassed him in absolutely everything. Much to his anger, Sasuke had tried to get the two ninjas who had taught him the previous lesson to do it again, but couldn't find them. He tried to find others ninjas to carry out the task, but they all refused. The Okage had declared that if any ninja physically harmed Naruto, they would not only be executed, but their name would be erased from the records of Konoha and buried in nameless graves. This caused quite a bit of unrest in the village, but the word of Okage was law. Naruto knew that Sasuke was looking for more people to torture him, so he insulted his partner every chance he got. Hinata understood why he did it, but it seemed petty to her. Sasuke tried to defend himself and his pride, but he couldn't. He could do nothing. Naruto was better than him at everything. He had tried verbally attacking Hinata to make up for it, but he stopped after the first time. Naruto broke his arm like a twig and told him to never insult Hinata-chan. Was serious. If Sasuke so much as touched a hair on his head, he would kill him along with anyone else who got his way. Hinata was the only person he could fully trust, and he would protect her for the rest of her life, and if he had anything to say about it. So, would his own supernatural control of the air chakra was progressing well also thanks to Hinata. Every day, she would get rid of her Kodam guard and help him with it for the 2 hours he practiced the art. It turned out she was just as clever as Naruto with the right motivation, she had mastered all levels of the leaf exercise, as well as tree walking. Hinata was also improving her chakra control. Not only could she climb walls, but she was also learning to walk on water. She could stay submerged up to her shins without falling, but only for a minute or so. Was much harder than climbing trees, and with his 6-year reserves, he couldn't do it for more than 5 minutes. Hinata and Naruto were also forced to train on the fly. It turns out Yasi hadn't informed Ko of the agreement with Hinata to train with Naruto. He pursued them relentlessly, and to spend more time with Naruto. They never spent more than an hour in a clearing, nor did they train in the same place. Twice his record was 4 hours. Naruto's Kenjutsu was progressing perfectly. He had successfully passed the basic and expert levels and was working on expert. Had offered to teach Hinata the style, but she politely declined. The gentle fist required the use of both hands for maximum effectiveness. Hinata's gentle fist was also making progress, making up for lost ground in her training, and even more so, every other day Naruto would skip weapons training or Kenjutsu to help her. He acted more or less as a test dummy, dodging and deflecting attacks while Hinata experimented with the stances. Naruto had commented that the usual gentle fist style didn't seem to fit the phrase, "You don't fight like you're constipated like the rest of your clan." After that, he modified some stances, so they flowed like water instead of the rigid stances. Naruto's training in Fuinjutsu was inexplicable. He vehemently absorbed everything related to the art. He scanned the scroll, but it didn't contain formulas for actual seals. It was more of an introduction. It described the types of seals and their purpose for a great. Naruto's disappointment, after checking that the scroll had fulfilled its function, Naruto began to expand his knowledge about the art in the library and learned about other types of seals, history, and everything related to the art. However, due to his civilian status, he did not have access to much information about Fuinjutsu. He knew other types of seals, but could not create them because he did not have the formula or the general design. The library books and scrolls only talked about the users of Fuinjutsu and its history with a hint of the basics. So Naruto did exactly what the books and scrolls warned him not to do under any circumstances. He experimented with only the basics. He tried to recreate seals, developing the same formulas through trial and error. The seal he was making the most progress in developing was a gravity seal that he could use in his training, but he was still developing many more in ninjutsu. He also excelled thanks to Hinata. He mastered Inj and Kawarimi, but he was having serious difficulties with the cloning jutsu, even with Hinata's help. She had informed him that he had extremely high chakra levels, and that even with her help it might be impossible to mold so little chakra. Naruto was discouraged upon hearing that, but in the end he had gotten something better. He had been practicing the clone jutsu, trying to do the impossible, and summoned 2 clones. After getting 2 kills, Naruto's instincts kicked in again. At first he felt confused when following them, and ended up with his fingers. Crusaders had never seen that sign, and wondered what he could do. Naruto decided he had to find out, and channeled chakra into his hands to perform the jutsu. A puff of smoke later, Naruto saw a sickly-looking clone, but not even close to the dead ones he had been producing. "Ugh, I don't feel so well, boss," said the clone, surprising Naruto. "Can you talk?" asked Naruto. Surprised normal clones couldn't talk. Did that mean this clone was different? Besides, how did they know his instincts? How to perform this jutsu was one thing. Having instincts to throw a kunai, but quite another to have instincts that told you how to perform an unknown jutsu that you had never seen before. His thoughts were interrupted by his clone's response. The weak-looking clone nodded. "Yes, I can, but could you dispel it? I feel like I'm going to throw up." The clone exaggerated. Naruto looked a little scared. He didn't want him to throw it up. How he demanded over and over again, waving his hands as if to stop the clone. "Just give me a pinch," he said, puffing cheeks suggestively. Naruto quickly obeyed, and the sickly clone disappeared after Naruto pinched him on the shoulder. Then he realized something. He could feel the clone. It was solid. What kind of jutsu had Naruto just used? Was giddy with excitement as he continued to perfect the mysterious new jutsu. By the end of his ninjutsu training, he had practically mastered the jutsu. Oddly enough, he found it easier to use in large groups. He had gone to the school and shown him his new technique to Hinata, and she was impressed. At least she had never heard of solid clones, and her impression increased even more when she realized that she could not distinguish them from the original. Naruto still had to discover the special ability of the unknown jutsu, But all in due time, Naruto was still a standstill with meditation. He was still stuck on the first step and thought it was time to ask Gigi for help. So he headed to the Lokage Tower. Naruto arrived at the tower minutes later, passing by to the receptionist who told him he couldn't get in because the Okage was busy. "Hey, Gigi," Naruto shouted as he entered the office. Yusin was sitting at his desk with several large stacks of papers on both sides of him. "What are you doing here?" Husin asked, dismissing the angry receptionist with a wave of his hand. "I need your help with my training. My meditation isn't working," Naruto said, making Yuin's eyebrows raise even higher. He had no idea about the mysterious scrolls that had arrived at Naruto's house, so he was unaware of his progress meditation. Yusin repeated, wondering what kind of training Naruto was doing. "Why are you meditating?" He asked. Meditation used to be something practiced by shinobi from higher clans, not 6-year-olds struggling to sit still. Naruto frowned, confused. All this time, he thought it was Gigi who provided the training. "You don't know, but you gave me that training program," Naruto exclaimed. "Yes, Gigi didn't do it." "Who did you?" And gave a puff on his pipe. "No, it wasn't me, Naruto-kun. But why don't you tell me, what have you been doing to train?" he asked. Maybe that would give him clues about who was training Naruto. Naruto nodded. "Well, after leaving the hospital a month ago, I went to my apartment to look for training clothes. When I entered, I saw a green scroll on my table, and it was full of brutal training. I have already mastered the basic and expert levels of everything the scroll says, and I finished a few in Jutsu 1. Could you get me more scrolls? It's my favorite anyway." I had material on Fing, Jutsu, Kenjutsu, Taijutsu Jutsus, chakra control, and scrolls and books of meditation that I learned also had me wandering around the village and doing other exercises, but I've practically duplicated what he told me to. Naruto said proudly. "You blinked slowly at what it seemed Naruto had been pretty busy since their conversation in the hospital. She knew Naruto had been training quite a bit when she heard that he had easily broken Fugaka's second son's arm. She still remembered what a fuss Yukia made about that. And did he say he'd mastered basic and expert levels of all those things in a month? How was that possible? The more Yusin thought about it, the more he realized that Naruto was probably exaggerating, showing him that he was progressing even though he didn't really need to. "Oh, that's impressive, Naruto-kun. What styles of Kenjutsu and Taijutsu are you learning?" he asked, thinking that might give him some clue as to who had given Naruto his training. "I'm learning the cheetah style and the whirlpool dance for Taijutsu. And for Kenjutsu, I'm learning the sword whirlpool," Naruto said proudly. Yuin knew at that moment that he was going to talk to a certain silver-haired masked ninja. Those were Minato and Kusuna's Taijutsu styles and Kusuna's Kenjutsu style, and he would recognize them anywhere. "Impressive, Naruto-kun. I'm very proud that you take your training seriously. However, could you bring me those scrolls when you can? I'd like to see how much you have progressed," said Husin with a smile. He wanted to use the scrolls as proof to get Kakashi to talk. He was very stubborn with the things he didn't want to talk about, and the shinobi god had a feeling this would be one of them. Of course, Naruto searches his shorts and takes out the scroll before handing it to Yusin. He opens it and takes a quick look at it, impressed by the exhaustive training that covers everything except the Jinjutsu. Channeled chakra into the seals and checked them too. He was a little angry with Kakashi at that moment, who gives him a child's access to the expert levels of the ninja arts if he hasn't mastered the basics. Luckily, he had locked the master levels with one of Minato's seals, or he was in for the lesson of his life. The Fuinjutsu scroll and the meditation scroll had no seal, but it didn't matter. They focused more on the introduction than the practice. "Now, can you help me with my ass?" Naruto, hoping to finally have passed the first step. You nodded. "Of course, Naruto-kun. And now, what I can't stay still long enough," joked the Okage, and Naruto rolled his eyes. "Not every time I try to enter my mindscape like the scroll tells me. I'm blocked by a strange white wall. I've been trying to break through it every day for a month now, but nothing works. Do you know what's wrong with you?" "Gigi," Naruto asked with a pang of despair. If Gigi didn't know how to help him, he'd never find out. Iru frowned. She undoubtedly knew the white wall Naruto was talking about, although she had no idea why he would have it. The white wall was an anti-inner-terror technique. It prevented anyone from entering the mind of the wearer, so no one could extract information. Most high-ranking ninja possessed it, as did all Ambu, since they knew more secrets of the village than lower-ranking shinobi. "Yes, I know what it is, but it won't be easy to break through," Yusin said, thinking that a talented Yamanaka could break down the wall. They had done it before, and Yusin was willing to bet that they could do it again. Plus, the Yamanaka were known as much for their interrogation skills as for their talent in psychiatry, could investigate Naruto to see how he was dealing with what happened, had tried to get Naruto to talk about what happened, but was unsuccessful. Perhaps psychiatrist slash interrogator with experience would have more luck. A glint of determination shone in Naruto's eyes. He didn't care how difficult it was. He was going to break down that wall and master meditation like he had with everything else. Yusin took a hit from the past. Minato adopted that same look when he set his mind to a course, and neither heaven nor hell could stop him from reaching his goal. It was almost terrifying how similar they were, and yet Naruto also had a lot of cooking skills. He seemed to have inherited the best of both his parents. He smiled at the boy. I'll arrange a meeting for you with those who will help you tear down the wall. Do you know the Yamanaka flower shop? He asked as a closing question, thinking that Inoichi could have come up with a better name for the flower shop his clan ran. Naruto nodded vigorously. Could you be there tomorrow around 6? Husin asked. Knowing that Inoichi had free time, Naruto nodded again and said thanks before going to give Hinata the good news. Ambu, Husin said. As soon as the door closed, as always, 2 Ambu appeared in the middle of the office. Bring Kakashi to me. He ordered the 2 Ambu members, and they disappeared without a sound. Minutes later, 3 Ambu members appeared in his office. Although Kakashi was dressed in civilian clothes, he wore his usual mask, matching dark blue shinobi pants and a long-sleeve shirt. Hello, Okage-sama, he called. Kakashi, with a sleepy voice, had just returned from a month-long mission in IWA. The details weren't that important, but he was tired and wanted to sleep before the Okage called him through the Ambu. Let's go. Yusin ordered his bodyguards, and everyone except the Okage and Kakashi left the room. Yusin stared at Kakashi with a carefree look. You disobeyed a direct order. Kakashi growled. Yusin, in his opinion, there were worse things than a ninja. They disobeyed like that, still looking sleepy and indifferent. He asked, oh yeah, what order would that be? Okage-sama, he asked with an innocent tone that pretended to be painful. I gave you strict orders that under no circumstances were you to have contact with Naruto. Uzumaki said, Yusin annoyed by Kakashi's lack of respect. It was one thing for his adopted grandson to disrespect him, but quite another for an almost adult man to disrespect him. That's not the order I remember you gave me, Okage-sama. If my memory serves me correctly, you order me never to speak to Naruto, Kakashi said with a smile. Yusin silently cursed Kakashi and his ability to find a loophole in everything. Leaving a scroll in Naruto's apartment would be a form of communication, and that's pretty close to talking in my opinion. Yusin said, trying to pressure Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened in mock surprise. That's where it was. I've been looking everywhere for him, he exclaimed reluctantly, not bothering to lie as much as usual. Kakashi knew it wasn't good for his career to insult Lokage, nor for his health in reality. However, in reality, he sort of blamed Ioka for what had happened to Naruto. If he had allowed him custody, none of that would have happened to him. He would have protected him from those damn Yukiya, even if it was the last thing he did. It was Husin's turn to look at Kakashi with a dull look. I find it hard to believe that a shinobi who became a jounin at 13 would suddenly feel the need to master the basics of meditation and Fuinjutsu. He commented in an annoyed tone. Kakashi laughed lightly. Well, I became a genin at 5. Maybe I wanted to go over the basics. Naruto said he found this in the middle of his table. Could you explain to me how you managed to throw it there? Gravity is a fickle thing. Yuin sighed heavily as he filled his pipe with tobacco. I don't mind that you gave Naruto a training regimen. In fact, I appreciate it. Naruto wants to surpass his father, and with what you gave him, he has a chance. But what I can't stand is how you carelessly give Naruto access to expert-level techniques without making sure he's mastered the basics. You're lucky to have sealed the master rank, or I would have decided to strip you of your Ambu rank. The Okage threatened, changing tactics. It was true that he was more worried about Kakashi putting Naruto in training than contacting him. In fact, he hoped that Kakashi would disobey. Kakashi wasn't the one Husin expected. He expected to see alarm, regret, fear, anger. It was all much more understandable than what he had received. Confusion. Kakashi narrowed his eyes in true bewilderment. Okage-sama, What is he talking about? Yusen also seemed somewhat confused by the Kakashi's strange reaction. Naruto appeared in my office just a few minutes ago and showed me scrolls that only had the master level sealed. He explained again, sincerely puzzled by Kakashi's confused tone. No, it can't be. Kakashi thought, can I see the scrolls? Or Kajama asked Kakashi, leaving behind his disrespectful tone. Yuen through the scroll. He wanted to see where Kakashi was going with this. Kakashi immediately opened the scroll, and Dupree presented the scrolls it contained. Examining them one by one, they're only visible. I grew larger with each scroll. This can't be possible. He denied. Explain to me what's going on. Kakashi ordered. Husen. Kakashi looked like he'd seen a ghost. The thing is, I know, and everything except the basics. Kakashi said with great shock and disbelief in his tone. Yuen frowned in confusion. So what happened to them? He asked, trying to understand Kakashi's point. I used a seal that Sensei had developed during the war whenever I went on a solo mission, and we still needed to. Training used this seal in a training scroll. The seal didn't allow us to exceed the level of the exercise. If we worked on chakra control, we could read the first chapter, but the second was only available if mastering himself like A. Bella was possible. Could Naruto master so much so quickly? Okama, in case he didn't notice my clever lie, I left this for Naruto, but it was supposed to take several months, maybe a year, to learn so much in a month. Kakashi gulped. Naruto is a prodigy like no other. Does that, Itachi? And I look ridiculous. He held up a scroll. He's already practicing tree walking and has mastered the basics and the introduction to Fuin Jutsu. He exclaimed one thing was to use the Rasengan, but to master so much in such a short time. Yuen took a drag on his pipe. Kakashi, this will never leave this room, he said with a cutting tone. Kakashi nodded. He knew who Oki was trying to hide Naruto's talents from. Hey, but what do we tell Odu? He's not going to like having to hide his abilities, especially if people make fun of him, and he could easily wipe them out, commented Kakashi. Yuen nodded. I will talk to Naruto-kun when I get back from Yamanaka to take down a mental wall. Looked at Kakashi. Did you have something to do with that? He asked, thinking that could be the only explanation for why Naruto had an anti-interrogation mental wall. However, Kakashi shook his head. I don't know anything about that. Yuen sighed. If that's all you can go. Kakashi nodded and turned to leave the room. But he turned around when he heard the whistle of a kunai. He turned around just in time for the kunai to hit his leg, but ripped his pocket. Kakashi looked at Okage with a puzzled expression, but Yusen just chuckled before throwing him the green and blue training scrolls. When you follow Naruto, make sure you don't put them in your pocket. It's a little project I've got going on. I've been trying to come up with an effective training regime for an Uzumaki and a young Yuga. I would have given it to him myself, but he wanted to keep it a secret and haven't had time to give it to him. Husen said in a tone false, which caused a smile to appear in Kakashi's eyes. Of course not, Okagesima exclaimed, as he left the room, thinking that it was not necessary to ruin his favorite pants. The next day at 6, Naruto entered the flower shop, grateful to be able to escape the crowded streets. He walked with some caution because he did not see Gigi. There he approached the counter, looking for threats throughout the room, but pretended that he was looking at the many flowers before standing on his tiptoes and ringing the bell. Moments later, a woman entered. Through the door, how can I look at Naruto with a slightly displeased expression? Help him. Naruto blinked, surprised that she didn't try to grab him by the ear and throw him out like the other shop owners, but answered as quickly as she could. The Okage told me to be here around 6. He stammered with anxiety, on edge at the prospect of having to talk to anyone other than Gio and Ruka Sensei. The woman's face remained impassive for a moment. Please, she said as she returned to the back room. Moments later, he returned with another man, blonde, and a little Ino, about 6 years old. Ino shrank back in disgust at the sight of Naruto. What are you doing here? Underscoring her. Weird, go away, she yelled at an indifferent Naruto. And Noichi scolded his daughter. Ino, what have I told you about being apologize right now? He scolded her. Ino's parents never told her to be mean to Naruto. They never encouraged her to be friends with him or anything, but they never told her to hate Naruto anyway. And she wasn't one of Naruto's main abusers. She imitated how everyone else mistreated Naruto, and he used it as a weapon to look cooler. Ino muttered a sorry, but from the glare she was giving Naruto, he doubted she meant it. It didn't matter at all. Ino's opinion of him meant nothing to him. He only cared about 4 opinions: Gigi's, Irika Sensei's, Hinata's, and his own. He couldn't care less if everyone else fell off the cliff. Inoichi smiled apologetically at Naruto. Sorry, sometimes you forget your manners. Well, we have a date. So follow me, he said as he walked towards his office. Naruto, he continued, but he was ready to get into trouble. He had a kunai up his sleeve ready to defend himself. They entered a room that looked like a typical therapist's office. Inoichi sat down on the chair and offered Naruto the peculiar couch while Naruto lay down. Inoichi began. Naruto, they told me that you haven't been able to enter your mindscape because of a wall. White. Yusin summarized. He had already told him everything, but he wanted to confirm it with Naruto. Naruto nodded, wishing he could continue with whatever he was going to do. Inoichi nodded, noticing how tense Naruto looked. Okay, then to get through the wall, I'll have to touch you. Is that okay with you? He asked, noticing the alarmed and suspicious look that crossed Naruto's face before nodding. He also noticed how Naruto's left arm tensed before noticing a strange bulge, and he had a sneaking suspicion that the boy was armed, but Inoichi didn't think anything of it. After all, what harm could one untrained kid do? Inoichi reached out and placed his hand on the boy's head before activate one of his clan's jutsus and dive into the boy's mind. Inoichi appeared in a vast white empty nothingness, looked around in some puzzlement. This was more than just a wall keeping Naruto or anyone else out of his mind. This was one of the most advanced walls he had ever seen. It was cage level. It was definitely less of a wall, more of a white covering that prevented him from seeing anything. That begged the question, why would Naruto have such a wall? What could a child possibly know that would justify such a wall advance that it even prevented its carrier from entering their own mental world? Inoichi thought about it. It could have something to do with the QB. Perhaps Yonda put this on me to protect Naruto from the demon. He wondered, was it most likely? Then Inoichi began to wonder if he should even try to manipulate the wall. If Yanai put it on me, he must have had a reason. Even if he had done, it could take more than a month to take it down. He sighed, knowing that in the end, it wasn't his decision. The Okage had asked him to take down that wall, so that hinder Naruto's training. He sighed again as he flew through hand signs and shouted mind erosion jutsu. Before placing his hand on the ground, the effect was immediate. The white floors began to turn gray, then black. The effect spread the longer he kept the jutsu up. This confused Inoichi greatly. Although the wall was immense and didn't allow anyone in, it was easy enough to knock down. When he started the jutsu, he expected to advance a couple of inches at most, but he had already advanced a few meters. Perhaps it was a side effect of the seal that retained the chi, or perhaps it was not meant to last. Minato had used the jutsu once in his life, so he didn't know all the side effects of the sealing. He deduced and continued eroding the wall. Hours passed before Inoichi finished the jutsu and withdrew from Naruto's mind. Due to chakra depletion, he had made significant progress in eroding the wall. Now, instead of seeing only white, you could see the basic outlines of what appeared to be a sewer and milky colors. The scenery of the sewers, if that was the case, had worried Inoichi a lot. The mentality of a person reflected their perspective on life. For example, his was a field of flowers, and Ino's the Konoha Park. Both showed a very healthy mental health and a happy character. A sewer was a bad reflection of mental health. To tell the truth, Inoichi had only seen this type of situations in shinobi who were captured by the enemy or by insane criminals. Although in a way it didn't surprise him, Naruto was hated by everyone except a few and had been a victim of the Ukiya, so he shouldn't have been surprised by the grim scenario. Did it work? Naruto asked. It seemed like an eternity had passed since the blonde started using that strange jutsu. At first he thought that he was just teasing him and that it wasn't helping him at all. But a few minutes after putting his hand on his head, he began to feel an unbearable tingling. It was as if his whole head had gone asleep, and he woke up with that sharp sting. Lasted for a while, but it had already stopped. Inoichi looked thoughtful. Yes and no. The wall hasn't completely disappeared yet, but it is very weakened. It might take one or two more attempts to erode it completely, Inoichi said, smiling slightly at Naruto. Naruto's face remained impassive, but inside he was jumping for joy. He had finally mastered meditation. Inoichi was a little disturbed by the lack of reaction, but maybe he could get an answer to that as well now that he was starting the second phase of your mission. Now, Naruto, I understand you were kidnapped a month ago. Do you want to talk about it? Asked Inoichi in a charming tone that almost always worked. However, Naruto tensed. He had heard that tone before, and if it wasn't coming from Gio and Ruka-sensei, it always meant trouble for him. He didn't reply. curtly hoping that would be the end of the conversation, and Noichi smiled, sweetly giving Naruto his best "you can trust me" look before saying, "I know you must have been really scared, but it's okay to talk from it. Even the best and get scared and talk about it. So there's no need to be ashamed, plus I swore to secrecy. So no one will ever know." Naruto looked at him with a face of just kidding before jumping off the chair. "We're done," he said as he left, and Noichi blinked, surprised, not understanding why wouldn't that work. It always worked on children. Then he remembered a very important detail. Naruto was not like normal children. He would be immune to all their charms. If not, he probably would have gone crazy for how often he got betrayed. He sighed as he pinched his nose in frustration, angry at himself for making a rookie mistake before heading out to break the news to Oakage with Naruto. Naruto walked into his apartment before kicking the door shut. His apartment was much cleaner than ever thanks to Hinata's influence. Naruto wanted to impress her and knew that girls didn't like messes, so he had started cleaning regularly, yawning loudly as he headed. It was just after 9 when he got to his bed. The date had lasted a lot longer than he thought. Naruto was a little annoyed at not being able to practice meditation that night. He had considered staying up all night and practicing anyway, but decided against it. A ninja needed to get a good rest, so he would leave it for tomorrow. Besides, Ino's father said he might need another session to completely tear down the wall. He walked towards his bed, but out of the corner of his eye he saw a familiar green scroll along with a new blue one. He switched, heading off with excitement as he picked up the new blue scroll. "I already knew it contained the green one, Naruto. I've prepared a training program for you, and Hinata, inside the storage seals you will find training materials such as weights, training weapons, targets, and books that will help you in your shinobi career. I hope you know that I am incredibly proud of you for training so hard the last month. However, please do not abuse your power. Not only would it cause me a headache, but the strong you should never mess with the weak. I hope you remember that when you surpass the yondaime. Sincerely, IRU." And Sarutobi underneath Gigi's note was an explanation on how to open the object, but he didn't need it. Naruto smiled brightly as he read Husin's note. It was as if Gigi had no doubt that he would surpass the yondaime. He was also immensely happy that Gigi had prepared a training program for Hinata. They had been improvising as they went along, and in Naruto's opinion, he was making progress more than her, which worried him greatly. However, when he expressed his concerns to Hinata, she told him that she was happy with his progress, but Naruto still felt that he was taking advantage of her. If Naruto knew the truth, he would realize that in many ways she was far beyond him in progress, although not in the ninja arts. Her self-confidence had been growing, and she was losing some of her shyness. She would likely always be a soft-spoken person, but she could put up a fight when necessary. Naruto opened the scroll even more and removed some seals. As Husin said, there were weights and other things. What caught his attention was the variety of books. One was about human anatomy. He assumed it was for Hinata, since she could master the art completely thanks to Sub Yagen. Another was the introduction to chakra manipulation. Naruto assumed it was for him, a training program for Hinata. And lastly, and in Naruto's opinion, the best jewel of the collection, some scrolls about the legendary Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of Konan. Naruto was elated to find out more about his idol. Most of it was about his important role in the Third Shinobi War, but there was one about the various jutsus he had created and how he had used them. Iwa and Kyumo posted it to warn their ninja on how to best avoid Minato's attacks. But in the end, it didn't matter. Naruto was laughing in excitement by __. With sleep, he was going to read these beautiful literary works with Noichi, and the Oakage. Noichi was in Okage's office ready to begin his Naruto's mental health report. And the state of the wall. "You can start your report, Aini-san," said Yusin in a tired tone. "It's been a long day. Hello, my session to destroy Naruto's mental wall went incredibly well. The wall was much more advanced than I expected, but it broke down quite easily." It began. "Oh yeah, why did it break down so easily if it was so advanced?" asked Husin. Despite being the Oakage and the shinobi god, he had a hard time fully understanding mental jutsus, and Noichi seemed to think about it for several seconds. Several reasons come to mind. The first is that the wall was a side effect of a seal the yondaime used. So while it kept Naruto and other untrained interrogators out, it couldn't prevent a higher caliber shinobi from getting through. The second possibility is that the yondaime built the wall on purpose so that Naruto couldn't access the kyubi until a certain age, but I simply sped up the process, Inoichi explained. And then another idea occurred to him. Or maybe the Yondaime built the wall for me. Wall so that the Cuban couldn't influence Naruto, but since he was dying, he could only build a wall that blocked it on one side, said in Noichi, with a pang of fear making its way into his guts. Had he ruined Minato's last act to protect his son? Had he weakened the only wall that protected Naruto from the demon with Naruto? It was 2 in the morning when Naruto decided to put down the book. It was starting to get boring from reading. So much, you said loudly as he put the book down on the floor next to the bed, and he turned off the light before going to sleep. Naruto opened his eyes and saw that there was a sewer around him. That's why he thought it was it. It had a very milky red color, and you could only distinguish where things were thanks to the faint black outline. Where am I? Naruto wondered. Had they thrown him into a sewer and he didn't wake up? Naruto dismissed the ridiculous idea. Not only was he a light sleeper, but the sewer he was in looked like a poorly drawn sketch. Come to me, a deep but shaky voice, like a radio, said. Naruto looked around searching for where the voice was coming from, but it seemed to be coming from everywhere at once to me. Human Naruto let out a sigh of annoyance. Where are you? He yelled, hoping the strange voice would tell him follow instincts. The voice replied. Naruto tilted his head, confused. Follow my instincts. Is that what it's trying to say? He thought before he started walking. He didn't have a planned destination. He just followed where his feet told him to go. He got lost with incredible ease because everything seemed the same, but many minutes or hours later, he started to notice subtle differences in the sewer. The walls had more color and shadows started to look darker. Instead of their pale, grayish hue, things were more defined. So he stopped bumping into them. Naruto examined the walls curiously. Why were they red? This edge didn't stink. All his questions were answered minutes later as he entered a huge room that looked to be half the size of a kuna. At the back was a cage that seemed to take up the entire back wall. He continued walking until he reached the middle of the room where he felt he should stop. So this is the dwarf who serves as my jailer. I must say you are much smaller than I expected, said the voice from behind the cage, opening 2 huge red eyes and focusing on Naruto. Naruto took a few steps back. Who are you? Yelled at the source of the voice, confused by how something so big was locked in a sewer below. Konoha Kakuku, are you very brave or very stupid for addressing you in that manner? Is my human Cuban Yoko, and you will treat me with respect, said the Kyubi with an implicit threat in his tone. The Kyubi had tried to contact his 3rd Jinchuriki, but without success until now. For some reason, the white wall that prevented him from influencing his new jailer had eroded enough for him to be able to communicate. Whether he was a child or an adult, all humans seemed the same to him. Getting back to the point, the connection was unstable at first, but now that they were in the same room, it was much easier to communicate. Naruto fell onto his back as he looked at the Kyubi with a fearful expression. This was the monster that had killed Yondaime. The Kyubi smiled fiercely at Naruto, enjoying the fear in the blonde's eyes. What are you doing here? Why aren't you dead? Naruto demanded. All his life he had been told that his hero had killed the Kyubi with his last breath. What was he doing down there in a sewer? As if any of you hairless ones could have any hope of killing me. Your leader made a deal with the Shinigami, and I was sealed inside you, added the K, ran away reluctantly. In a way, he respected the blonde human for having managed to be something as brave as selling his soul to the king of the dead, but on the other hand, he hated him for having taken away his freedom again. Naruto remained silent for almost 10 minutes, trying to understand what the Kyubi had said, who screamed in total disbelief. Perhaps he said that he was sealed inside him. Naruto knew it was possible because he had read about Jinchuriki in the library, but never he thought he was one. Sure, he could see similarities between the way Yuriki and he were treated, but who's supposed to have a demon inside them? I don't enjoy repeating myself. Human, you heard me right the first time. Naruto lay on his back, hands covering his face, muttering denials, but the evidence was right in front of him. Not only that, but he remembered several times being called a Kyubi child. He attributed it to the fact that he was born on October 10th. The Kyubi was used to curse something, or to him, in most cases, you are sealed inside me, he muttered into his hands, slowly coming out of his shock. The Kyubi watched Naruto with an amused distraction. He was looking forward to seeing the brat's reaction when he fully understood that he was a Jinchuriki. It would be the most fun he had in years. That is a __, said Naruto as he sat up. Naruto didn't usually curse, but he knew how to do it since people usually insulted him. He only did it when the occasion called for it. and this was definitely one of those occasions. The Kyuubi, he looked at Naruto with an expression that closely resembled that of a child who had just been denied a toy he wanted. The Kyuubi was a little annoyed that Naruto had denied him entertainment, but he sort of acknowledged that he was taking the news in quite well. He remembered when his second jailer had found out he would be locked away. She had cried for hours like a little girl, much to his amusement. The myth seal had given him just enough freedom to feel the world through his senses. It had been a pain to be so, discreet enough that she didn't notice, but seeing the weakling jailer, he couldn't help but be amused. Naruto looked at the Kyuubi with a sullen expression, thinking about how different his life could be, but he realized that if that were the case, maybe he wouldn't have been friends with Hinata-chan, so he was fine with having a giant demon inside him. As long as Hinata was his friend, the Kyuubi swished his tail in surprise. There was a determination in the boy's eyes that he hadn't seen since the other blonde who sealed that this human could be fun, thought the Kyuubi. Don't you hate me? Asked with curiosity. He didn't care if Naruto did, but he wondered why Naruto didn't yell, I hate you. Naruto sighed. More or less, but the truth is that I can't do anything, he said with a much more mature tone than a normal 6-year-old boy. Stood up, friends, he asked in a gesture of peace between both, but the Kyuubi growled and putting I don't make friends with humans, answered the fox dryly. In his opinion, humans were the most vile race that did not know the meaning of loyalty, and I don't befriend the giant foxes that kill my hero, but you're inside me, so I guess we should try to get along, Naruto said using logic only children were capable of. The Kyuubi blinked in surprise as two previous jailers had never tried to get along with him. Myth had tried to suppress his hatred and Kusina had simply ignored its presence inside him. However, the Kyuubi's trust wasn't easy to gain. I don't befriend humans, shorty, but I will give you the chance to earn my friendship over the years. If you prove to me that you are different from the rest of your race, I will call you friend. The Kyuubi looked at Naruto with narrowed eyes. That doesn't mean I won't risk escaping from you. If he ever shows up, he warned him. Naruto seemed to debate it for several seconds before saying, all right, Kyuubi. The Kyuubi wagged his tail thoughtfully. I have a name, he said with some annoyance. One would think that after 1,000 years people would be able to invent something better than Fox. Ninetales, what's wrong? Naruto asked, oblivious to Kurui's internal debate on whether he should tell Naruto his name is Kurama. Kurama said in a threatening tone, daring Naruto to laugh. Naruto tilted his head. You have a weird name, but you made a deal. Kurama. Naruto, it's not healthy for you to keep what happened to you to yourself. If you truly want to become a successful shinobi, you'll have to learn to open up a little. Inoichi said in exasperation. This was Naruto's third and final date to eliminate the last remnants of the wall. At first, Inoichi he feared that he had inadvertently allowed the Kyuubi to influence the poor boy. But his worries were unfounded. Naruto hadn't reported any strange occurrences since the wall began to erode. So the Hokage authorized Inoichi to continue eliminating him. Inoichi knew that this would be his last chance to get Naruto to enter that room of his own free will. Of course, the Hokage could order him to go on his dates. But that didn't mean he would actually go. Even if they could get him to stay in the same room, it was still Naruto was very likely to shut down. That meant this was his last chance for Naruto to open up as long as the boy was willing to be in the same room. Damn. At this point, Ichi would settle for Naruto, telling him what his favorite food was again. I already told you this. Where can you put your worries about my mental health? Besides, ninjas are supposed to distrust you. Idiot, Naruto replied. He was fed up with that guy's questions. Yes, something terrible happened to him. Really terrible. He couldn't even begin to describe what had happened, but didn't know the adjectives to describe what had happened. Naruto didn't understand why he didn't just leave things as they were. It was the past, and he wanted it to stay there. A tick mark formed on Inoichi's forehead at Naruto's return. However, he knew Naruto had no one to teach him manners or how to be a gentleman like him. Inoichi was known for his nobility, and few things bothered him more than a man who didn't act chivalrously. Breathing. Yes, ninjas are supposed to they're distrustful and elusive, but the life of an NI is already hard. They need to open up to someone, or else they could go crazy with guilt or sadness for their actions too. Protect their village, that's what we psychiatrists in my clan are for, to help ninjas deal with those confusing feelings so they don't affect their function, said Inoichi with a serious tone. Inoichi had to convince Naruto that if they repressed him fury. Naruto frowned. As he stood up, I told you, I'm fine. His gaze hardened, and without realizing it, his body assumed a fighting stance, as if ready to attack Inoichi. Inoichi's eyes widened in shock as he remembered Minato saying the exact words and assuming the same stance many years ago. Flashback: Minato, you just slaughtered an entire army in a second. There's no way you're okay. Inoichi yelled to his friend. Minato had used the Irisin Jutsu for the first time last week, and everyone knew how effective it was. He had wiped out an entire army like a yellow ghost, killing to Hin, Chunin, and genin alike without any mercy. Minato was acclaimed as a hero. He was already a celebrity after so many battles during the war, but he was even more so after using that jutsu. People smiled at him and greeted him, offered him discounts, and occasionally parents begged him to take their daughter's hand. Those acts had ceased when they felt the wrath of the Red Death. Yes, however, none of them could see what Inoichi saw. He saw through the shy facade, but sure that Minato used for the public saw the self-loathing and anger instead of the goofy smile and carefree attitude. Minato had created an amazing jutsu, one that consumed amount of chakra far less than any other S-rank jutsu, and its only real side effect was dizziness. That's how everyone saw it. But Inoichi knew that using it like Minato did had detrimental mental side effects. While the jutsu wasn't primarily harming Minato, it was affecting his mental health. Minato was a kind and protective soul. Truth be told, Inoichi didn't. He believed he was made for the shinobi life. Minato was very sincere, which was one of the things that made him so great, but also the reason why Inoichi thought he should never use the Hyrin in combat again. Minato couldn't bear to become a butcher. He killed over 100 shinobi the first time they used it, and the demand only increased. By the end of this war, Minato could end up killing Miles. I told you I'm fine. Inoichi, it's not that bad. Minato lied naturally. He hated lying to his friend, but he didn't want to. No one knew how guilty he felt. Not even Kusina could know. Although Minato was sure she already had an idea, he spent sleepless nights tormented by the image of himself, dismembering shinobi as if they were grass. He had killed so many, he had even killed genin. Inoichi shook his head. No, you're not okay, Minato. If you were, you'd either be a psychopath or completely apathetic to everything, and we both know that you're neither. You need help, Minato. If it's not mine, tell Kusina. Inoichi begged. His friend was terrified that a jutsu like this could turn someone like Minato into a ruthless butcher. Minato shook his head. I told you I'm fine, Inoichi. There's no need to keep asking me to talk about something that isn't a problem, Minato said with forced indifference. Inoichi shook his head again. Minato, you need to leave it, Inoichi. Minato snapped. His anger at not letting the matter go finally boiled over. Without realizing it, he had turned his body to the side, the stance he used when he was about to attack. Someone Inoichi's eyes widened as he was scolded by Minato. Of all people, he could count on one hand the number of times he had seen Minato so angry and still had fingers left. After a few tense seconds, Minato laughed awkwardly and rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry, I'm a little irritable because I didn't get much sleep last night, he apologized while mentally scolding himself for getting angry. Inoichi nodded and Minato took the opportunity to leave. Well, I have to go train with Obito and Rin, so see you, Inoichi, he said as he disappeared in a flash of yellow. End of flashback. Inoichi blinked a few times, clearing the memories of his late friend. Nar began to say, preparing to tell Naruto that it wasn't healthy to keep everything inside again, but Nar had decided to leave while Inoichi was distracted. That little one, growled Inoichi under his breath as he ran towards the door. Inoichi ran into the flower shop just in time to see Naruto walk out. Naruto yelled and saw how the boy shrugged and sighed in annoyance. I'm not going to tell what happened, get over it, said Naruto, not even bothering to turn around. Inoichi hesitated a bit before saying, well, you don't have to talk about what happened in the room, but at least tell us something, no matter how small. Inoichi begged, trying to correct the mistakes he had made with Minato. Naruto sighed, like an adult tired, and Inoichi wondered how he managed to do that. Flashback, advert graphic content. Please, don't make me go in there, Naruto screamed, terrified. Enter the cage monster, yelled one of the Chunin before delivering a savage kick to Naruto in the ribs, making him lose control of the edge of the entrance. Please don't hurt me anymore, Naruto begged with tears in his eyes. He just wanted them to stop. Shut up, monster. Now, let's see how many screams can I get out of you when I'm injecting you with enough to make a lightning bolt jealous, he said as lightning began to come out of his fingers into flashback Naruto. Looked towards the entrance with a lost look as memories sprang to the surface. I hate cages, he said in a flat tone, before leaving a worried, looking in. Noichi Naruto walked through the busy streets, ignoring the glares being thrown his way. It was 3:30 and Naruto was heading to the academy to see Hinata. One of the teachers had kicked him out for not paying attention. The teacher's reasons were pretty valid this time, as Naruto had been snoring loudly at his desk. He arrived at the academy just as everyone was being led home by their parents or caretakers. Naruto felt a pang of sadness at not having anyone to go home to, but it all dissipated when he saw K-Team leading Hinata-chan home. He kept a close eye on Hinata. Due to her frequent daily escapes, he was starting to get paranoid of her. It seemed like as soon as he took his eyes off her, she would disappear to train with Naruto. He didn't hate or dislike Naruto, but he didn't think he was worthy of associating with the Yuga heiress. He would never understand why the young Hinata enjoyed his company so much. It makes me very happy. Those were the words that used Hinata when he caught her playing with 4-year-old Naruto. He scolded her and told her not to hang out with him again, but she didn't listen. That was before someone considered her a bully, as her lack of talent for her clan style became more apparent. She began to seek out Naruto more frequently. He had caught her following him on several occasions. At first, she was horrified by his stalking behavior, but soon realized why he did it. Hinata didn't feel safe at home because of the harsh training, but yes, with Naruto, that's why she followed him everywhere. Ko sighed heavily and rubbed his eyes with the palms of his hands. Hinata, Sama, you really have to stop running away. Ko, he fell silent when he opened his eyes again and realized he was alone. __. See, Naruto led Hinata through a series of alleys with a big smile. It was so easy, he told his friend. Hinata smiled and nodded. Normally, she would have to borrow Naruto's prank materials to distract herself, but this time they took the opportunity and they ran out together. While Kodum was distracted, Naruto peeked out at the end of Joni Street. When he didn't see Ko, he went out to the market with Hinata at his side. What do you want to do today? Hinata-chan asked, putting her hands to the back of her neck. Hinata blushed slightly when he smiled at her. She didn't know why, but he always did it when Naruto smiled. Could we practice chakra exercises? She asked. His stuttering had decreased drastically, but he still did it. When he was embarrassed, Naruto nodded. Sounds good. How about we go to that training camp we saw with those Ambu? We haven't been there yet. Hinata stopped for a moment. It didn't seem like a good idea to train in an Ambu training camp, but she didn't want to risk disappointing Naruto. Yes, that sounds good, she lied as she took the lead. As they walked through the crowded market, Naruto started to back away a little. He was receiving his usual glares, and although he didn't care what the village thought of him, he didn't want Hinata's reputation to be damaged because of him. He feared, no, not only was he trying to treat her badly, but Naruto would give him a good slap every time he did it. Naturally, all of his fans would follow his example and treat Hinata badly. The teachers would start to ignore her, and the kids would stop playing with her. When Naruto wasn't around, Naruto felt terrible because Hinata was being mistreated because of him. So he stepped back a few steps so there would be a chance that people wouldn't notice. He realized that they were together and his reputation wouldn't be damaged any further. He snapped out of his thoughts when he felt that a hand took it, and Naruto's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected contact. And Nat smiled. If you stay any further back, you could get lost, she explained, slightly surprised by her own audacity. Naruto smiled back. Thank you, she said as she let Hinata guide him to the training ground. Naruto hung from the base of a branch, using only his chakra to stay afloat. Finally, he made it to the top. He exclaimed to Hinata, who was struggling not to submerge herself in the water where she was. However, when she went to look up to congratulate her friend, she lost focus and dove into the water. Naruto jumped in to make sure she was okay, but she was already out of the water when he arrived. Are you okay, Hinata-chan? Said Naruto as he helped her get rid of the excess water. Hinata nodded. I'm fine. Naruto coined in. Don't worry, she said, giving Naruto a reassuring smile. She didn't fully understand why Naruto was sometimes such a chicken to her. Sometimes it bothered her, as if to imply that she wasn't good enough strong to protect herself. She knew she wasn't, but that wasn't the point. However, she knew Naruto didn't have a family or anything except the Okage and Irika sensei, who she barely saw. So she understood why Naruto, when Sasuke called her light-eyed freak, he was protecting the only person he considered family. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. How nice. Sorry to interrupt your concentration, Naruto apologized, knowing that he had been the cause of her fall into the lake, while Hinata finished. Drying off, Naruto stayed attentive to Kodum. It had been a few hours since they had started training, and they had decided to risk staying in one place. There weren't many places with a pond where they hadn't been. Already, fire release, phoenix flower jutsu, water release, explosive water shockwave. Two ninjas shouted as they entered the clearing, both dressed in ambu armor and fighting each other. Naruto grabbed Hinata and used her body as a shield as he saw how the pond rose up and crashed into them, overcoming the fire jutsu. Naruto felt the water hit his back, breaking several of his ribs in the process as he approached Hinata to prevent her from being carried away. The powerful current dragged them towards the two Ambu ninja who were unaware of the children's presence. The two on board used two more jugs of water. Naruto didn't catch their names because he was still submerged, and the disturbance forced the still submerged children to change course. Naruto didn't know where they were going, but he knew that he and Naruto needed air. His lungs were burning, crying out for oxygen. He could only imagine that Hinata was worse. No, he hadn't seen the huge wave coming since he was on his back, so he didn't have time to take a deep breath like Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes underwater, ignoring the sting of the salt water, and tried to get his bearings. Fortunately, he opened his eyes at that moment because he saw the tree approaching quickly, concentrating chakra in his feet. He quickly turned around underwater and hit the tree with his feet. Naruto would have been fine, but the current was making him move too much. And when you combine that with the fact that he had nearly a ton of water adding pressure, it was understandable that Naruto's legs were going to break in multiple places. Naruto held back a grunt of pain as he landed, which would only waste time, and ere he stood his ground until the torrent of water stopped, and he collapsed to the ground. It was only in pain as he fell backwards. Hinata's fall on him didn't help in the slightest, and he was sure that a rib or two had been broken. Hinata started coughing loudly as she turned away from Naruto, who was gasping and hissing in pain every time she did it. "Are you cough okay?" Naruto-kun asked, noticing how he was holding his ribs and right shin. Naruto nodded weakly. "Yes, I'll be okay." "Are you okay?" Hinata-chan asked as she stood up. She was vaguely aware of the two Amba ninjas still fighting to the side, but her attention was on Hinata. She nodded, indicating that she was okay. "We should let those ninjas know we're here, so we can leave before they hurt us anymore," she reasoned, but Naruto looked doubtful. He thought it would probably be safer to climb the tree and wait. However, before he could voice his thought, Hinata stood up and started walking towards the fight. She didn't have to walk far before the two ninjas suddenly appeared, facing off in a fierce taijutsu fight. Hinata gasped at the two of them suddenly appearing, which was a grave mistake. The Amba training was completely different from normal training. Instead of just wounding, they were looking for killing or maiming their partner. They made the most of their training. Everything gave them the feeling of being in a war zone, as was Nambu, Konoha's first line of defense and attack. The experience was invaluable. However, because they were both completely immersed in the fight, they acted with combat instinct. They were experts in ambushes, so when they heard an unusual sound in the forest, and since they were supposed to be completely alone, they reacted accordingly. Both fired kunais at the origin of leap, aware of their mistake. From the moment the weapons left their hands, it was too late to remedy if they could only watch in horror as their weapons rapidly approached. A young Hinata watched terrified as the kunai headed towards her, one towards her heart and the other towards her. Time seemed to stop slowly. As she saw her imminent destiny approaching, it was totally different from the last time she was close to death. The last time, she had been too worried about Naruto as to be afraid. Her concern for Naruto was greater than the concern for her own life. This time, she was completely terrified. She did not want to die. She was still too young and had so many things to do. She wanted to be friends with Naruto for longer. She wanted to remove the evil seal from the family branch. She wanted to continue impressing her father with her progress and expose those evil elders. She wanted to be Anabi's older sister, but she could not do any of that because her life was about to end as a last act of fear. Hinata closed her eyes so she wouldn't have to witness the moment her life ended. But the moments passed, and her death didn't come. She timidly opened her eyes, confused. She had failed. The kunai had already died and was now just a ghost. When she opened her eyes, she received the answer. The two kunai were floating just inches from her eye and heart, held by two sapphire arms of pure chakra. Hinata staggered back in surprise and fell on her butt. She looked back in search of the origin of the strange arms. She saw Naruto with one hand outstretched, a second chakra arm extended from it when her arms had been too short to do anything to stop the kunai. Naruto watched in horror as the two Ambu threw Kuna and Zanata at him, reflexively tried to get up and run to intercept them, but he wasn't fast enough, and his legs were fractured in several places, which prevented him from running. He didn't know how he used those strange chakra arms. He had extended his hand in a useless way, trying to stop the kunai with anything that could save his friend. His prayers were answered as chakra arms erupted from his palm and stopped the two kunai right there. The arms began to disperse, dropping the weapons to the ground, and Naruto collapsed exhausted. He didn't know what that jutsu was, but it demanded a lot from him. "What are you two doing here? You could have died," said the Ambu with cat mask. She recognized Naruto because she sometimes guarded him when Keikyo and Itachi weren't available, and of course, recognized the Yuga heiress. Then she realized that she had almost killed the future clan head of one of the most respectable clans in Konoha. She gulped, thinking about the hell that awaits her if it's because of Naruto's strange jutsu. "I am Sore Anu-san. We were training and we couldn't escape when the fight started," Hinata said, her stuttering returning slightly from fear. "Or rose with death." "Hey kid, what jutsu did you use?" asked the boar-masked Ambu. She had never seen a jutsu like that, and wondered if it was AK. Henkai that he didn't know. Naruto looked at his hand in puzzlement. "I don't know," he answered honestly. The AMB cat looked at the two children. "Are they okay?" asked Hinata. "Seemed to be fine, but Naruto was holding his ribs." Naruto nodded. "I'll be fine," he said, surprisingly calm. For a 6-year-old with broken ribs, of course, he had a surprisingly high pain tolerance. She nodded. "We'll take you to the OC," she said with a professional tone before placing her hands on the shoulders, while Boar did the same with Naruto, and the two moved like Shunin. Itachi crossed the gates of his clan while suppressing a yawn. He and Kakashi had been on a mission in Kiri and had just returned after being absent for a little over a week. He received nods from the two guards at the gates and returned them. This was one of the many small things that set Itachi apart from the rest of his clan. He knew that he wasn't the Kami's gift to the world. He didn't believe himself superior to everything just because he was considered a prodigy. In fact, it bothered him when people criticized his prowess. Battle, of course, he was talented in the shinobi arts, but he also worked hard to develop the skills he had not, that his clan accepted, that they used it as proof that the Ukiyo were better than everyone else, and that infuriated him greatly. He tried to reason with his relatives, telling them that he wasn't that good because of his special eyes. Kakashi had become a genin at 5 years old, Chunin at 8, Jounin at 12, and Ambu at 13. He tried to explain to them, tried to argue that Kakashi had surpassed him in terms of talent. He tried to prove that he wasn't that good because of his blood, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Itachi sighed as he walked towards his house, anxious to take a nap and enjoy his mother's cooking. But as he got closer, he saw Sasuke practicing the intercepting fist with his broken arm. He already knew that Naruto had broken his naive younger brother's arm, but he didn't blame him. He knew that Sasuke had made fun of Hinata, and that Naruto was very protective of the young Yuga. On the other hand, Kakashi had been bragging that his younger brother had beaten Itachi's younger brother the entire trip, so maybe he did hold a grudge against Naruto, even if it was just a little bit. "Hey Sasuke," said Itachi, startled to his younger brother. Sasuke turned around in surprise. Itachi exclaimed happily before putting his arm around his older brother's leg. Itachi smiled at Sasuke. In times like these, Itachi could easily imagine the kind of boy Sasuke could be without the clan's arrogance. His father seemed to duplicate Sasuke's arrogance because Itachi didn't tolerate Sasuke, had twice the arrogance of a standard Ukiyo, and sometimes seemed to act like a psychopath. He wasn't a psychopath, he was simply following his father's instructions on how Sasuke was to remind everyone of their place below the Ukiyo. He had tried countless times to convince his younger brother that their father's teachings were wrong, but Sasuke refused to listen. That didn't mean Itachi would give up on his noble goal. "How does the arm feel?" he asked, suppressing a smile at Sasuke's indignant face. "That's enough. I'll teach that underscoring weirdo a lesson when I recover," Sasuke said bravely, as if he was doing a great and noble deed. Itachi frowned slightly. Oh, what's stopping him from breaking your arm again? He asked, thinking that this was the best opportunity for Sasuke to break free from his arrogance. Sasuke had managed to be Rookie of the Year for most of his first year at the academy. Each year, there was one last place and a Rookie of the Year. Sasuke remained as the top of the class. Last in the class for most of the year was Naruto. While Naruto performed better in all the physical aspects of being a shinobi, up until recently he hadn't. He was getting the same grades in everything academically. Now he was getting much better grades. But even if he got 100 in everything, he wouldn't be able to raise his grade enough to tie with second to last. Itachi hoped that since Sasuke had been defeated twice by the last dead man, maybe he could finally convince his brother of the truth. Sasuke blushed. He cheated, he lied. Itachi gave him a knowing smile. Is that right? That's not what I heard, Itachi said, letting Sasuke know that he knew what the young Uchiha was feeling. I heard that you were bullying young Hinata, and when Naruto told you to stop, you push him as Naruto didn't push you back, you push him back and kicked dirt in his eyes before trying to do the same to Hinata while insulting her. Was then that Naruto grabbed you by the arm and asked you to apologize. You refused, but Naruto gave you another opportunity. You refused again, and that was when Naruto broke your arm. It seems to me that Naruto didn't cheat at all. If anything, you did cheat when you kicked dirt in his eyes. Finished Itachi in a disappointed tone, saddened that his little brother could be so cruel. Sasuke babbled, looking for an excuse, but when he couldn't find one, he simply proclaimed that never mind, next time it will be different. Itachi shook his head. No, it won't. The next time you try to fight Naruto, the same thing will happen, or even worse. Do you know why? Itachi asked seriously. Sasuke looked a little scared by his brother's tone. He had never heard Itachi speak to him like that before, and he couldn't say he liked it. He didn't answer. You'll lose every time you face Naruto, simply because he trains harder than you, Itachi explained with a serious tone. Sasuke shook his head. But I'm in Uchiha. He's an orphan. No matter how much I train, I'll always be stronger, Sasuke argued, overcoming the fear caused by Itachi's tone. Itachi shook his head. Uchiha prevented him from doing so. Naruto will break your arm easily. You will lose against Naruto every time you fight him, because unlike what Dad said, being in Uchiha doesn't make you strong. Of course, you may have more talent than Naruto in some things, but talent will only take you so far. I can say with total certainty that Naruto trains harder than half the ninja in this village. Some of them even Jounin. That's why it doesn't matter who your blood is. Hard work always pays off more than talent, finished Itachi, feeling a little out of breath from the unusually long speech. Sasuke seemed to ponder over what his older brother had said. He admired him more than anyone. The reason he had always dismissed his brother's ideals was because Sasuke had never seen proof to back them up. Of course, Itachi said he was so strong because he was a prodigy, but how did that prove his father's ideals were wrong? Itachi was in Uchiha, and he was strong. When Itachi told him about a man named Kakashi who was stronger, he didn't think. So he thought he had heard that Kakashi had a Sharingan eye. So that must mean that having Uchiha's special eyes made you strong. The only reason he considered it now was because he still felt the pain of his broken arm. He couldn't understand how an orphan had managed to beat him. And Uchiha. But now Itachi was giving him the answer. Itachi suppressed another smile as he saw Sasuke reflect on what he had said, happy not to ignore him like before. He didn't know if Sasuke would listen to him, but at least he was thinking about it. Let's go. See if Mom has anything to eat, he said as he turned towards the house with Sasuke. Right behind him with Naruto, Hinata, and the two Ambu arrived in front of the Okage's office, startled his assistant. Hello, Ambu. Sans the Okage is free right now. If you want to talk to him, informed. Cat nodded, showing that she had heard before knocking on the door, but Naruto opened the doors suddenly before she had a chance. Hey, Gigi, a cool Ambu brought us here to see you, informed Naruto, which made the boar marvel at the guts of this boy. Few had the nerve to call a shinobi god an old man, including himself. Yusin looked up from the mission report he was reading and saw a devilish-looking Naruto barging into his office. Oh, Naruto, why did Miyama bring you here? You haven't gotten into trouble again? You asked when Naruto. Getting into trouble meant paperwork to Naruto, gave his surrogate grandfather a crooked smile before the cat Ambu answered, we found these two at the 12 Okagesima training camp, and I were in a sparring match, and these two almost died. As a result, Yusin took a deep breath and glared at a sheepish Naruto. Naruto, what were you doing in a training camp, Ambu? asked Naruto, rolled his eyes. Hinata-chan, and our training Gigi, you must be getting senile if you didn't notice, said Naruto. He wasn't sure what senile meant, but he was sure it applied to older people. Naruto acted like he used to for a reason. Now was in the room, never suffered from no panic attacks or anxiety issues when she was around. However, it was quite bad when she wasn't. What a conceited kid. Naruto-kun, you should show more respect to the Okage Kami. How does this brat put on his pants? You inside heavily. How exactly did you find the training grounds? They are very well hidden, he asked, wondering if he should relocate some training grounds if a kid could find them. Then he remembered that Naruto wasn't like most kids and that he needed to talk to the boy. I don't know, Nat, and I ran away from Kodam. When we found a lake with some amba nearby, I decided that since we hadn't been there before, Kodam would have a hard time finding us. Since it was a training ground, you explained. Naruto, you nodded. He knew about the deal between Hinata and his father. Looked at the cat. You said, they almost died. Explain to me how it happened. Cat began to detail how she and Bor had been in an intense training match and how Naruto and Hinata had gotten involved in it. When she began to carve Naruto's strange new ability, Yusin almost dropped his pipe. It seemed that Naruto had inherited Kusuna's ability, or at least a variant of it. This was surprising because she knew that Kusuna's ability had been a rarity in her clan. No one had ever seen anything like it before, and no one knew why she possessed such a strange but powerful ability. Ultimately, that had been the reason why she was chosen as the next Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Naruto, could you show me that technique? He asked anxiously. To see if it was true, Naruto nodded. He concentrated on his hand, tried to remember what had prompted him to use the technique. A few minutes passed without result, but then it happened shakily. A blue hand, made entirely of chakra, emerged from Naruto's hand. Unlike before, the hand was trembling, it was deformed and completely unstable. Naruto needed all his concentration to prevent the hand from collapsing. Hinata looked in amazement at the technique that had saved her life. Then she looked at Naruto, knowing that not only he had saved her life, but also her dreams by stopping those kunais. He was giving her a second chance to fulfill them, and she planned to make the most of it. Yuen took a drag on his pipe in amazement. Naruto would become a powerful shinobi in the future of that. He had no doubt. Naruto relaxed his use of the jutsu with a disappointed expression on his face. The first time he had used it, it hadn't been so unstable and was more solid. He couldn't think of any reason why it would cost him so much now. However, all the adults in the room knew that Naruto was one of the few people in the world who improved in combat, constantly grew stronger during battle, adapted to his surroundings, and used it against his enemies, thought of complex strategies instinctively without even being aware of their complexity, and had only met a handful of people who fell into that night aim. Minato, and now Naruto. Although he was incredibly happy that Naruto was in that category, he felt a pang of fear for the village. Naruto ever decided to get revenge on the village for the treatment he received growing up. No one could stop him with his fighting instinct, his talent, his chakra capacity. Naruto's potential was practically unlimited. Wow, impressive, Naruto-kun, said Yusin sincerely, although there was a possibility that Naruto would turn against the village. Yusin knew it would never happen. Naruto was forgiving by nature and so kind-hearted that he would hesitate to kill a fly. Well, unless Hinata was in danger. Naruto smiled radiantly at Okage's words. Thank you, Gigi, completely forgetting his previous disappointment. Okage nodded, although he wasn't happy with the circumstances. I needed to talk to you. Naruto turned to the two. Ambu, can you make sure Hinata gets home safely? He asked, receiving two nods. Oh, Kage-sama, they said in unison before guiding Hinata to the door before leaving. Hinata separated from the Ambu to hug Naruto. Thank you for saving me, Naruto-kun said, crushing him. Luckily for him, his ribs had been damaged, healed more or less during the conversation. As the white wall had eroded, Naruto not only had access to the Kyuubi to his chakra, but it seemed that it had also increased his healing ability. You don't have to thank me. I will always protect you, Yat-chan promised Naruto. With a smile, Cat's inner femininity almost surfaced at the tender demonstration, but years of Ambu training had managed to impose themselves, so he put an end to the moment. Yet, Sin, we should hurry. Your father will want to know if you are okay, he said with Yata nodded before bidding Naruto a quick farewell. Naruto turned to the Okage. What do you want to talk about? He asked in a less animated tone than he had used moments before when Hinata left. Much of her arrogant confidence went with her. She wasn't going to have a panic attack. She trusted the old Okage enough to keep Rei from attacking, but she still felt some unease. Yusin noticed, but decided not to comment. Well, Naruto-kun, I'd like to talk about your progress over the past few months. Yusin said. He knew Naruto wasn't going to like what he was saying, but it was necessary. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. Gigi looked serious. He wasn't doing well enough. Could that be the reason? If so, why was Gigi happy with his progress before he was cheating on him? Yusin noticed the panicked expression on Naruto's face and quickly dispelled his worries. I'm still delighted with your progress, Naruto-kun. However, there is something you must do, and you're not going to like it, said the Okage. Sadly, Naruto really wasn't going to like this. Naruto felt that anxiety was increasing. What should be done? Gigi asked Naruto in a meek voice, thinking about all the mean things Hyde could say. Next, the Okage sighed. Naruto-kun, me. I'm afraid you'll have to keep the last spot in the academy, he said, receiving the reaction he expected. Why do I have to be last? I beat Sasuke up. Can I be rookie of the year next year? Naruto complained. This wasn't what he expected, and although he was glad that it wasn't something he imagined, he was still not happy. Yusin sighed. I know it's incredibly unfair, and I don't doubt he could be rookie of the year, but he's just too dangerous for you. I wanted Naruto to be able to rub a thorn in Yusin's side for too long. There was a time when he called him his best friend and his greatest rival, but those days were long gone now. He felt nothing but contempt for him. The only reason he hadn't had him killed was his rot program. He allowed Danzo and his program because they were useful to the village. Of course, sometimes he had to do he turned a blind eye when they technically committed treason once or twice. But that was because he knew Danzo had Konoha's best interests at heart. He knew Danzo would never betray Konoha and was willing to do whatever it took to defend it. However, if Danzo knew how powerful Naruto could be, he would stop at nothing to turn the boy into a weapon. If he knew Naruto's talents, he would definitely try to kidnap him and turn him into a tool, regardless of Yusin's orders. That was something he didn't care about. He could afford it. Yusin knew he couldn't ignore it and that he would have to execute his former friend. Not only would he lose a devoted ninja, but also the program that handled the more complex jobs that Konoha didn't want them associated with. Plus, there was the possibility that the rot could rebel or ally itself with an enemy village. It was simply too dangerous for Naruto to get that kind of attention. What do you mean it's too dangerous? Naruto asked. If you become rookie of the year, there's a small chance of a repeat of what happened with the Uchiha using the guard. So it's unlikely, but I'd sleep better knowing there's no chance. Naruto-kun replied. Yusin, I'm getting stronger. I can protect myself, Naruto argued stubbornly. Yusin nodded. Yes, Naruto-kun, you're getting stronger, but not strong enough to defend yourself, too, like Hinata said. Yusin was playing on Naruto's fierce protective instincts to convince the boy. He knew Naruto didn't give a damn. Whatever happened to him, but Naruto would face the Shinigami himself to protect Hinata. Naruto paled considerably at that. Could it be that Hinata was hurt for being the rookie of the year? Was it possible you can't make those Ambu protect Hinata-chan? Asked, trying to find the best solution. Yuin took a drag on his pipe. Yes, I can. But there is a remote possibility that someone could get through, like what happened to you a little over a month ago. You had the Ambu watching me, Soja. They captured you, said Yusin, knowing that he was dealing a low blow, but it was best for the boy, and his safety was that it was the last. Naruto felt like he was going to throw up thinking about those horrible things that were happening to Hinata. He couldn't allow that to happen no matter what happened. Naruto nodded, showing that he understood. He didn't like it, but he would do it to protect Hinata-chan. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but this is the safest option for you, young, Hinata said. Go Yusin. Sadly, she could almost feel the disappointment emanating from Naruto. Is well, Gigi is to protect Hinata-chan, so it's worth it. See you later, said Naruto. Before leaving the next day, Hinata walked towards Naruto's house with a medical cream she had prepared. She remembered the loud cracks of Naruto's ribs as they cushioned his fall. She knew she didn't need it, but she had to do something. It had saved her life. She walked timidly through the red light district where Naruto lived and ignored the inquisitive glances of the few people on the street. After all, not every days you would see a real princess strolling through the seediest neighborhood. In Konoha, Hinata walked up the stairs to Naruto's apartment and knocked on the door, hoping it was early enough that he hadn't left. After a few knocks, she heard aloud, I'm coming. Before the door opened, revealing Naruto, dressed in his training clothes. "And Chan, what are you doing here?" "So early," she asked as he invited her into his humble home. "I made you some ointment for your ribs," he said as he hurriedly took out the small vial. Naruto blinked in surprise, but took the vial. "Thank you, Hinata-chan," Naruto said happily, putting the gift in his pocket. "I know you don't need it," he said. "Why don't you?" He paused and patted his stomach. "But I wanted to thank you for saving me," he said with a slight blush, remembering how Naruto had heroically broken his fall and saved his life. Naruto smirked when Hinata mentioned her beginnings. He had taken the news incredibly well. "Hey Hinata, I need to tell you something," he said. Naruto, with uncertainty, really worried that the information he was about to share could end their friendship. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" asked, panting slightly. They had just dodged Kodum. Once again, Naruto gulped with difficulty. "Yo, do you know Kaki?" Naruto started, not knowing very well how to tell him. They had a demon sealed inside him. Hinata looked confused. "Yes, the Yondaime killed him when he attacked Konoha," replied, wondering what the QB had to do with what Naruto had told her. Naruto, he took a deep breath. "What if I told you he wasn't dead?" Naruto asked hesitantly. He really didn't want to do this, but Hinata-chan deserved to know. Hinata's eyes widened in fear. Her father had told her stories about the giant fox and how it almost destroyed the village. That thing was still alive. Everyone was in danger. "What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Kakue is still alive?" he asked fearfully, his stuttering getting worse with fear. Naruto nodded slowly. The Yondaime couldn't kill him, but he could seal him into something. "Oh, someone," finished Naruto, waiting for the reaction of his first and only friend. Hinata's eyes widened, even more understanding what Naruto was saying. He may have been young, but he was no idiot. "I know it. I'm inside," you asked Hinata, with an almost incredulous tone, wanting to clarify that she had been right. She let out a small cry of anguish when Naruto lifted his shirt and showed her the seal on his belly. "I found out last night, but I understand if she doesn't want to be his friend anymore," Naruto said sadly as he pulled down his shirt, refusing to look her in the eyes. "I know. How does it fit in your tummy?" asked Hinata. Naruto snapped his head up. That was his only question. How did a giant fox manage to fit inside him? Then he realized what Hinata was doing. She was letting him know that she didn't care that he was a Jinchuriki, that she still thought of him as a friend. Naruto smiled at him, radiantly. "No idea." Into flashback. "You don't have to thank me. I will always protect you," he promised with a smile, making the young Yuga blush. "And I will do my best to protect you," Naruto-kun promised. Nat too. Naruto smiled. "Since you're here, want to train with me?" he asked, and Hinata nodded enthusiastically. "Try to keep up," she said as she ran off. Later that day, Hinata walked down the stairs with difficulty to go to lunch with Naruto. Her morning workout left her feeling like jelly, and she hadn't even completed a third of what Naruto did. She really didn't understand how he greeted her with so much enthusiasm and wasn't lying on the floor moaning in pain. "Hurry up, Hinata-chan, before someone take our place," he said without the slightest trace of tiredness in his voice. Hinata nodded and forced herself to move a little faster. It took a few minutes, but Hinata finally went down the stairs and came out next to the tree. Unfortunately, there was an unpleasant scene in the tree. "What are you doing here? Do you want me to break your other arm?" Naruto growled and took a threatening step forward. Naruto couldn't stand Sasuke. He was a ringleader who made all his followers reject Hinata-chan after they became friends with Sasuke. He frowned and was about to retort, but stopped when he remembered why he was there. "Sorry," Sasuke growled, using a word that was almost unfamiliar to him. He wasn't happy about having to apologize to two commoners, but he tried to follow Itachi's teachings. Naruto and Hinata blinked, definitely not expecting this. Naruto recovered first. "Sorry, why, team?" he asked, not believing Sasuke at all. Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Sorry for being mean." He almost snapped as if the words were his. "Will cause pain." Hinata looked at Sasuke in surprise. "We accept your apology," she said, glaring at Naruto. So he wouldn't argue. Naruto saw the look and turned to Sasuke. "Okay, we forgive you." He lied. He could never forgive someone who could have ordered that to be done to him. Sasuke nodded and started to say goodbye. "Are you waiting? Do you want to be friends?" asked Hinata, thinking that if Sasuke had apologized now, they could be friends. It was hard for Sasuke not to scorn the offer of friendship. Why would he want to make friends with the two outcasts in his class? "No, I don't want to be your friend. I'll just try not to be so cruel," Sasuke snapped at Hinata, but he ran away when Naruto took a few steps in his direction with the intention of breaking his other arm for addressing Hinata-chan like that. That was strange, Naruto commented as they watched Sasuke leave. Hinata nodded in agreement. Although she was a little sad about not having made a new friend, she was still happy that Sasuke wouldn't try to bully them anymore. Okay, let's go. Lunch, said Naruto as he opened his lunchbox. So now that I'm a ninja, I don't have to hide my skills, he asked. The young blonde boy had shaggy dark blonde hair almost to his shoulders with two bangs that framed his tan face and three faint whisker-like marks on each cheek. He wore a fitted soft leather high-collar sleeveless vest that was usually unbuttoned. He wore matching black pants tied at the ankles with white bandages. He had two port takana and matching space for scrolls on both legs, as well as black fingerless gloves with a metal plate on top and matching scramblers instead of the usual blue sandals. Naruto wore black ones. Everything was very fashionable, but no one knew that Naruto's outfit wasn't his choice. His best friend had picked everything out for him after seeing him in a neon orange jumpsuit. Seeing that monstrosity, I no longer trust Naruto to pick his own clothes. Yet the Naruto looked cool and you don't have to hold back anymore. Although I'm not sure you would have really tried, said Irisar Toby, giving the TR-year-old boy a mocking look. Although Naruto had agreed to stay in last place, he would occasionally show off his strength to make sure everyone stayed away from Hinata. It seemed Naruto had taken his words seriously when he said he might go after Hinata. Because of Naruto, at first Yusin was furious with Naruto. He had completely denied his true intentions, however. Naruto never showed his true strength. He gave his all. He simply let it be seen that he was better than he appeared. It wasn't uncommon for academy students to hide their true abilities. One day they would become shinobi, and these shinobi used every hidden ace they could find, although they usually came from Yusin clans. He hoped that they would think that Naruto did the same. Yusin knew that was taking to the point of being a mameluco, but as long as no one knew how far ahead Naruto was, he should be safe from Danzo's claws. Great, said Naruto, dedicating it to him. Okage smiled crookedly. I tried to. It's not my fault that I'm so incredibly powerful that I keep all my abilities hidden, he said flippantly. Though it was mostly a joke, there was still some truth to it. Over the years, he'd made the occasional slip of the tongue, and now people knew that he'd been hiding his strength. Yuin chuckled. I'm sure they did. Now, when you decide to take over, try not to overdo it. Honestly, I don't need any more paperwork, Yusin pleaded. It felt like he'd been at that damn desk for so long. That could be attributed to him breaking a momentous discovery he had when he was 8 years old. He finally realized that since he didn't care what people thought, he never had to bother with censoring himself. He could say anything he wanted and do anything he wanted as long as it wasn't illegal, although he also did most of the illegal things thus. Hell Week was born, a week full of pranks for everyone and everything. No one was safe and nothing was sacred when it came to Naruto pranks. Only last year, he vandalized the monument or cage 5 times, organizing a group gathering of unattractive people to surround the Yuga compound. When they trained their all-seeing eyes, he left unsolvable riddles in the Nara household, causing Shikaku to have a mini meltdown. When he couldn't solve one of the riddles, he released several beehives in the Aburame clan compound, giving the Akimichi food poisoning intervention, causing a swarm of aphids to be released in the Yamanaka flower shop. Also, he played pranks on the Hyunin, stole a certain masked ninja's favorite book, and demanded a ransom for it instead of money. Forced Kakashi to do embarrassing things in public, one of which was forcing him to wear his eternal rival's green jumpsuit, staged accidents, and closed down all of Konoha's dango shops. Anko screams could be heard all over the village. He also played pranks on the Ambu, threw paint bombs at their bases and training grounds, and even went so far as to write their names on his masks without knowing it. He had played a prank on a rot base. He decided that their white masks were too boring and went to the trouble of decorating them. Danzo almost had a heart attack when he found out. The situation had become so serious after the first week of hell that Yusin used it as training for Ambu to improve their reaction times in case of terrorist attacks. The victims, and there were many, demanded Naruto's imprisonment. What he was doing must have been highly illegal. It was true. However, they couldn't imprison him. Simply because I left no evidence, I'm afraid. I don't understand what you mean, Gigi. I don't know anything about this, Hell Week, said Naruto, innocently with a tone of pride, not a little evident. He loved Hell Week. I'm sure you are innocent of all charges, replied Husin with sarcasm, but with a loving tone. He knew that Naruto not only celebrated realizing that he could do whatever he wanted, but also that it was one of his ways of demonstrating his strength. He knew that it was no coincidence that he hit those who they had been mean to Hinata that year. Of course, they had now. I do believe that you owe me money. Gigi. Naruto held out his hand. Expectantly, he waited for payment for his first rank mission to Mitsuki. He had tried to convince Naruto to steal the Forbidden Scroll and learn a jutsu. He accepted when Mitsuki told him that she could guarantee that Naruto would end up on the same team as Hinata. But instead of sneaking out to steal it, Naruto entered the Okage's office. He told him what Mitsuki was planning, and the Okage allowed him take the scroll. Naruto had gone to the clearing and decided to take a look at the Forbidden Scroll, completely unprepared for what he was going to see when he read the first jutsu. He didn't know what to think there. It was the jutsu that he had used to train for years. He sincerely believed that he had invented it himself. He couldn't think of any explanation for knowing a jutsu that already existed. Naruto reflected on his strange instincts and questioned them as the years went by. He knew that it was incredibly strange that his body knew how to do things that I had never heard of. How he knew how to throw a kuna, and when people tried to teach him wrong, how he mastered taijutsu and kenjutsu styles with total ease. How the hell did he know a jutsu that already existed? He couldn't think of an answer. Naruto was seriously considering asking Okage what was going on, but first he wanted to do some research. If he didn't find anything, he would definitely ask Gigi. Naruto had defeated Mitsuki with terrifying ease and had given him back the scroll. That's why he was about to collect Yusin smirked as he tossed a scroll to Naruto. Here is your pay for your first unofficial mission, although I will put it on your file as an officer rank. I try to spend some of it on something other than food, said the Okage, joking about Naruto's rank in the Akimichi dining book. Naruto's training regimen was impressive, even gay, and his clone paled at the insanity Naruto performed daily. Due to this and the resistance seal he had developed, the intake, the caloric intake he had to maintain, was incredible. Naruto on average ate around 12,000 calories a day to stay healthy. It wasn't uncommon for him to eat outside of a store when he visited one. In fact, it was so common that restaurant owners encouraged Naruto to eat at their restaurant. In the end, he had gotten it right. He was now an impressive 1.48 m tall. Not bad for a 13-year-old considering he still had a lot of growing to do. Haha, hee, how funny, Naruto said as he put the scroll in his pocket. Yusin was about to answer, but was interrupted by a child's voice shouting, "Elder Guard, get ready to hand that over," the child shouted as he ran towards the Okage with a shuriken. Naruto reacted without thinking. He thought his surrogate grandfather was a danger, so he didn't even realize the attacker was a child until it was too late. He channeled some chakra from the sole of his foot and extended it towards the boy's leg. A small phantom hand emerged from the ground and grabbed the boy's ankle, causing him to fall. Naruto blinked in surprise as the Okage lowered his hat in embarrassment. This was the third assassination attempt on his grandson this week. Konohamaru slowly stood up, rubbing his sore throat, feeling incredibly embarrassed for tripping over something insignificant. But he couldn't let people know that. So naturally, he blamed someone. "You tripped me," he accused Naruto, unknowingly hitting the nail on the head. Although Naruto regretted tripping the boy, he did. That this one tried to kill Gigi. Naruto remained stubborn. "It's not like I saw it, brat. You've tripped over your own feet." He lied naturally. "You too," yelled Konohamaru as he approached Naruto, as if he should back away in fear of his presence. He got an unpleasant surprise when Naruto grabbed him by the top of his loose shirt. "The honorable grandson," yelled a new voice. Horrified, Naruto looked behind him and saw a man dressed in black from head to toe with matching black glasses. Naruto looked at the boy, who was smiling with petulance in his hands. "Aren't you going to hit me because my grandfather is the cashier?" said arrogantly the Okage. He lowered his hat so he wouldn't be called to testify about what would happen next. "You've made a grave mistake, my grandson. I don't care if she's your grandmother," Naruto yelled as he stabbed the boy. It didn't matter because he was wearing a helmet. Konohamaru bounced when Ebisu let out an anguished scream. He didn't think that the demon brat would actually go so far as to attack the honorable grandson in front of the Okage. Now that he's already solved, "I'm going to look for Hinata-cha." "See you, Gigi," said Naruto as he brushed past an Ebisu, who glared at him. Naruto could practically feel the hatred behind his glasses. Ebisu looked at Okage, confused why he didn't demand the head of that demon on a silver platter for attacking his kind Yusen side. When Isa looked at him like Naruto, he could feel the anger emanating from Ebisu towards the blonde Okagesima. That boy just attacked his honorable grandson. I didn't see anything, said Yusen with a painfully false tone before Ebisu could answer. Konohamaru groaned as he regained consciousness. I see you're awake, Kono-chan, said Yusen using his nickname for his grandson. Konohamaru replied with another groan of pain while holding his head. Who was that guy? Konohamaru asked. Wanted to meet the boy who was different from the rest of the village. Yusen smiled at his grandson. That was Naruto Uzumaki, one of the greatest heroes from this village, Yusen said, giving Ebisu a warning look that caught Konohamaru's attention. Seriously, what did he do? He asked, excited. Yusen smiled back at him. Naruto-kun protects the village from something that could wipe it out in a second, every day, and never gets thanked for it, Yusen replied. Yusen wondered if he was sharing too much information, but quickly dismissed the idea. Konohamaru was young and had been taught that the Kubi had died with the Yondaime. He would never make the connection. Konohamaru's eyes went wide in amazement, while Isu successfully resisted the urge to click his tongue. Not only was he in presence of his Okage, and that would be a total lack of respect if not with Hamaru, he would ask him why he didn't like the brat. Ebisu adjusted his glasses. Come on, honorable grandson, we have to train, said Ebisu, before noticing that a third member was missing in the room with Naruto. Naruto walked down the street toward the bakery that Hinata visited frequently. She used to be there eating cinnamon buns or other sweets. It turns out the Yuga heiress had a real sweet tooth. Naruto yawned loudly while putting his arms behind his head, taking the opportunity to peek out of the corner of his eye, and saw that a box-shaped rock was still following him. He didn't know who was following him, but they were doing it very badly. It didn't take long for Naruto to get tired of his second shadow, so he climbed up to the rooftops to escape the rock. Minutes later, he approached the bakery and saw Hinata in her usual spot by the window, smiling. He walked in like a regular customer. Hello, Naruto-san. Is there anything we can bring you today? Said an excited and happy man behind the counter. Naruto shook his head. I'm not just here for Hinata-chan, said, and was almost shocked to see it. So quickly the man's face went from happy to disgust at his mere presence. Although he tried to hide it in its usual place, he said with barely concealed contempt before going to check on a pastry. Naruto smiled as he watched Hinata devouring a cinnamon buoy, completely ignoring the shocked looks from some new customers. He had no idea that Hinata never beat around the bush about his favorite food. When he was about to give another big bite, Naruto took it from her hands and slid into the seat across from her with ease. She glared at him, but a soft smile played on her lips. Hey, Hinata-chan, how are you tonight? She asked while taking a bite of the stolen candy Hinata sighed before underscoring for another cinnamon buoy from the almost empty box. It was fine until you showed up, she said sweetly, while she also took a bite of her treat. Naruto gave his best friend a sly smile. Oh yeah, that's good then. I won't pay for your meal, he said, offended, and Nat frowned, putting aside the usual inside joke. Naruto-kun, I asked you to stop stealing. That was the secret of how Naruto paid his incredible food expenses. He broke into the houses of those who had too much money, and to be honest, they didn't deserve it. He stole valuable items and sold them on the black market in the red light district. Naruto didn't really see that what he was doing was wrong. He took from those who had too much and tried to make their lives hell, plus it gave him good practice with his Gansu skills. And Jilo. Naruto raised his arms in defense. I didn't steal anything. I only received my payment. Naruto absent-mindedly turned his hands, and a scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. He didn't use chakra or Fuinjutsu. It was in Hinata's opinion magic, and she never got tired of seeing it for the rank mission. He ended grinning like a fool at Hinata's broken but happy expression. The Okage gave you a rank mission when what was it? Hinata started to ramble, but Naruto stopped her when she raised a hand. No, technically the Okage didn't give it to me. It was more of a coincidentally. Yesterday, Mitsuki tried to trick me into stealing the forbidden scroll, and when I told Gigi about it, he asked me to play along and see if Mitsuki was collaborating with anyone. I quickly beat him up and received my payment this morning, Naruto summarized. But then a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Although something happened, my cloning jutsu? Naruto asked Hinata and received a nod. Well, before Mitsuki came, I checked the forbidden scroll, and the first jutsu it contained was something called the jutsu Shadow Clone is a solid clone, made exclusively of chakra that can send its memories back to the original Hinata's eyes wide Naruto had just described the jutsu his instincts had told him to do years ago. But how is that, Hinata asked, shocked. Naruto bowed seriously. I have no idea. I reread the text more than a dozen times. It's the same jutsu down to the last detail. Naruto said, I don't know how, but my instincts told me that recreating a jutsu that already existed is a kenjutsu. Naruto whispered with a conspiratorial air while playing with the black headband he wore on his forehead, almost hidden by his messy hair. Have you asked the Okage? Hinata asked, thinking that she would be the first person Naruto would go to when it came to jutsus. Naruto shook his head. To tell the truth, he was still afraid that Tu would stop loving him if he proved to be a __ weirdo. He desperately wanted to ask the old man, but he would only do it when he had no other choice. Naruto shook his head. I want to do some research before take this to Gigi. Hinata's gaze softened as she understood Naruto's true reluctance, but she said nothing. She simply gave him a tender smile, letting him know that she would always be there for him, as he had been for Naruto. Was about to say something, but was interrupted when a square box moved a few feet from their table. Naruto looked at it in disbelief. Who in their right mind would design such poor camouflage? It was the same box-shaped rock and the same texture as the gravel outside. Did he really believe this stalker who was going to trick someone into a store? Hinata looked at Naruto curiously. Is it yours? She asked Hinata, giving her best friend an amused look. Naruto seemed deep in thought. I don't remember adopting any stones lately, he said as he threw the remains of a cinnamon boyo at the stone. Why are you following me? He asked before the stone exploded in a colorful burst of smoke. As the smoke cleared, Hinata and Naruto saw it was with Hamaru. I see you figured out my clever disguise, the smaller boy exclaimed loudly. Hinata giggled. The kid was adorable. You're that brat from Gigi's office. Why are you following me? Naruto asked, although he was a little impressed that he could move. He had hit the boy harder than he meant to. I'm not a brat, he yelled with Amaru denying it. And following you because I want you to train me, he said with a cocky smirk. No way, Amaru grimaced. But why? Please teach me, boss, he begged. An apathetic Naruto rolled his eyes until they fell on Hinata, who was giving him a you know what look. He sighed. He could never tell him. There's no Nat-chan. Why do you want him to be your sensei? You don't have one anymore, Naruto asked, thinking about the man staring at him in Gigi's office. Konohamaru nodded sadly. Yeah, but he never teaches me anything good, and he's not a hero like you, he replied to a confused-looking Naruto. He didn't remember doing anything particularly heroic lately. Oh yeah, I'm a hero, Naruto asked, wondering where Hamura got that idea from. The boy nodded. Yes, Gigi told me. How do you protect the village every day from something that could wipe us out in an instant? But he didn't say you can tell me. He asked Hamaru, his eyes shining. He imagined his new chief taking down a giant army of ninjas with ease. Naruto resisted laughter at the boy's naivete, but settled for hitting him on the helmet. Sorry, I can't tell you, but I guess I can find some time to train you. While Konohamaru started jumping for joy, Naruto looked at Hinata. Do you want to? Come, Hinata-chan asked. Nat shook her head. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I have a training match with my little sister, said. Sadly, Nat always won the matches thanks to the hard training that she and Naruto had maintained for years. However, she hated the sparring sessions because she felt that her family was torn apart with each one. Every time she won, Anabe would storm out muttering, I hate you all the time. Her father praised her, which only worsened the relationship between her and her sister since she criticized Anabe. The elders glared at her. They hated her, not only for her friendship with Naruto, but also because she had developed her own style of gentle fist. They thought she was subverting years of tradition. Naruto gave her a knowing smile, which made her cheeks flare in agreement. Inat-chan, tell Anabe I told her to make sure to keep her elbows up, Naruto said as he stood up. He had been helping Anabe with her stances on the rare occasions he caught them training. You would think it would be incredibly weird for a non-Yuga to help a Yuga with their stances, but Anabe knew that Naruto helped Hinata with his own style. Naturally, she wanted him to do the same. To her, Konohamaru looked at them both. Hey babe, are you from the boss? She raised her pinky. Hinata blushed deeply, and her vision went dark, but she resisted the urge to faint. Despite being much more confident, she always turned into a stuttering fool whenever her romantic feelings for him came out. The blonde Naruto had no idea what she felt for him and seemed completely oblivious to her attempts to start something between them. For example, she accidentally brushed against his hand trying to make him understand that she wanted him to hold her. He would simply mumble a sorry. She thought about just telling him her feelings, but as stated before, every time her romantic feelings for Naruto came up, she would stutter so much that even if she managed to stay awake long enough to tell him, his stuttering was so bad that no one could have understood what he had said. Naruto's cheeks also flushed. Hearing Konohamaru's silly words, he had feelings for his lifelong best friend, but he never did. Not only did he not want to create an awkward situation between him and his only real friend, but he had also heard of the friend zone, and he was pretty sure that was what was happening to him. Hinata often referred to him as her best friend, and all the guys knew that once you were in the friend zone was almost impossible to get out. However, Naruto accepted his fate no matter what, and Hinata never reciprocated his feelings. He would be by her side. Even if she eventually had to marry someone else for her clan, he would stay by her side. As she said, "I do," and ripped his heart out. As she did, "Why do you have to say that, Brad?" he said with blushing cheeks. "Come on, let's get started with your training," he said hastily as he grabbed Konohamaru by the scarf and said a quick goodbye to Hinata. Almost ran out of the store with the Okage. Yusin was sitting at his desk with the office full of jounin. He took a drag on his pipe before saying rhetorically, "Know that you are here to receive your genin teams." The Huning murmured there. Most of them didn't have much desire to face a genin team. When a Huning faced a genin team, they usually postponed their career for a while because they had to train the brats assigned to them. However, there were two exceptions, Keikiya and Kurina. Kakashi didn't. He could be more excited if he tried. He would finally be able to interact with his little brother face to face instead of through scrolls. He would finally be able to protect and train him like he should have for the past 13 years. He was looking forward to training his surrogate little sister. In the end, the stress of Hinata constantly disappearing was too much for him to handle. He suffered a minor breakdown. However, the most important thing was that Kyulin had taken on the task and considered her his little sister. She didn't have that much interaction with the girl as she wanted, because under the supervision of she ran off to train with Naruto, but when the two interacted, one would think they were real sisters. "Let's start," said Yusin, while picking up the paper that described the most suitable teams. Although most teams were formed by degrees, some specialized in skills and teamwork. An example would be Team Hino Shiko Team, a started Husin Team, S. Naruto, Uzumaki Hinata Yuga, and Sasuke Uchiha, under the command of Kakashi Attack, Yusin said with some reluctance, knowing that he was about to receive a reprimand. "I detest this job. With all due respect, Okama, but it's really prudent to put Sasuke Uchiha on the same team as Naruto Uzumaki. I understand that Uchiha doesn't get along with others, especially with Uzumaki, and it's hard for him to empathize with anyone. This would be a serious problem on any team, but with those two, it will only get worse, and all three will fail," Kakashi said with slight anger. In his opinion, Sasuke was a bully, and he would prefer someone else. "If I were on his team," Yuin sighed. "Kakashi, you're the last Sharingan user in this village. You must teach young Sasuke how to use it when he wakes up," Yusin replied, receiving a one-eyed angry look in response. "Sasuke doesn't understand teamwork. He doesn't understand empathy. He should be on a team with a Jinjutsu specialist or a Yamanaka, regardless of their dojutsu. The boy needs psychological help that I am not qualified to provide. We all know that I am not a mental health specialist, without a doubt. I can dedicate the time to train him in the use of the Sharingan if he ever succeeds, but that is not enough reason to harm two other shinobi candidates," Kakashi declared with a serious tone, surprising several of the jounin present. It was well known that teams pass or fail together. Yusin looked at Kakashi with narrowed eyes. "We both know that Naruto is smart enough to see through your test. He will convince Sasuke to work with Hinata and himself. And need I remind you that when you face a genin team, favoritism is not allowed. You are there to train their strengths and eliminate their weaknesses and bad habits in case they approve. That is what you will do with Sasuke's arrogance," warned Kakashi. He understood Lokage's intention, but he did not believe that it was possible to free Uchiha from his arrogance. Once it had taken hold of him, he could only think of three Uchiha who did not possess the arrogance characteristic of their clan Obito Shushi. Kakashi firmly believed that the only reason why they had been the exception, it was simply because they had never given in to arrogance. Death, God bless him. He was a fool before he died and never took anything seriously. And from his few interactions with him, it was the same. Itachi seemed to have an uncanny conviction that the teachings of his clan were wrong. While in a way, Itachi had the right to be arrogant. That was not the only reason why Kakashi did not want Sasuke on his team. Months after the Ukiah massacre, Sasuke finally understood. The lesson his late relative had taught Naruto. When he beat him in a sparring match years ago, his reaction was unexpected. Sasuke didn't care. Kakashi didn't know if the boy had finally become a psychopath or was simply in denial that his clan could do something so terrible. But Sasuke didn't care in the slightest. He apologized, but it was by no means sincere. He just didn't care. It's not favoritism. I've been following this year's class, and I don't even need to put them to the test to find out that Naruto and Sasuke would self-destruct as a team, causing untold problems. He launched almost as a last resort. Yusin seemed deep in thought. Kakashi had come up with a good argument. Naruto and Sasuke could barely stand being in the same room. His original idea of them being on the same team was that they would both be professionals. They wouldn't let their hatred for each other stop them from completing a mission. But Kakashi had reminded the old Okage that maybe he was putting too much faith in it, that they were still children. You sighed. Yes, I understand your point. Maybe Naruto and Sasuke aren't professional enough to put aside their personal feelings for the mission. Yusin admitted, cursing his age. Yuan had noticed that he wasn't as sharp as he was just a year ago. He forgot small details and was unable to see patterns or foresee conflicts like the one that had just occurred. He could still remember things, if they were important enough, or if a life depended on it. He could foresee a conflict, but who knew how many? Moments of clarity remained to him. He was being betrayed by his mind and body. If he didn't find a successor soon, then he could only fear the worst. He looked back at the paper's team. 7 now consists of Hinata, Yuga, Naruto, Uzumaki, Kiba, and Nusuke under the command of Kakashi. Take as an assault team / heavy tracking. Husin declared before looking at Kenai, who looked like he was about to explode with anger. It seems unfair that Kakashi Take chooses his squad while the rest of our preferences are ignored. I submitted a formal request to form a tracking team with Hinata, Yuga, Kusuka, Shino, Aburame. Kurenai said, barely concealing her anger with forced politeness. Joun and Attack gave a valid reason to change teams. A conflict I overlooked because I'm more used to dealing with professional ninjas than with young people from the academy, Yusin said with an authoritarian and furious look. Besides, formal requests don't guarantee that you'll get what you want, and you know it. Team 8 will be composed of Sasuke, Ukiah, Sakura, Aruno, and Shino Aburame under the command of Kurina as a genjutsu / tracking team. Husin said sternly in a moment of clarity. Kurenai knew that Sakura had a great aptitude for genjutsu, and that Sasuke must also have natural talent in that field. Sasuke could also be the team leader with the jutsu. He should learn from Kakashi, the Sharingan. All 3 had potential as trackers, and if Sasuke got his family summoning contract with cats, he could be even better than an Inuzuka. Kurenai nodded, showing that she understood and accepted the change. She would have much preferred to have the team she had requested. However, she knew that unlike Kakashi, she had no valid reason to push for another change. Yuan mentally patted himself on the back, proud of himself for calming the situation down. Given that Team New is still in rotation, Team 10 will consist of Shikamaru Koya, Kimi Ino Yamanaka, under the command of Asuma Sarutobi as the capture and interrogation team. Husin ended up receiving the team. A nod from his son. You are all dismissed with Naruto lay on a log as he watched Konohamaru fail once again at the jutsu. Sexy. Despite it being such a perverted jutsu, it was really ingenious. Most shinobi were male, and males were all perverts deep down, so it was a great distraction technique. Plus Naruto could only imagine the chaos Konohamaru would bring with such a jutsu. Naruto smiled slightly at the thought. You have the curve part right, but they're in the wrong places. Naruto commented again as he watched another failed attempt. It's too difficult, he shouted with a frustrated Hamaru. He had been practicing this jutsu for hours. Naruto sighed. That's the attitude of the future Okage, Naruto asked rhetorically as Amaru had told Naruto her reasons for attacking Gigi daily, as well as her insecurities about how everyone saw him as the honorable grandson and not as her own person. A few hours ago, Amaru puffed out his cheeks, annoyed by Naruto's words before trying to know the jutsu. However, before he could do it, a voice interrupted him. "Honorable grandson, I've been looking for you everywhere," said Ebisu, while jumping from a nearby tree. Kinomaru looked surprised and then decided, "Go, the boss is teaching me now," shouted Isu, clicked his tongue at the mention of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. "Honorable grandson, this boy is nothing but a complete idiot. While I am an elite Hing, I can teach you the secrets and shortcuts to become H with Amaru," interrupted him, shouting, "There is no shortcuts. You have to work hard to become Okage, and don't call the boss the last one is way cooler than you." Before Ebisu could defend himself, Kinomaru yelled the name of his new technique, Sexy Jutsu. A puff of smoke surrounded the boy, but as it dissipated, a beautiful busted brunette took his place. Ebisu took a few steps back, but was otherwise unaffected by the jutsu. "Honorable grandson, you shouldn't waste your time with such a silly technique," he scolded while fixing his glasses. "Why isn't it working?" yelled Amar as he walked back to his original form. "Because he's a closet pervert. You need something stronger to deal with his kind," replied Naruto as he got up from his log. "But don't worry, I have a technique that will work wonders on him." "I sincerely doubt it." "Jinjutsu pervert's paradise," shouted Naruto, using one of the two Jinjutsu. He knew the effect was immediate. Ebisu fell silent as a huge perverted smile began to form along with two twin streams of blood from his nose. Naruto walked over and gave him a light elbow to the forehead, making him fall to the ground while still sporting his perverted smile. "What happened to him?" he asked, with Hamaru giving a small kick to the ribs of his assigned tutor to see if he really was unconscious. "He subjected him to a Jinjutsu where all his perverted fantasies will come true. It is very dangerous because once inside you may never want to leave," Naruto replied with a threatening tone before looking at the sun and seeing that dinner time was approaching. "I think that's enough training for today. Let's go house," said Naruto as he walked towards the Sarutobi clan compound. "Okay, boss," shouted Kanemaru. He quickly followed him with Hinata. Hinata deflected a blow towards her stomach and quickly placed 3 blows on her attacker's arm, rendering the limb useless. Anabai jumped back, ignoring her now useless arm. She was about to launch another series of attacks, but was stopped enough. "Anabai," said her father. Anabai seemed reluctant, but obeyed along with Hinata. "Yes, father," they said in unison, and if she looked at both of them, how was it? "As expected, Hinata, you were excellent. You showed precision and speed worthy of the Yuga heiress." Hinata nodded, without expecting what would happen next. Yasi looked at her youngest daughter, who was trying to ignore the tingling in her arm. "Anabai, your form has many flaws, and you lack speed and precision. Maybe this can be justified by your age, but you will not always be young. Train harder. You may not be the heiress, but I do not want a weak member of the main branch, and much less my own daughter," he said, harshly looking at his daughter with disappointment. A look Hinata had become familiar with during her first few years of life. Anabai visibly flinched with every word and replied in a very sullen tone, "Yes, father, if it weren't for his pride, he would have burst into tears. He always felt like he was in his sister's shadow, and no matter what she did, she wasn't good enough." "Okay, you have the rest of the day off." He looked at Abi. "If I were you, I would use that time to improve my stances." With that, he left the dojo. Yada looked at his trembling sister with a soft expression. Anabai said as she reached out to comfort her, but someone slapped her away. "Leave me alone," shouted Anabai as she turned towards the door that led to the training yard. "I could help you with your training," Anabai yelled Hinata desperately to her sister, trying to stop the gap between them from getting any bigger. Anabai scoffed, "I don't need you to train me. You're only strong because that Naruto guy trains you," she snapped before storming off, leaving a sad-looking Hinata. Hinata looked the door her father left through. "Father, don't you see you're destroying our family?" she whispered to herself as she too was leaving the dojo the next day. Naruto, Yada, and Kiba were sitting in their empty classroom. Their sensei arrived over an hour and a half late. "Do you think since he's known me for years, he wouldn't call me that guy, Naruto? That's a bit insulting," Naruto commented as Hinata told him how Anabai had stormed off the other day. "Naruto-kun," said Hinata sadly as Naruto's attempt to make her smile failed. "It worked." Naruto sighed heavily. "There isn't much you can do. Hinata-chan, you've tried talking to your father, but he won't listen. You've tried helping Anabai, and she hates you for being stronger than her." Naruto stayed quiet, shrugging, telling people there was no way to win was out of character for Naruto, but he and Nada had done their best to mend the rift in the Yuga clan. The rift had only grown in the past 7 years, and Naruto Didn't know what to do. Could you help her with her posturing? More often she thinks I did so strong because I trained with you, asked Hinata Anabai. Would never admit it, but she put Naruto on a pedestal she had seen his insane training once and instantly respected. The blonde, she thought he was completely crazy for doing a third of what he did, but she respected him immensely. Naruto nodded yes. I will train her when I have time to train with Amaru. He thought about it for a couple of seconds. It's going to be a fun couple of hours. He muttered with a giggle, and Nato smiled warmly. Thanks, Naruto Kun Naruto. Simply. Return the smile. You don't have to thank me. Hinata-chan, wait. You just became a genin. Why the hell do you already have students? Yelled Kiba. Yakamaru gave him a supportive bark. Naruto seemed to think maybe it's because I'm cooler than you, or maybe because you smell like wet dog, he replied with a mocking tone. Naruto didn't hate Kiba, nor did he dislike him. They had a lot in common: pranks, skipping class, falling asleep in class, and sarcasm. And they both had feelings for the heiress and escape. Kiba had tried several times to formally court Hinata. He couldn't, simply asking her out because they were both heirs to the clan. But Naruto sabotaged every attempt. He crashed and destroyed her nice clothes. He put laxatives in her food. He gave Akamaru fleas. And by extension, the list went on. And on. It got to the point that Yasi commented that he would never have to act like an overprotective father because Naruto already fulfilled that role. Hinata didn't particularly like dates with Kivin and the other suitors, but she could never get out of them because of politics. She was always grateful that Naruto will always cause trouble and give suitors reasons to cut the date short. Kiba grunted. No, I don't smell like wet dog. But this time, Kamaru didn't express his agreement. If you do, I'm surprised that even Kamaru can stand being around you. You must be a very loyal friend. Naruto replied in a playful tone. He chuckled when Kamaru barked in a sign of traitorous feelings. I don't smell like wet dog. Tell him. Hinata-chan growled. She was going again, hoping that Hinata would come to her defense. Fortunately for Hinata, the door was. He opened it and revealed a masked hang with gravity, defying silver hair. Hello, are you from Team 7? He asked, innocently acting shy and sorry for being late. He wasn't in the least bit sorry. He had considered showing up on time to see his little brother for once, but decided against it. He had an image to uphold. Admittedly, it wasn't a great one, but it was his reputation, and he would do whatever he wanted with it. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man. His voice sounded incredibly familiar, but he didn't recognize his eye or his hair since they were the only thing visible. Yes, you're late, sensei, roared Kiba, and Akamaru barked along with their master. Kakashi rubbed the back of his neck lazily, a habit that Naruto also had. Excuse me, I had to help an old lady with her shopping, he replied with the same shy tone. No one in the room believed him, but none of them made any comments. Well, see you on the roof, said Kakashi as he walked away with Shunshin and went up to the roof. The three genin looked at each other as if they silently agreed that they had been given the beating with the senseis before getting up and heading to the rooftop. On the roof, the three genin sat on the steps in front of their new sensei, who was reading an orange book. That Naruto recognized. Our sensei is a terrible liar and a great pervert. He closed a romance novel and looked at his new future soldiers. Since they are all here, why don't they introduce themselves? Things like their name, likes, hobbies, dreams for the future, things like that. He said lazily, tilted his head towards Hinata. Start you. My name is Hinata, and Hogami. I like to train the cinnamon boyos in Naruto-kun. I don't like perverts or abusers. I gave him a meaningful look after Kakashi, after also recognizing the poor quality book. My hobbies are training with Naruto-kun and pressing flowers. And my dream for the future is to get rid of most of my clan's traditions when I become chief. Hinata said shyly. She didn't stutter, but she spoke softly by nature. Kakashi nodded. He knew almost all of that for following them until last year, but it was always, well, find out by less disturbing methods. Naruto decided that he would be next. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like training, food in general, heaven, and Ainat-chan. He said after deciding to exclude Hell Week, just in case. I don't like arrogant bastards, closed places, or people who try to hurt Hinata-chan. My hobbies are pranks, training, creating new seals, and training with Hinata-chan. My dreams for the future, becoming Okage. No, king of the world, maybe. Naruto wondered. Snapping his fingers. My dream is to become emperor of the universe, he said with a smile. just now deciding on a dream. It wasn't his true dream. His true dream was to help Hinata fulfill hers and protect her until his last breath. He also wanted to be able to fly. Naruto couldn't explain it, but he always felt drawn to the sky. It had gotten to the point that Hinata once said that she was more used to seeing his bare neck when looking up than his face. It just felt like belonged in heaven, not chained to earth by gravity. Kakashi nodded, knowing his aversion to close quarters stemmed from his time with the Ukiyas. It tore his heart out that Naruto was still dealing with the trauma he'd suffered, but he sincerely hoped if Kurenai had done as much research on this year's genin as he had, she would have been able to make a convincing case for having Sasuke and Naruto on their team. But Naruto didn't care. Naruto refused to get therapy, even though Kakashi didn't have. He had no room to talk and refused to talk openly about what happened in the room. He didn't even talk to Hinata about it. From what Kakashi could see, Naruto had practically disappeared for the last year, showing up for Hell Week or lunch, but other than that, he was nowhere to be found. He even avoided ended trackers, some of whom were in Yusuke. Hinata knew where he had gone, but refused to tell anyone. Not even Kage told them that Naruto was in training and wanted to keep him in secret, wouldn't betray their trust. Neither the council nor the Okage were happy with that, but it was obvious that Hinata wouldn't give up. Yusin approved it. As long as she didn't do anything dangerous, no one noticed as she gulped at that. Kakashi was brought out of his musings when Kiba proclaimed out loud, "I am Kiba and Nuka. I like Kamaru and Natchan, or my clan. I don't like having to clean the kennels, nor my sisters when they bother me, nor people who don't mind their business," said Kiba while staring at Naruto, who looked at the sky. "My hobbies are playing and training with Akamaru. My dream is to become the best hunter ninja in the village," exclaimed Kiba with a fierce smile. After Kiba finished, Kakashi began his presentation. "My name is Kakashi. I don't feel like telling you what I like or don't like. My hobbies are my dream for the future that seems like something personal, so I won't tell you either," he concluded with a smile. The genin didn't seem impressed by the presentation. "We only knew his name," they all thought in unison. "Now that we've met, I'm afraid I have bad news for you. You're not even a genin yet," Naruto said, looking impassive, but inside, he was trying to think about what the man meant, and Hinata's eyes went wide. "How come we didn't pass the exam?" Kiba demanded. Kakashi just chuckled. This test was only meant to eradicate hopeless cases. Each subjects his team of potential genins to a test. Although it may seem simple, the failure rate is over 66%. And those who fail are returned to the academy," Kakashi said maliciously. Naruto frowned in confusion. "What do you mean they send them back to the academy? I haven't seen any of the graduates from there," Kakashi asked, nodding. "They're sent to another academy that focuses more on the physical aspects of being a shinobi, but even after they graduate, they don't have any instructors. They're put in the reserves until there's an opening in a genin squad, or they prove themselves worthy of being an apprentice," Kakashi explained with a small shudder, remembering how close he and his team had been of failing the exam. Naruto nodded. "That made a lot more sense if that's the only question. We'll meet at training camp 7 at 5 in the morning. Oh, and I recommend you don't eat breakfast. You'll just throw it up," he said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Naruto sighed as he stretched. "What a surprise. Do you want to go eat something?" Hinata asked. Naruto and his friend nodded after thinking about it. He turned to Kiba. "Do you want to join me, since we're teammates now?" Naruto asked with a carefree tone. He didn't really want that Kiba should accompany him, but he thought that he should at least try to get along with the Inusuka. Kiba shook his head. "I have to train for tomorrow," he lied. He just didn't want Naruto to mess with him before tomorrow's exam. The next day, Naruto was manipulating two fuse chain links that helped him control his chakra. They were made of metal that absorbed chakra, and they only separated if the user applied a very precise amount of chakra. Despite being such a simple idea, it worked very well already. That could be done in motion, and the amount of chakra varied slightly each time it was achieved. He looked at his teammates, both leaning against the training poles of the trees in the center of a clearing. Could it be a habit of the sensei? Naruto wondered aloud. His sensei was almost 2 hours late again today. "I hope not," said Hinata while standing up and stretching. Although Hinata was patient, this was ridiculous. As if it were a swirl of leaves appeared in front of them. "Hey, sorry for being late. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around," Kakashi lied, not making any effort to sound believable. The three genin broke into a sweat. "It's definitely a habit," Hinata thought sadly. "Now that we're all here, we can start the test," Kakashi began, as if someone else had arrived late. Your goal is to take these bells from me. ABA said 2 bells by noon today. If you don't succeed, they'll send you back to the academy and you'll end up in the reserve. Kakashi said as he put them away. Belt, there are only 2 bells, said Naruto with a serious expression. While looking curiously at Kakashi, he definitely knew this guy from somewhere. Kakashi smiled at him, radiantly. Very well, point for you. There are only 2 bells, so only 2 of you can pass. Whoever doesn't get a bell ends up in the academy, explained Kakashi. Kiba tensed upon hearing that this was his chance. If he got those bells, he would give one to Hinata, and Naruto would be expelled from the academy, so she could no longer come between him and Hinata. The Naruto's expression of bewilderment intensified. He knew for a fact that genin teams were made up of 3 genin and 1 gene sensei. So why did Kakashi tell him that one of them would fail? Anyway, the 3rd member would be replaced by a genin who had already failed the exam. Since there are no more questions, let's start with 31232. Blurs escaped into the forest while Naruto stood there still looking at Kakashi with an intense expression. Kakashi answered his little brother with an amused expression. When I said to go, you had to go, informed him. Naruto nodded. I know, but I'm trying to figure out where I know you from. Your voice sounds familiar, he replied without taking his eyes off Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened. The only times he had spoken to Naruto were after escaping from the Ukiah torture chamber, and once when he was 4 and had a nightmare. He had comforted him after, but it took a while to tell the truth. The boy had only calmed down after leave, but he couldn't remember right after being watched for over a minute. Kakashi told him he would tell Naruto later, and they both got into taijutsu stance. While Kakashi took out his book, Kakashi knew he probably wouldn't get to read it, but a frustrated or angry opponent was a careless opponent. The two collided in midair with furious punches and kicks. Both were mere blurs as they went at each other. Naruto took a roundhouse kick to the jaw and narrowly dodged the hook. Naruto responded with a series of kicks and punches so unpredictable that Kakashi thought he would have a hard time predicting them even with his left eye. However, none of the blows landed, and Kakashi even took to using his book to block a few. Naruto blocked a knee to the stomach with both forearms before quickly countering with an elbow to the face by means of a sharp twist of the body. Kakashi caught the blow with his hand and placed his book on Naruto's armpit before lifting it sharply and throwing it across the clearing, immediately putting the book away. As Naruto flew across the clearing, he performed a series of impressive acrobatics in the air to continue engaging his opponent before finally looking down at the ground as a blue phantom hand shot out of his outstretched hand towards Kakashi. Kakashi barely managed to dodge the phantom hand. He was expecting Naruto to use this trick. The Okage had told him about Naruto's inherited Ki Genkai, and he could only marvel the effectiveness of the technique. Kuzuna's chakra chains had one major flaw that she herself had identified. They couldn't hold anything they could wrap around or pierce something, but they couldn't, for example, catch something thrown at her in the air. Naruto's variation didn't have that flaw. Kakashi blinked in surprise as he saw the phantom hand suddenly turn into two, being forced to focus entirely on the hands trying to grab the bells. He would have used the Sharingan Eye Death, but he knew that revealing it would not contribute to the goal of the exercise. Naruto purse eye to Kakashi with his chakra arms. 2 arms were nowhere near what he could do, but since Kakashi was holding back, he thought he should 2 earth release mud wall, shouted Kakashi, using the wall to take a small respite from Naruto's relentless arms. Smirked as he focused his chakra into the palm of one of the chakra arms. Kakashi took a deep breath, saying that he was impressed with Naruto's skill. It would be an understatement. He used his chakra arms as well as the Kuzuna chains. Then he heard the sound of the ground being pierced. Kakashi jumped back moments before a chakra arm with a Rasengan pierced his earth wall and almost caught him in the stomach. Kakashi launched himself backwards with a somersault and continued somersaulting until he landed in the lake. He turned the Rasengan into a long-range attack. Kakashi thought in amazement of the 3 people who knew that jutsu only Naruto had managed to improve. The Rasengan. Kakashi didn't know if he should feel proud of his little brother or feel angry for being used against a comrade. Kakashi began to fly through hand signs for the water dragon release jutsu, but was interrupted when a barrage of Kaban was launched towards him, 2 of which nailed him in the leg. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise as he saw that leg sink into the water. It took a moment to realize that the Zon had hit his Tenketsu, and was imbued with chakra. A second later, Hinata joined him on the surface of the water. Hinata's usual shy look gave way to a cool and serene mask ready for combat. Kakashi laughed through gritted teeth as he put his weight on one leg. "You have incredible aim." He congratulated him as he pulled the Zoro out of his leg. "I suppose one of the traditions you want to break is that your clan is made up of hand-to-hand fighters," he thought aloud. It had always seemed strange to him that a clan full of shinobi who could see for miles around to focus on close-range attacks. Hinata nodded as she prepared another barrage. "I also wish for my clan to become medics with our Bakugan and chakra control. We could become some of the best," said Hinata as she launched the next barrage. Kakashi dodged the blast with a series of acrobatics, since he couldn't use his leg, and tried to make his way to the shore. However, Naruto had allied himself with Hinata. Naruto joined the two on the surface of the river water and pressured Kakashi. Kakashi was struggling to keep up as one leg was useless in the water. Kakashi realized how reliant he had become on the deaths to keep track of his enemies. When Hinata managed to surprise him with those Zon, Kakashi dodged and deflected Naruto's attacks, and Hinata's Zon, but Naruto eventually managed to get under his guard when his useless leg tried to hold him up, and he stumbled. Naruto landed a powerful left hook which Kakashi deflected, but was quickly followed by an upper kick to the jaw that launched him into the air. Naruto spun in the air, using the momentum of his kick, and as Kakashi began to fly, he reached out and almost grabbed one of the bells. However, Kakashi saw that Naruto was about to break the test, so he planted his useless foot in the boy's face before falling backwards into the water. Kakashi let himself fall into the water. As he calmed down, he was starting to consider not holding back with these two. They were pushing him too hard. He swam to the bottom of the lake, dodging the chakra arms attacking him. Upon reaching the bottom, he used a complementary earth jutsu to tunnel through the earth and away from the lake. He surfaced a few hundred meters from the lake and took the time to test his leg, as he believed it still couldn't channel chakra past his knee, but was otherwise fine. He mentally went over the techniques he could no longer use or were severely limited: Shunin, enhanced kicks, and walking on the surface. While Kakashi massaged his leg, he heard there was a not-so-subtle rustling in the bushes. He sighed, but pretended not to hear it. Kiba smirked in the trees as he watched his weakened sensei try to regain feeling in his leg. It had been pure coincidence that Kakashi had reappeared nearby. Kiba had been watching the battle between Naruto team and Kakashi sensei from the trees. Kiba was shocked by Naruto's strength. He knew Naruto had chosen to go last, but he never thought he would be able to defeat a Jounin. What made him wondering why Naruto was holding back so much, why he was staying at the back of the class when he could have easily been at the top. Did he even want to be on the same team? Hinata had watched with envy as Naruto pushed Kakashi sensei around and made the lake with those weird chakra arms and that weird jutsu, and how he would one day hit sensei with his Zon. "I really need to get one of the bells soon if I'm going to be on Hinata's team," Chan thought. He was going to be worried. Akamaru let out a low groan as if listening to thoughts of his master. It had to be a gift from Kami that Kakashi had appeared only a couple of meters from his location. Right? Kakashi looked up in mock surprise at the attack heading towards him. He waited until the last moment to dodge the deadly drill, hitting Kiba with the back of his hand. Kiba flew to the side and crashed into a tree, breaking it before coming to a violent stop. "Already you're out. I guess my team will be Hinata, and Naruto will probably be the one you better know. It's incredibly common for the girl on a team to end up dating or marrying one of her teammates. I'm guessing she'll end up with Naruto," Kakashi said in a bored tone as he pulled out his little orange book again. He was trying to anger Kiba, but it also gave him subtle clues about the true meaning of the test. Hinata and Naruto worked perfectly as a team, but he wouldn't be able to pass them unless they all worked together. Kiba growled like a beaten dog as he stood up. "Oh yeah, what do you think? Beastman clone." Akamaru yelled angrily as he stood behind Kakashi. He suddenly transformed into a perfect copy of Kiba's Gatsuga. Kiba yelled as he began to spin. Kakashi didn't need to turn around to know that Akamaru was doing the same. It was a team version of the same jutsu after all. They both shot forward, and Kakashi jumped to avoid a collision. Kiba and Akamaru brushed against each other, but were unharmed before spiraling up a tree to attack Kakashi in midair. Kakashi let out a low whistle, watching as the two wheels of death approached him from the front and behind. He was impressed with Kiba's ability to use multiple clan techniques. Most clan heirs could only use one of their clan's techniques. However, it wasn't enough. Kakashi noticed that Akamaru was slightly faster than his master and used that to analyze the jutsu. As Akamaru approached, Kakashi placed a foot on Akamaru's side and pushed him against his master. The two collided in midair, canceling the jutsu. Both fell to the ground. Kakashi landed gracefully, still reading his small book, before sighing when he saw Kiba was struggling to get up. "Do you really think you can win?" he asked with a slightly annoyed tone. If Kiba kept pushing himself, there was a chance he could accidentally fail the team, because he'd be dead weight. "Shut up, Cyclops," Kiba yelled as he stood up. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small tube of pills. Kiba tossed one of the soldier pills to Kamaru before taking one himself. Kakashi watched with some interest as Akamaru turned blood red, and Kiba looked even more savage than he already was. Kakashi sighed as he closed the book. "You are very stubborn," Kiba commented. Kiba responded by throwing a few smoke bombs at Kakashi before yelling Gatsu again. Kakashi used his earth jutsu again and disappeared beneath the earth's surface while Kiba attacked. Nothing above him. "I have my little brother, who is a prodigy without equal. I have a Yuga who broke the clan's traditions and uses at least one long-range ability, and I have an Insuka that can use various clan techniques. Looks like I got lucky with this team. If they get through," praised Kakashi underground. When he heard the commotion stop, Kakashi moved underneath Kiba and pulled him down until only the boy's head remained before re-emerging. He chuckled at Kiba's shore, who was yelling at him to dig him out no matter how many times he saw it. It was always funny to see someone buried up to their neck. His amusement didn't last long. When a seaman burst, he turned a nearby log he'd been making kawar with into a pincushion. Kakashi thought it was a little disconcerting that they were coming at him with enough force to kill him, even though he'd forgotten to tell them to come at him with the intent to kill. Kakashi walked away with Yin Shin, his leg finally recovered, wondering if the three of them would team up. He knew Naruto and Hinata could get the bells alone, but he wouldn't be able to overcome them as a team, gening if they didn't all work together. Naruto and Hinata jumped into the clearing, cursing her bad luck for failing Kakashi. Then they saw Kiba's head and Akamaru, who was trying to dig his master out with fury. Hinata immediately ran and helped dig him out while Naruto fell to the ground laughing. "Oh, that's so yummy," said Naruto, still laughing at Kiba's expense. Kiba glared at him. "Shut up." Uzumaki grunted after Hinata and Akamaru finished digging up Lanusa. Kiba thanked them both, but stated that he didn't need their help to get out. After Naruto finished rolling his eyes, he said, "Now that Kiba came out his hole, we need to discuss something," ending in a serious tone. Kiba narrowed his eyes. "Yes, what I need to talk to you about," Kiba replied. He didn't like Naruto taking the reins. Naruto let out a sigh of annoyance. "Teamwork." Hinata quickly got back on topic. "Naruto, and I believe that Kakashi-sensei is lying about one of us will fail no matter three. What happens, so we believe that we should work together," he explained, calming the user down. "Ninja dog, what do you mean he's lying?" Kiba asked Yamaru Low the same question, and Chan said, "We think he's lying, although we're not sure. I know for sure that genin teams are made up of 3 genin and an instructor Hin." "How do you know?" Kiba interrupted Naruto. Naruto looked at him indifferently. "You should know twice since you were heir of the clan," Naruto said in a monotone. There were moments like those in which he hated being the last, because on paper people like Kiba were considered smarter than him, that it bothered him. Kiba tried to find an excuse to not know, especially because he didn't know. He just wanted to annoy Naruto. "Shut up," yelled Kiba. Not finding a reason, Naruto rolled his eyes and gave Hinata a look. "Are you sure you want to join this guy?" Hinata paused and nodded as he said, 3 genin and 1 jounin. "We think the bells are a lie and that the real purpose of the test is teamwork. However, we could be wrong. He could be telling the truth. And one of us fail, even if we get the bells, and a genin from the other academy will replace the one who fails." Naruto explained. Kiba seemed to think this over. "And if you mess up, who fails?" asked Kiba with a defiant tone. "Would he die before letting Naruto send him back to the academy?" Naruto shrugged. "We'll burn that bridge when we cross it," he replied, with the firm intention of Kiba being the one to fail. If they messed up, it was nothing personal, but he wouldn't be able to protect Hinata if she didn't was on the same team as him. Kiba looked at Kamaru, who gave a quick yell of approval. Kiba nodded. As well, if Kamaru thought it was a good idea, it usually was, and Nat smiled slightly as they both agreed to work together. "Well now, I have a plan. Kakashi's reading was interrupted by a series of smoke bombs that exploded around him. Kakashi sighed as he put away his favorite novel and prepared for a repeat of Kiba's reading. However, something different happened. A barrage of semen. He punched through the thick smoke, neither of which hit Kakashi, but it was close. Kakashi dove backwards, hoping to get out of the black smoke before Hinata hit him again. So they're working together perfect, Kakashi thought happily as he ran out of the smoke. Once Kakashi escaped the black smoke, he was greeted by several chakra arms for Naruto. He dodged them, but it was a mere distraction. Kiba and Akamaru were trying to punch through him. While he was distracted, Kakashi dodged both spinning attacks, but he was hit by one of Naruto's chakra arms. Naruto pinned Kakashi down as he used his arms to grab the bells. Kiba and Akamaru let out screams and barks of joy, while Hinata smiled happy that her plan had worked. Seems like we have won, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto as he let his sensei get up, ringing the bells in his possession. Kakashi rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, seems so now. Which of you will fail? Asked Kakashi seriously, lowering his hand as he stood up. Foot. Kiba and Akamaru stopped jumping for joy in an instant, and Hinata's smile disappeared. Do you mean some of us keep failing? Asked Hinata in an annoyed voice. She hoped everyone would pass. Kakashi nodded gravely. This was his own unofficial test to punish them for beating him. Everyone passed anyway, but he needed to see how far their teamwork went. As expected, Naruto snapped the bells in two and threw one to Hinata. Hinata caught it with ease, but looked at her with guilt, looked at a dejected Kiba, and Kamara knew that something like this could happen. Kakashi watched with pride as Hinata approached Kiba and offered him the bell. You deserve it more than me. If it weren't for your smoke bombs, Kakashi-sensei would have seen Naruto's chakra arms. He lied. Naruto could have gotten the bells with his own smoke bombs and chakra arms, but she knew. The Inuzuka looked at the bell in amazement, then at Hinata, and then back at the bell. Chu, are you sure, Hinata-chan? He asked, knowing it was something important. He took the bell, while Hinata nodded, thanking him vehemently. Suddenly, Naruto threw the bell to Hinata. And you need that bell more than I do. I can imagine the tantrum she will throw even if her daughter doesn't pass, said Naruto, while putting his hands in his pockets, showing that he wouldn't accept it. Hinata still tried, but Naruto refused to take it, even letting the bell fall from his chest to the ground. Then a small silver bell almost hit him in the head, but a small blue chakra hand came out of the side of his head and caught it. Naruto looked at Kiba with a puzzled expression. Was he really going to give up the chance to be with Hinata? Kiba lifted the ground. Don't be so surprised, fear. The Inuzuka follow a pack ideal, and sometimes a member of the pack has to make a sacrifice, said Kiba in a bad mood, mentally cursing his instincts. Kakashi smiled radiantly at his genin. Congratulations. Everyone approved. There was silence. What did Kiba roar? Naruto and Hinata, they looked as surprised as he sounded. Kakashi chuckled. Yes, they all passed. In fact, they all passed when they started working together. But he wanted to see how far they were willing to go for their new teammates. He gave him a smile. They did excellent, and tomorrow morning we have our first team meeting. The surprise had passed, and Kiba was jumping for joy again. Naruto gave Hinata a mischievous smile. Do you want to go celebrate? He asked her. Yes, that's a great idea. Let's do one. Barbecue, interrupted Kiba, making Naruto frown. It was the teacher. Haven't invited you yet, Fido, replied Naruto with an annoyed tone. He didn't like it when people interrupted his time alone with Hinata-chan, not for any romantic reason, but because he felt comfortable being alone after so much time. Come on, behave. However, celebrating sounds good. Like your sensei will be my invitation, said Kakashi before Kiba had the chance to answer. Naruto's tone changed completely after that, leaving aside all discomfort for a free meal. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go eat, Naruto said happily, while Hinata thought that her sensei had just made a huge mistake with her wallet. Naruto stared at the ceiling deep in thought. He ignored the clicking of the fan. He ignored the drops of the griffin. He ignored the chill of the morning. It was a little after 5 in the morning, which was when he would normally be running around the village or doing one-finger push-ups, but Naruto wasn't in the mood to train. He was too busy thinking about a possible answer. For the shadow clone jutsu he knew by instinct was at a dead end. Nothing could come up that could explain how he knew it. It just didn't make sense. Naruto groaned as he sat up, not from pain, but because he wanted to stay lying down. He placed his feet on the icy floor, not even flinching from the cold, and slowly made his way to the shower. He undressed. Taking off the strange, dog-like nightcap and matching pajamas Hinata had given him before getting into the hot shower Naruto, he thought intently in the shower. He let out a happy sigh as the hot water bathed his body and let his mind wander. Today would be his first team training session and a pending talk with Kakashi. They had tried to escape from Kiba, but it seemed the dog had boundary issues. He screamed loudly every time he and Kakashi sneaked away to talk and try to follow them. There shouldn't be secrets in a pack, Naruto shouted. He told them to mind his own business, but Kiba was relentless. Naruto isn't here. He was unsure of how he felt hearing Kakashi claim to have tried to be with Naruto as a child for years. It had just been him and Naruto with the occasional visit from Iruka and the Okage, and he liked it that way despite his apparent open nature. Naruto could be cold with other people except those three. He joked around with the others, but found it hard to trust them. Hinata assumed that the cause of this was her stay with the Uchiha, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get Naruto to talk about what had happened in the room at most. He would get some small detail that would slip out unintentionally, but it was still the only secret between them. Naruto didn't know what to expect. When he and Kakashi finally had their conversation, he let out another sigh as he shook his head, spilling water everywhere. He didn't know what to expect, so he didn't expect anything. That's how life worked for him. If he didn't expect anything, he was never disappointed. That's why he didn't expect Hinata to reciprocate his feelings. She was the heiress of the most respected clan in Konoha. He, on the other hand, was an orphan without a clan, and the village outcast life wasn't a fairy tale. There were rarely happy endings, and even less so for Shinobi. Naruto shook his head again, trying to push away the depressive thoughts. He focused again on how his day would unfold after team training ended at 3. He planned an hour and a half to train Konohamaru, and normally he would ask Nada to come with him, but she would probably refuse because Abi didn't want her to see her train. After that, he would train a little longer, or he would spend time with Hinata. Naruto was looking forward to it. Naruto turned off the tap and shook himself again, wringing out the excess water before drying himself with a towel. He was leaving the bathroom when he stopped next to the barely fogged-up mirror. He quickly cleaned his bow and focused on the visible seal. On his stomach, the seal was visible at all times, not only when he channeled chakra. Kurama had told him during their few conversations that it was because of their friendship. Well, that was what they were that made the seal visible at all times. The seal on his stomach was the Yondame's last jutsu, and it was a masterpiece. 2 elephant seals over an 8 trigram seal, the 8 seal method that not only kept Kurama sealed inside, but also acted as a filter for demonic chakra. Naruto understood that part of the seal perfectly despite being incredibly, and I mean incredibly intricate and difficult. All seals start from the basics. There were simply different combinations of formulas and techniques that they produced different results, except for one thing. Right in the center above his navel and above the coils of the seal, there was a formula written on it. It was the same color as the rest of the seal, and it looked like it belonged there. But Naruto knew it was a last-minute addition. What he didn't know was what the heck they were doing. Naruto had spent years trying to figure out this little formula, but there was nothing remotely like it in the history of Fuinjutsu. The worst thing was Naruto couldn't even find a single iota of the basics in the formula. It was as if it were written in his own language, Fuinjutsu. And he didn't have the key. He couldn't find anything. Nothing. Trifle white cipher. Ni myad insignificance. Nothing. Ni illity. Nothing. Nothing nobody. Not being nullity existence. Nothing. Nothing nullity obliteration oblivion scratch exclusion trifle emptiness wind 0. Nothing. Sip sippo sot. Naruto stared at the figures written on it. He had the feeling that they were the answer, or at least part of it. He didn't know how he knew, but it seemed the most likely cause. Naruto sighed. He knew from experience that stare at the seal wouldn't give away her secret. Naruto finished drying himself off quickly before getting dressed. He looked at the clock and saw that it was just after 7:30. Naruto blinked in surprise. He'd been in the shower for over 2 hours. He cursed himself before grabbing his gear and jumping out the window, complaining about missing breakfast all the way to the training grounds with Hinata. Hinata ate her rice awkwardly at the family table. Her father and sister ate with her. Hinata's gaze fell on an empty space beside her. Her father, and felt a pang of sadness. Her father had vacated the spot since her mother's death and refused to let anyone else take it. Hinata missed her mother, missed the hugs, missed the kind smiles, missed her patience. When Hinata was trying to learn a new skill, Hinata missed everything about her mother in her eyes. She couldn't ask for a better. However, Hinata stopped mourning her mother a long time ago. Death was inevitable, no matter how depressing it was. We all die sooner or later, and that was the cycle of life, being born, living, dying. And Nat no longer cried for the loss of her mother, because she understood that it was simply her time. Perhaps she wished to spend more time with her, of course she did, but she knew that we all have a limited time on Earth, and that her mother's time had ended. Her father, on the other hand, still cried terribly for the loss of his wife, her mother. She understood his loss, but Hinata couldn't understand how he dealt with the loss of his love. She couldn't excuse him for destroying his family, for not being able to cope. No, she could excuse him for undermining Anabi's confidence like he once did to her, simply because he didn't like weakness. Despite her father's praise, Hinata had distanced herself from him even more when he ridiculed her. She understood how empty and useless praise was when it came at the expense of Anabi's trust. Hinata now considered herself a fool for always wanting her father's approval. Hinata understood that today you have your first team training, Yasi said in a monotone as she left her now empty rice bowl, which was then picked up by a branch member. Hinata resisted a grimace as she watched one of her cousins being treated like a mere servant, but nodded. I know you will prove yourself worthy of being the heir, Higa, said Yasi, as if that was the highest praise imaginable. Hinata nodded stiffly, though truth be told she felt insulted. She didn't consider her clan that large. They enslaved their kinsmen and were arrogant and foolish. Hinata knew her clan had great potential and I fully intended to take advantage of it when I became their leader. I'm training with Naruto, Anabi exclaimed, hoping for some of the same approval her sister received, and she nodded in recognition, although her facial expression remained unchanged. Although Naruto personally didn't like it, he knew he owed a large part of Hinata's growth to the Jinchuriki. Well, maybe he can help you with your posture flaws and mind your manners. You're a member of the main branch. Behave as such, Yasi said coldly. I don't like it. She liked the idea of someone who wasn't an IGA helping her daughter with her gentle fist, but she couldn't argue with the results. Naruto had turned Hinata from a failure into one of the most talented IGA in several generations. She didn't exactly approve of the changes he made to the gentle fist, but she liked them better than the alternative. She tried to get the training method and the complete style out of Hinata, but she stubbornly refused. No matter how much she insisted, she simply said that she would see when he retired and she became boss of the clan. With a bit of luck, Anabi would receive the same training as Hinata, and she would tell her. So Anabi's eyes lit up. Although her father's tone was cold, he had shown some approval, and that made her want more. Hinata stood up and picked up her empty bowl. I have to go train, father, she said before turning to her sister. Naruto-kun asked me to meet him at training camp number 7. I know you'll do great, Anachan, said Hinata with a smile, hoping her words of encouragement would help her. They didn't do it to her sister. Anabi glared at her sister, thinking that Hinata was making fun of her, and said, of course, I'll do great. I'll do better than you, sister. She snapped at Nabi, spitting out the last word with venom. Hinata wanted to cry, because she couldn't even cheer her little sister up without her thinking she was ridiculous. But she didn't. She held back her frustration and went to the kitchen to leave her plate before leaving for the training camp with Kiba. Just like Hinata, Kiba was having breakfast with his family. However, unlike Hinata, there was no awkward tension. This was replaced by barking dogs and sibling arguments. I think Kakashi beat you up, Rio. Anna poured herself another bowl of cereal. She had discovered this on mission a year ago and had faithfully eaten it every morning since then. A TIC mark covered Kiba's face. He didn't kick my ass. He shook his head at a comer, supporting the lie alone. Kiba stayed silent, unable to find an excuse for the brutality with which Kakashi treated him. He mistreated you. He completely destroyed you, Anna concluded with a fierce smile, seeing her sweet little brother stagger. Of course, she knew that the chances of Kiba laying a hand on Kakashi were almost zero on Kakashi's worst day, but she loved giving Kiba a hard time, mainly because she enjoyed seeing him frustrated. It was immensely fun. You could never say that in the INS Sunka clan house. Everything was boring or common reality. It seems that you got your ass kicked. And the only reason why you passed, it's because of Naruto, Anna said mockingly, responding to something Kiba had said. Kiba frowned at that. You just got lucky. That's all. I didn't need that idiot's help. Besides, I gave him my bell. So if I'm the reason it happened, Kiba yelled angrily. Even though he knew she was lying, he knew that if it had only been him, it most likely wouldn't have happened because he would have charged and been incapacitated. That would have left Hinata alone against a Jounin. Kiba knew that Hinata could defend herself, but most of all, it was likely that he wouldn't have lasted long. Naruto didn't really need them there. From what Kiba saw, Naruto could have gotten the bells himself, and the only reason Kiba was a genin was because Naruto got them and Hinata's kindness. Speaking of your teammates, you never told us what you think of them, Kiba said. Some speaking for the first time. Kiba scratched his head thoughtfully while Hinata-chan, his voice trailed off, blushing Anna, as she rolled their eyes at Kiba's line of thought. Kiba's mom means something deeper than you think. Hinata is a good idiot, Anna informed and received a nod from her mother. Kiba wanted to explode, but held it in. He knew from experience that his sister and mother were easy to anger in the mornings. Basically, she is very nice and a little shy, but she has a great ambition. She wants to end most of the traditions of her clan. She already broke one when she used Senbon to cut off Kakashi's leg. That was great, and I guess she has some. He rolled his sleeves. Kiba explained. Anna, it's some about Hinata, was triggered by that information. The Inusuku had a certain bad relationship, even though they used to form tracking teams. The Inusuku, due to their treatment of their relatives, the Inusuku deeply that the Yugas enslaved the members of their branch. In return, the Yugas detested them because they considered them neender. Such dog worshippers were immensely happy that a Yuga finally saw how twisted their clan was and were going to do something about it. She also likes them very, 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 the cinnamon buns, and smells like sweet flowers. And Greek. Naruto added that last part somewhat reluctantly, even though it sounded so creepy. Smelling like someone was common for an Inuzuka. You could find out as much or even more about a person than talking to them. Anna and Sue exchanged a look, and Kiba blushed with rage. Disappear from your perverted thoughts. We are 13. You just spent a lot of time together. That's it, yelled, frustrated, recognizing the look they shared. Anna chuckled. I don't. No, Kiba, you are adults now. Technically, Anna said in a sing-song voice, enjoying the jealous look that crossed Kiba's face. Kiba dismissed the idea of Hinata and Naruto together. They're just friends, Kiba said through gritted teeth. His family chuckled before Some asked, what's up with the blonde? What do you think of him? Kiba frowned, thinking about Naruto, especially after the mental image he had just had. But he sighed instead of getting angry. Naruto is an alpha. He began with resignation. He knew it would be useless to hide it. Anna's eyes widened wide, open to admit it, although it seemed trivial. Being alpha was a great achievement in the Inuka clan. His clan was built under a pack hierarchy. The alpha, at some example, the alphas lead a pack, are the strongest and natural leaders. The beta example, Anna and Kiba, the betas did the heavy lifting and obeyed their leader, much to Kiba's displeasure. Lastly, the omegas are loners who do not integrate well with the pack and are not strong enough to form their own. If Naruto was born as alpha, that meant he surpassed Kiba in rank. When it came to team decisions, Anna was shocked by Kiba's admission because she knew Kiba desperately wanted to be an alpha. He hated taking orders and being submissive to anyone. Seriously, continue. Kiba ordered some, now much more interested in the conversation. Okay, I knew Naruto was holding back at the academy. I remember when he broke Sasuke's arm team, but I had no idea how much. Naruto probably didn't even need us there. I'm sure he would have gotten the bells himself, given enough time. He's incredibly protective of Hinata-chan. Rio. Anna, remembering how Naruto slipped laxatives in Kabe's food to cut down her dates. Kind of a jerk, but I guess that's because he doesn't have his own backpack. She thought she was saying it out loud, unable to remember a time when Naruto had been with anyone other than Hinata. But he smells weird. He smells like a fox, but also like a bird, like a falcon or something. Some frowned at that. She knew why Naruto smelled like a fox, but she couldn't think of a reason why the one that smelled like a bird, unless she had one as a pet. There should be no reason for her to smell like any kind of bird. Her musings were interrupted when Kiba let out a loud O_. I'm going to be late, as he quickly devoured his food and ran towards the door. Remember to talk to Kakashi about signing the dog summoning contract, Anna yelled to her little brother, who replied with an I'll remember before the door slammed shut. On the training grounds, the three new teammates, they arrived at the 7th training ground at the same time. Hinata and Naruto greeted each other cordially before Kiba and Naruto nodded stiffly, not knowing how to greet each other. He was going for Naruto's alpha vibe. Naruto had very little interaction with his own gender. not counting fights or jokes. They walked together towards the 3 training stations and sat down in silence, waiting for their sensei to arrive. Normally, Naruto and Hinata talked, but Hinata was in a bad mood because of breakfast. From experience, Naruto knew that he should give Hinata some space while he thought about the matter. Unfortunately, mornings like that were very frequent in the Yuga house. Naruto remained silent because he was thinking about Kakashi, although he tried to focus his mind on other things. Kiba was playing with the Kumar, so he didn't even notice the silence of his team. Unlike before, they didn't have to wait hours for their sensei to appear. A swirl of leaves later, their masked sensei was standing in front of them. Hello, greeted Kakashi. Normally, Kakashi would have you spend an hour or two at the memorial hall telling Obito and Rin how his day had been and how he thought it was going to turn out. But he decided to do it early that morning, so he wouldn't have to wait to have that long-awaited conversation with Naruto. Kiba blinked in surprise. "Are you on time today?" he asked in surprise before narrowing his eyes in suspicion. "Is this going to be an everyday occurrence, or will you be back to your lame excuses tomorrow?" he asked, hoping it would come first. Kakashi's uncovered. "I looked a little annoying. My excuses are good. And yes, I will try to arrive a little earlier," replied Kakashi, knowing that arriving earlier would keep him awake, although it didn't matter much since Kakashi hadn't slept even 8 hours in years. Nada's dark mood brightened a little after hearing that. "Not much," but she showed a small smile. "Well, yesterday, I got a very basic idea of your skill levels, but they are not complete," started Kakashi. Then he turned and looked at Naruto and Hinata, both practicing water walking. "So I'm sure you will too." They had master tree walking, he asked, and they both nodded. Kakashi looked at Kiba with the same question in his eyes. "No, I've started, but I'm not even halfway there yet," Kiba admitted, feeling a little insecure about being so far behind his teammates. Kakashi nodded. "Hinata, could you use your Bakugan to help Kiba with the exercise?" she asked, and received a second nod. "While you two do that, Naruto and I will practice taijutsu somewhere else, so we don't lose your focus," Kakashi lied. Kiba nodded and headed to the nearest tree, close, believing Kakashi's lie. Yada soon followed, but wondered why Sins would use such horrible excuses when he was lying. Kakashi motioned for Naruto to follow him, and they traveled in thick silence for a few minutes. They stopped when they reached a small clearing deep within the forest. "Well, I suppose you have some questions. I promise to answer them to the best of my ability," Kakashi said, breaking the silence that had been growing heavier. "Just a few," Naruto said quietly despite looking. So Naruto calmly looked around, checking that they were alone and that Kakashi hadn't taken him to be killed. Kakashi wanted to sigh tiredly when he noticed Naruto examining his surroundings. It seemed that Naruto still didn't completely trust him. Suppressing a sigh, he indicated with a gesture that he should ask his questions. "Who the hell are you, and why do you look so familiar?" Naruto asked with a serious face, as if the idea of someone other than Hinata being kind to him seemed strange to Kakashi. His head shrank, heart remembering that it probably was. Kakashi was silent for a few moments, trying to think of a way to deliver the news gently. "I was meant to be your older brother," he said solemnly. Gentleness was for the weak. Naruto blinked a few times. "I was all his brain could say," as it was shutting down to process the bombshell Kakashi had just dropped. Kakashi felt, "We are not related by blood or marriage, but I would have been like your older brother," Kakashi explained, seeing the Naruto's blank stare. He didn't know if it was a good or bad sign. "If you were supposed to be my brother, why the hell are you telling me now?" Naruto asked with an angry tone in his voice. Even though he barely knew Kakashi, and by barely he meant barely, he couldn't help but feel abandoned by the new information. It was strange considering Naruto hadn't met Kakashi until 3 days ago, but he felt like discarded garbage. Naruto hated that feeling. However, to Naruto's surprise, Kakashi tensed and his one eye visible darkened with anger. "They order me to stay away from you," Kakashi said. "Through gritted teeth, the councils rejected all my attempts to adopt you. I went through every obstacle, and still they told me I couldn't take care of you. They refused to let me take care of you like a family should. When they told me that I rejoined and was assigned to their protection squad, you." Naruto looked shocked. "I should have told the councils to go to hell, __. If I had adopted you like I wanted, those Yukio wouldn't have laid their hands on you. Hell, if it had been your tail that day, they wouldn't have touched you," Kakashi finished furiously. Naruto knew the lies and the masks. He knew from experience that the pure anger in Kakashi's gaze was genuine. He knew the authenticity of the self-loathing that was reflected in his posture. "Why were you ordered to stay away?" Naruto demanded, feeling deprived of the opportunity for a different life, perhaps a better one if Hinata was still involved. Before Kakashi could answer, a voice answered from the forest. "Because my young rival would have killed anyone who looked at you wrong," that voice. And there are only two people in the world who say young boy, asked Naruto, surprised Gue and Naruto met during one of Naruto's training sessions a few years ago, when we got out of the hospital due to dehydration after crying for hours at seeing Naruto's youthful spirit. They trained together occasionally. That was as far as their relationship, when although didn't try too hard. "Hello, my young prodigy. Get out of here, Gue," growled Kakashi, already seeing through the sudden appearance of his friend. "I can't, Kakashi. What kind of rival would I be if I let you stick your neck out like that?" we said as he adopted his signature pose. Before Kakashi could answer, Naruto did it for him. "What do you mean you stick your neck out? Why do you care so much? Why am I so important to you?" Naruto demanded, anger shining in his tone. Kakashi looked at Gue with a basa look, trying to stop him from answering that question. Gue hesitated, and with his look sent the message, "You can tell him up to today. Certain extent, it is a secret punishable by death. So don't push it. After my father committed suicide, your father helped me and became a new father to me," said Kakashi with a serious expression, ignoring Naruto's warning glares. He took a step back. "My father, your father, was a great man. He was terrifyingly powerful, kind-hearted, and loyal to the core, and one of the most honorable men I have ever known." Kakashi began to explain with awe in his voice, thinking of his late sensei. Minato had been the man he aspired to be. Naruto didn't know how to process that Naruto had a theory about who his father was, and Kakashi was giving him more evidence to back it up. "Who was it?" Naruto asked in a low voice, wiping the panic he had felt on his face moments before. "He was." Kakashi began with the firm intention of telling Naruto who his father was, and now, with the consequences. However, he was interrupted before he could reveal the secret that would cost him his head. "Kakashi, enough," said Gue, with his voice already without youth and a hard tone. Kakashi, he glared at Gue, who glared back. Gue subtly shook his head, and Kakashi sighed, knowing that his eternal rival was right. "Sorry, Naruto," Kakashi said in a bitter tone. Just because he knew he was right didn't mean he had to like it. Naruto yelled angrily because he had been deprived of the opportunity to know for sure who his father was. "That responsibility is not mine, Naruto. I want to tell you who your father was, but I can't. It's an SS rank secret. It could end up on you for telling you so much," Kakashi explained, his voice still bitter. Naruto gulped. More evidence, he thought. "If you can't tell me, who can?" he asked, his voice still muffled. He couldn't let them see how anxious he was, how much he was panicking. Only Hinata-chan could see that side of him. "Your godfather, Jiraiya of the Sannin," Kakashi replied. Kakashi had lost a lot of respect for Jiraiya when he chose work over family. Naruto gulped. Hinata's theory was almost irrefutable at this point, but he put it aside. Those thoughts in his mind, "Don't worry, I could still be wrong," Naruto thought, although he didn't believe it. Naruto distracted himself from his thoughts by throwing questions at Kakashi, trying to get to know the man as a sensei, but also as the older brother he wants to be. At first, he started with the basics: where you're from, how old are you, what your hobbies are, etc. Before he started to go deeper, Kakashi answered the questions, naturally happy that his little brother took him seriously. He told Naruto about his days at the academy, about being Rookie of the Year, and about being the son of the White Fangakona. He told him how he became a Chunin and eventually a Jounin at a young age, which led into an in-depth story of the last mission he had with his team as a whole, and how he got his Sharingan from his best friend. After that, he started explaining how he watched him as an Ambu guard, and how he almost killed the Ambu member who had allowed two Yukiya to grab him. Naruto was given a crash course on the tragic life of Kakashi in an hour. Gue sometimes intervened or stopped Kakashi from sharing too much information, but he remained silent most of the time. He was glad that his rival and friend finally had the chance to talk face to face with the little brother he adored, and he didn't want to ruin the moment. "For once, one last question, Kakashi-sensei," said Naruto after a brief pause, thinking about all the information he had just discovered about the man. He was re-evaluating his opinion. Kakashi nodded, indicating that he would answer if he could. "You were the one who brought in the training scrolls, right?" Kakashi chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. not surprised that Naruto had figured him out. Yes, it was me, thanks I. Yes, if it weren't for those scrolls, I would only be a third of my current strength. So, thanks Kakashi-san, said Naruto with a small smile. Although Naruto didn't trust easily, Kakashi had earned his trust doubly if half of what he said was true, and Naruto knew it, because Giri would be yelling at how unyouthful it was to lie if Kakashi lied. So Naruto let Kakashi become one of the few people he considered valuable in Naruto's eyes. Kakashi had behaved like a brother without him knowing, reassuring him of the child, the scrolls. If he was right, Kakashi had probably lived at the end of the sabotage of the academy teachers. Although he didn't know Kakashi very well, he hoped to get to know him. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise at the added suffix. He thought that Naruto would take much longer to consider him a brother. When the surprise passed, Kakashi gave his characteristic smile. No problem. Naruto, on the side, Gue, had tears running down his face, muttering to himself, how juvenile family reunions are after. Gue stopped crying. Kakashi and Naruto returned with Hinata and Kiba, while Gue returned with his team. He was there only because Gue thought that Kakashi would not be able to resist revealing some SS rank secrets related to Naruto. Kakashi and Naruto, they walked back in silence. Although it wasn't a heavy silence like before, it was a comfortable silence because they were both happy. Kakashi had been accepted by Naruto, something that could take years to happen, and he even told him a little about his parents. Naruto had just found another precious person and found out that Kakashi had been there for him even longer than Hinata had. Although he was still a little upset about having his parents' identity revealed to him, he didn't let it get him down. He was simply going to find Jiraiya and confirm his theory, and then mercilessly destroy him for abandoning him. They arrived to see Kiba take off in another attempt to master tree. Walking, he managed to make it a little more than halfway before cursing out loud as he started to slip. Naruto laughed lightly at Hinata's slightly annoyed expression. He guessed Kiba had been stuck in the same spot ever since they left. Kiba, your chakra goes off as soon as you go up even an inch. You need to stay calm, Hinata said in a loving yet scolding tone that he used to use it on Naruto, though it lacked the same familiarity. Sorry. He grunted. He was going before getting up to try again, but he saw Kakashi. Naruto, they're done. That was a quick taijutsu lesson, he said in disbelief. Now, he believed that Kakashi had lied to him and kept a secret from Hinata and him. Naruto is a fast learner, Kakashi said, lazily shrugging and going back to his usual effort at being believable. Hinata ignored Kakashi and gave Naruto a questioning look. He gave a mocking smile, his eyes conveying a message of, I'll tell you later. Hinata nodded, showing that she understood. Kakashi watched the brief exchange and felt overcome with nostalgia. He hadn't seen two people so in sync since Kusina. Liar, they're keeping secret from us. In a pact, there are no secrets, Kiba roared, ignoring that his sister and mother used to keep secrets from him. I doubt it, Naruto said in a bored tone as he walked towards Hinata. Kiba wanted to argue, but like his sister, she was very upset. He knew Naruto wouldn't tell him unless he wanted him to, so he settled for turning away with a loud humph and saying, okay, he didn't want to know any more. Team Naruto scoffed. Whatever, he turned to Hinata. I'm leaving because my class is over. Tell Anabai to be here around 4, he said with a smirk. Normally, he would stay even if it was over for the day, but he needed to be alone for a while to process the revelations. He planned to talk to Hinata about it later, but right now, he needed to be alone. A flash of concern crossed Hinata's face. She recognized the smirk Naruto used when he was dealing with something troublesome. But then the look disappeared, and she nodded before saying, I'll do it. Udu Naruto going. Naruto said he'd tell him later, so she'd have to wait until then. Naruto waved goodbye before disappearing in a swirl of feathers. A particular shunin he'd created a few years ago with Anabai. Anabai practically skipped to the 7th training ground. Why wouldn't she be happy today? She took a big step forward to get out of her sister's shadow. She knew that Naruto might be reluctant to train her, as well as he trained with Hinata, but she was determined to prove that he was better than her. Once he did, Naruto would have no choice but to train her more seriously, and then for sure she would finally surpass her sister. Anabi was brimming with excitement when she arrived at training ground number 7. However, her bubble of excitement burst when she saw a boy her age with looking silly next to the training grounds. He approached the boy, and in a tone that made it clear he was a Yuga said, What are you doing here, my sensei? and I have this training ground reserved. Go away, Konohamaru narrowed his eyes. Hey, you can't tell me to leave. And I'm here to train with the boss, he replied. Angrily, Anabai sneered. I can tell you to do whatever I want, idiot. I'm a Yuga. She yelled furiously, as if Konohamaru should kneel and crawl away. It was Konohamaru's turn to sneer. I know your clan, a bunch of team, all of you insulted. Konohamaru, as he turned around with a huff, a series of marks covered Anabai's forehead as he raised his fist. Don't insult my peasant clan, he roared before slamming his fist down on Konohamaru's head, who was wearing a helmet. Konohamaru crashed against the ground. But Naven paid no attention. She had just punched someone. She punched the brat. He was new. To her, she had always used her soft fist style, so she never had a reason to use her fists. Then, why would she do now? Why was her first instinct to hit the peasant with a closed fist? Her musings were interrupted when she heard hearty laughter behind her. She turned around and saw it was Naruto-sensei, greeted her before giving Konohamaru a glare. I was only dealing with this loser so we could start training, he said coldly. Why are you calling boss sensei? And who are you calling an idiot? Idiot, yelled Konohamaru before turning to Naruto. Tell this eyed weirdo, get out of here so we can train, he demanded, glaring at Anabai. It seemed she was right. This is going to be fun, Naruto thought gleefully. He needed this too. Ever since Kakashi mentioned his father, he couldn't stop thinking about the odds of his father being the Yondaime. They seemed almost identical. The Yondaime was a moral man, so he wouldn't just grab some random kid. Kakashi told him that his father was immensely powerful at that point. The odds were almost overwhelming. However, Naruto refused to go along with it. Jumping to conclusions, there was always the chance he was wrong, and he didn't want to think about it. He always pushed away thoughts of his roots simply because he didn't know how he would react if his father really was the Yondaime. I'm sorry, Konohamaru, but I won't do it. Konohamaru looked about to protest loudly, but Naruto turned to Anabai smugly. And you should stop being so cruel to your training partner. There was silence. What did the two students shout before they glared with their eyes? Stop copying me, they shouted in unison, but before they could yell at each other again, Naruto grabbed them by the back of the neck. I didn't tell them stop fighting, he asked rhetorically. Why do I have to train with her boss? He complained to Hamaru. Shut up. __. Weird, Anabai yelled, trying to land another hit on Konohamaru, but Naruto separated him even further before he could touch them. Naruto just sighed as the two continued arguing. Shut up, or I'll tell my grandpa, he threatened Hamaru, causing him to roll his eyes. What's your grandpa going to do? Bar mocked. My grandpa is the Okage. Idiot, Konohamaru roared as he lunged at Anabai. But like before, Naruto kept them apart. Anabai's eyes widened in surprise. That loser was the grandson of the esteemed Okage, the shinobi god, the professor, the hero of the first two shinobi wars. An evil beast. I put my tongue out. Then the Sarthi clan has successfully fallen. Monkey boy. Before Konohamaru could answer, Naruto shook them. Enough of fighting, he said with a serious tone. They both fell silent, muttering, sorry boss Bara-sensei. I'm training you out of pure kindness, but I hope you listen to me. I won't tell you to get lost, he threatened as he left the two boys. Now, excuse us, clicking his tongue, noticing a great interest in his shoes. Sorry, they said in unison, but saying no was a sincere gesture. Naruto sighed again as he put his hands on his hips. At least it's a star now. Give me 10,000 push-ups, he ordered. The two boys stared at Naruto with their mouths open. Are you crazy, boss? We can't do. Even with 10,000 push-ups, we wouldn't die, he exclaimed with Amaru frantically waving her arms. And it felt they can't, Naruto said in a bewildered voice. That ruins what he had planned for today. Okay, get into push-up position, cowards, he said while crossing his arms after the two did as they were told. Naruto used his feet to make some adjustments, but when he was satisfied, he said start and don't stop until I tell you. He watched as they did the repetitive motion over and over again, and quickly he got bored, so he let his mind wander. Naruto started to think about a number of things, what he and Hinata were going to do after this, the revelation that he had an older brother, and finally he started to think about how he would react if his suspicions were confirmed. Although he knew he should, Naruto didn't hate the Yondaime. He knew that an Okage should put the village first before family, friends, and anything else. Okage should love the village more than life itself, and sometimes they should make sacrifices for it. Protecting her, Naruto, was one of those sacrifices. Naruto didn't think the Yondaime would be happy at being forced to seal Kurama inside him, he didn't think he wanted to either. There was simply no other choice, so Naruto didn't hate him. He was simply protecting the village that he loved, and Naruto was a necessary sacrifice to protect her. He wasn't happy about being chosen, but Naruto understood, in fact, sealing a tailed beast inside a child paled in comparison to some of the things Naruto would do to keep Hinata safe and happy. What Naruto didn't know was if he could forgive the man as a father. Naruto didn't know if he could forgive his hero Yellow. Flash, the hero of the third shinobi, War, the only man who had received a warning from Guida when he was seen, the man so powerful that when Konoha told the world he had killed an invincible beast, the world believed them. He was also the one who sealed the largest tailed beast into his newborn son, the man who sacrificed his own blood to protect a group of fools, narrow-minded people who fear and hate anything they don't understand. That was what Naruto didn't think he was capable of forgiving, and that's why he always pushed his thoughts and feelings away when he thought about the man who could be his father. Naruto didn't want to hate the man he spent years trying to get over, so Naruto bottled up his feelings before he even knew what they could be: forgiveness or an everlasting hatred. Naruto didn't know, and he half hoped he'd never find out, that he would demand that Kakashi tell him. He had been a moment of weakness, the temptation had been too great, and Naruto had given in to his curiosity. Naruto's attention was brought back to reality when Konohamaru fell to the ground with a thud, unable to continue. Anabai did the same a second later. "Were you done? How many was there?" Naruto asked with a mocking tone. The two children snorted and massaged themselves. Maru glared at Anabai. Anabai looked embarrassed. Before looking away, 62, she said, grinding her teeth, "No wonder my father thinks I'm a failure. Not even I can beat Monkey Boy in push-ups." She thought embarrassedly as shame filled her chest. "While you're both useless," Naruto commented, while cleaning his ear with his malik. "Were not bad. And I did more push-ups than," she yelled with hammer, jumping and pointing at Anabai. Completely forgetting about her tiredness, Naruto clicked his tongue. "You suck too. And you forget that on average women have less brute strength than men. So technically she did like 10 more push-ups than you. Not that it matters. You both keep going being very bad," he said with a bored tone while crossing his arms, and Nob gave Konohamaru an arrogant smile before he got an idea. "How many push-ups could you do at our age, Sensei?" Naruto seemed to think about it. "With weights, a couple thousand. Without weights, about 15,000. What? That's impossible," he shouted with hammer. There was no way. The boss was tough, without a doubt, but what he said had to be a lie. Naruto grimaced at the sudden noise. "That's my body. It heals no matter what you do to it, no matter if it's a sprained ankle, a broken wrist, or a missing arm. My body will always heal sooner or later. That's why I was able to train harder than you can imagine," he explained, as if the hellish training was nothing. "Naruto-sensei, do you think he could train us like he did you?" asked Abi, thinking that Naruto's training would be the fastest way to surpass Hinata. "Yes, boss, make us strong like you. For nothing." Thief. Naruto, suddenly getting serious, widened his posture, and Anabai couldn't help but think that Naruto suddenly looked like his father. However, Naruto, this seemed much more terrifying right now. Konohamaru gulped audibly, completely taken aback by the boss's sudden personality change. "Why don't you, boss?" he asked, stuttering. "If I put you through the training that Hinata-chan and I did, then you'd both die before the day was out," Naruto said in a serious tone that touched Anabai deeply. "If my sister can train me like you taught me," she demanded, seeing she could too. Naruto's heavy gaze fell on Anabai, who resisted the urge to throw herself to the ground and curl up. It felt like someone had put training weights on her chest and shoulders. Her chest was maxed out. It was just the pressure of his presence. "What is this guy?" Anabai thought in panic as the air around them suddenly became thin. "I told you, you won't die," Naruto said in an authoritative voice, sounding like the Okage when he meant business. Anabi clenched her hands and teeth. This wasn't how he had planned it to go. Naruto was supposed to see that she was more talented than her sister and train her accordingly. His plan wasn't working, so why did Hinata survive and better than her? "I can do this," he roared in an authoritarian tone typical of nobles who didn't get what they wanted. Konohamaru gulped, for Anabai, the chief, was really scary at that moment, and he didn't think it was a good idea to yell at him, although he sort of admitted that Anabai had the guts to stand up to Naruto. Maybe it was pretty cool for a girl, because they lacked determination, Naruto said as he lowered his hands to his sides. He felt a little bad for scaring the two boys to the point where they looked like they were about to wet themselves, but what he said was true. If they tried to follow his training program, their chances of surviving more than a day were practically zero. Some would think he was exaggerating, but no. Naruto expected those who participated in his training to give their all. These two didn't have the will to do anything, overcome their limits, and move forward. That's why they would die or be crippled. I have determination, argued Anabai, defiantly refusing to follow in her sister's shadow. Naruto clicked his tongue. Yes, you do have some determination, but it's pathetic. It's like glass, it breaks easily, said Naruto with disdain. Anabai clenched her fists until they bled. You know nothing of my determination, shouted her sense, and sighed. Do you want to surpass Hinata-chan and earn your father's recognition? Said Naruto lazily, before turning around towards Konohamaru, who gulped. And want to prove to the village that you're not the honorable grandson, but your own man isn't the worst motivation, but it's still weak. Before either of them could defend their motives, Naruto sighed loudly before digging in his pocket. This is a lot less fun than he thought, he commented before pulling out a small green scroll, the same one he found on his kitchen counter many years ago. He had a feeling something like this would happen. He threw the small green one to Anabai, who looked at it. He and the scroll with surprise and curiosity. What is this, Naruto-sensei? Is a scroll said with a serious and playful tone, giving a radical turn to his personality. Ryo, slightly, seeing the expressions of we already see it before continuing, I can't be here every day to train them. So in that scroll is your schedule. I don't expect you to be able to do everything it says, but do everything you can, then try to do more tomorrow. And so on, understand, explained, and both nodded. Well, now, I'm going to spend time with Hinata-chan. Try if we don't kill each other, okay? I don't need the headache, he said as he turned around to leave. Suddenly, he stopped. And since I'm in a good mood, I'll give you a hint to strengthen your resolve. A selfish determination is a weak determination, Naruto said with a wise tone before disappearing in a swirl of feathers. Anabai and Konohamaru exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing. If a selfish person is the weakest, then what is the strongest? With Hinata, Mr. Yakuya is coming to visit next week, and he's bringing his son. Akira wants to spend some time with you, Yasi informed her eldest daughter. They were alone at the table. Well, Anabai was training. Yada barely resisted the urge to groan and repeatedly slam her face against the table at her father's words. If there was one thing she absolutely despised about being a noble, despite her hatred for her clan traditions, it was the fact that noble women were married off like cattle to improve ties with other noble families. Very rarely did a noble woman marry for love. They auctioned them off for profit by sacrificing her in a loveless marriage to improve their social standing. She once had a friend at the main branch who married a rich, fat 40-year-old merchant when she was 10. That girl had committed suicide last year, and that was no exception in the world of politics. Her father was better than most. He didn't pressure her to marry a certain man or force her to go out with her suitors if she said she wasn't comfortable with them. However, he did force her to go out with countless men, hoping that one would catch her, as she tried to tell him that she wasn't interested in anyone. But he didn't listen. Even so, he forced her to spend time with the corrupt nobles because it could damage the reputation of the Yuga if they refused. However, she was glad that her father sent the suitors to her instead of Anabai. So Anabai would be safe from political corruption. Oh, how she hated politics. I see, she replied now. She was thinking about how Naruto would get her out of this. Yes. She nodded. I'll prepare a dress to run to the appointment. I know, I don't have to say it, but I hope you behave as befits a Yuga heiress, said Yasi in a tone that did not denote warmth. Nat nodded again, waiting for the conversation to end so she could meet with Naruto-kun. They hadn't had time to be alone since graduation, and he was taking her to do something fun due to some external influence. Assign a guard to make sure neither of them are disturbed, and you will be given permission to use lethal force, ended Yasi, noticing the rapid succession of emotions that crossed his daughter's face. Surprise, anger, indignation, disappointment, and finally, an empty mask. Yas was proud that his daughter had almost mastered the control of her emotions, although he was not happy with what he saw. I understand that this displeases you, but it is your duty to the clan as heiress. You will put aside your personal feelings and do what is expected of you, Yasi said in a tone that brooked no discussion. Yin net nodded stiffly. This was the burden that she endured to keep her little sister safe, who hated her guts. The world was a truly cruel place Well said, Yasi, before getting up and leaving the room while the Yuga maid went to pick up the dishes the clan head had left. She heard a loud crack. She looked to the army, and to her surprise, saw that Hinata had broken her chopsticks with tears of fury in her eyes. "I hate that man," she said in a barely audible whisper, but the servant heard her bravely. She put down the dishes and placed a tender hand on the trembling girl. "If I may, Hinata-sama, right now. She's angry. We both know that her night blonde will rescue her," said with a slight smile. Hinata wiped the tears that formed before smiling at Yuga. Anonymous. "Do you think, of course, Hinata-sama Naruto, San Esther like a mule and harder to move than a mountain, won't let an annoying guard get in the way of his princess," said with a giggle. She was making fun of both of them, because neither of them noticed the other's obvious affection. Hinata stood blushing and unhealthy. "Red Princess, do you think that was the only thing?" he said before collapsing unconscious. A few hours later, the sun was setting when Hinata found herself on the head of the Yondaime. It was their usual meeting place, and her favorite place. Despite the bad memories of the place, they both decided to focus on the good ones. This was the place where Hinata stood up for the first time, and where Naruto found his first true friend. "Where are you, Naruto?" Kuin muttered before two hands covered his eyes. "Here." Same, Hinata-chan whispered aloud with a smile noticeable in her voice. Hinata found herself smiling as she swatted his hands away. Naruto let out a short laugh. "Guess what outfit?" he asked mockingly. As he walked backwards towards the bench at the top of the hill. "Cinnamon rolls," he asked, hopefully completely forgetting about the day's worries at the mention of the sweet pastry. No, Hinata's hopes were dashed if it wasn't a cinnamon bun. She didn't care. Naruto chuckled at seeing Hinata's sudden sadness. "I'm sorry, but the bakery was out of stock, and I know you don't like the Blanca brand very much, so I bought it." He waved his hands in front of Hinata. Smile. Suddenly, a gallon tub of vanilla ice cream with 2 spoons appeared in her hands, and Nat beamed at the display of magic. She thought about using her Bakugan to see how it would do, but decided against it. She didn't want to ruin the mystery. She was enjoying. Naruto gave his friend a sly smile as she began to clap softly before they both headed to the bank, and in no time, they were eating ice cream. "How was Ahoy Nai?" Hinata asked while eating her favorite ice cream. "I don't know. I left you my first scroll after insulting your pathetic resolves," Naruto said in a casual tone as he took another spoonful. Hinata nodded sadly. "Do you think it will work?" she asked. She knew Naruto had a reason to attack her sister's determination to defeat her. She trusted Naruto completely and knew that he wouldn't do something like that without a reason. Good reason. Naruto seemed to think about it. "I think so. If she finally realizes that surpassing you, she's stupid, hopefully she'll understand how much you love her and what you do to protect her," he said with the inside. Nat sighed too, hoping this could finally bridge the giant chasm between her family. "You sigh a lot more than usual," Naruto observed. "Something is bothering you," he said with a glint in his eyes that promised years of pain for the offender. Hinata stifled a sigh as she began to explain how her father was pressuring her more and more to get over it. Take dating seriously. She skipped the part where she almost burst into tears, of course, but she knew Naruto. She already knew that. Without her saying anything, Naruto's heart clenched painfully as he suddenly lost his appetite for the almost empty container. He wanted to go to the Yuga compound and rip Yasui's head off, but he didn't for 2 reasons. First, Hinata made him promise not to after Ki did it when he told her about the first date, and second, he knew he really had no say in Yasui's love life. Hinata, despite all her wishes, were just friends. Of course, he interfered in her dates, but it was because she didn't like them. It would be only a matter of time before she asked him not to interfere in a date. That would be the day when Hinata would start to pay less attention to her and more to her fiancé, the person who mattered most to her, would forget him little by little. They would leave him in oblivion like an old toy, and over time his pieces would wear out until they broke like any other toy. However, if that meant becoming an Hinata's broken toy to protect her and make her happy, then it would be her responsibility to suffer in silence for the rest of her life. If it meant Hinata would keep smiling. Hinata noticed her friend's sudden change of mood. "What's wrong, Naruto?" Kuin asked, narrowing his eyes in concern. Naruto immediately hid his sadness with his usual arrogant smile. "It's nothing, Hinata-chan. All I was thinking about was how I'm going to rescue you." She lied, frowned slightly. Naruto rarely lied to her, and she knew it. Every time she did it, she would have asked him what was really wrong. But it was almost as if his eyes were pleading with her not to. Hinata wanted to sigh again. but she respected her friend's privacy. I'm sure it will be elaborate and hilarious. By the way, you never told me what I wanted to talk to you about, Kakashi-sensei said, changing the subject, thinking that it was the subject that depressed Naruto, although she had no idea why. Not much, it's just that he's my unofficial older brother who looked after me since I was born. Oh, and he's the one who gave us the scrolls, he said, Naruto, with a carefree tone as he looked up. 3, 2, 1. What Hinata shouted loudly, at least to her. How did you not start with that? She continued before lightly hitting her on the shoulder. Why didn't you say anything before that? Is much more important than my father trying to set me up with some noble. Naruto shrugged as he rubbed his shoulder. He didn't need to express it with words, but for him, Hinata's problems always came first. I don't know, I guess. I forgot, he said weakly as she threw her arms behind her head to hold it still horizontal. Hinata's gaze softened and she looked incredibly sad. She hated the moments when Naruto behaved like this, although she was grateful that he prioritized her before everything else. Sometimes she wished that he prioritized himself. She felt like a terrible friend when he had just received news that changed his life, but hid it so that she could complain about her dysfunctional family. She tried to be an understanding friend like he was to her. But when she refused to show him her problems, she couldn't help but feel like she was taking advantage of Naruto. He did everything he could for her, and she could do very little in return. It's almost time, said Naruto's voice, pulling her out of her depressive thoughts. Hinata's attention entered the village as the sun began to set behind the wall. Hinata and Naruto shared a smile as they began the countdown. 5, began Naruto. 4, continued Hinata. 3, 2, 1. When Naruto said the final number, the sun stood behind the village wall. The exact moment the number left Naruto's mouth, the village was plunged into a moment of bandside darkness, shouted Naruto and Hinata as they jumped out of their seats, sending the ice cream and spoons flying. Just like the sun, the village lit up again with an impressive mix of colored lights. The moment the word left his lips, Naruto and Hinata laughed amongst themselves as they grinned at each other like fools before sitting back down and beginning to discuss what Kakashi and Naruto had spoken. However, when they sat down, they did so a little closer than before. Neither of them cared. You're now even greater than during your glory days. Is that so? Do you know what I was like during my glory days? Do you know that's one of the reasons I brought you here now, to show me your legendary power? Very well. Then is this the power of a god? Music. Naruto dropped his paintbrush into the bucket with a sigh of annoyance. I hate housework, he said to his classmates behind him. Kiba groaned as he began to remove the dried paint that practically covered him, and Akamaru responded with a yell from his position above Kiba's head. Hinata moved silently, making sure she didn't have any paint on her. Just 10 more, and you get a C rank, Kakashi said from his comfortable spot at a picnic table as he read his book. It had been almost a week since Team 7 formed and began conquering the ninja world. In the last week, they had achieved over 15 Asian ranks 2 a day, sometimes 3, so they were ahead of their fellow graduates who only had between 4 and 5. Kakashi had decided that team building exercises wouldn't be necessary for the green genin. The teamwork between Hinata and Naruto was almost flawless. The only real problem was when Kiba challenged Naruto for the right to lead the genin. Kakashi was still the leader, of course, but each team usually had a genin who acted as leader for their teammates during trivial tasks or when their instructor was indisposed. Naruto had ignored the challenges, but Kiba didn't insist, believing Hinata would be angry with him for it. Having beaten his friend, Kiba was still fighting for the team leader position, but he didn't let it affect him during the missions. So their teamwork was stable. It could improve, of course, but the best way to strengthen their bond was to overcome challenges together. That's why Kakashi was surpassing the minimum amount of 25 D-rank missions for his team to start applying for C-rank missions. The 3 of them were already miles ahead of their graduating teammates, and the distance was only increasing as Kakashi turned meaningless tasks into training situations. Today's simulation consisted of dodging Kuna and enemies that were actually thin paintbrushes dipped in paint, while concentrating on the task of painting a civilian fence. As mentioned above, Kiba took several hits, but still remained in good condition. Hinata had turned out to be impeccable thanks to her Kek and Jinenkai. Naruto only had a stitch on his forearm, where he pushed Kiba away to prevent a paintbrush from hitting Akamaru. Akamaru now saw Naruto as one of his favorite people. Why we have to do these lame test missions, Kakashi-sensei. Everyone knows we're too tough for them, Kiba said as Akamaru barked his support for his teacher. We're very new genin. Kibbles. Would you really trust any princess with us to protect her if we've only been around less than a week as genin? Naruto replied sagely as he sat down at the picnic table. Kiba grumbled at the unfairness, but didn't argue because he knew Naruto, he was right. He had long since gotten used to the nickname Naruto had given him. He simply prayed to the kami that neither his sister nor his mother would find out. The only way to ease that shame would be to commit puku, and Nada chuckled before sitting down with Kiba as well. They were waiting for their client to pay them for a job well done. So what are we going to do after this? Sensei, training or another lousy rank? Kia asked as she sat down. I have a little gift for you three. Today we're going to have a group sparring match with the other rookie genin, informed Kakashi the day after the true genin test. It was decided that they would face their adorable genin flashback Kakashi, Karina, and Asuma were in Okaji's office, since their teams were the only ones to pass. The Okaji stifled a sigh, seeing that only 3 teams had passed this year. He was seriously considering equipping some jounin and special jounin with reserve genin to bolster Konoha's numbers. Their numbers had suffered a harsh blow 3 years ago with the Kyugi attack, and since then the number of shinobi had decreased even more due to failed graduates and work deaths. It is a problem of the academy. Are they not preparing the next generation? Well, asked Iruin, silently hitting the nail on the head without realizing it. However, he put his thoughts aside and focused on the meeting. He was in Asuma. Start your report, ordered. Asuma stated, my 3 passed quite easily. Their objective was enough to immobilize me for time, draw my blood, and they managed to do it in 2 hours. Ino is the undisputed leader of the 3. She is loud, brash, and a fanatic. She said with a sigh, it would be very difficult for her to overcome that mentality. Although she can concentrate on the task when necessary, I suppose her skills are quite decent. She is moderate in stealth. Her accuracy is moderate, and her jutsus are limited to her mind transfer jutsu. Chuji is calm, kind, and sensitive. He is a follower and does practically what the other 2 tell him. To be honest, no, he's made for the life of a shinobi. They would have caught me right away, but Chuji refused to attack me. He said he didn't like hurting others. That's a big problem in our line of work. His skills are moderate. According to the academy reports, I can't verify them because Chuji wasn't used for stealth. He can use one of his clan's jutsus, but he can expand his body at will. Shikamaru is lazy, with no energy, but brilliant. Just like Chuji, he's a follower, but he can take the initiative when necessary. He's a strategist, and I know for a fact that the academy grades don't reflect his true abilities. However, as I said before, he is incredibly lazy, and anything that involves real work is troublesome. He can use one of his clan's judas, but I think he could learn a few more if I can motivate him. Sumi finished his report with a small sigh. These kids would take a lot to get in shape, and that meant more work for him. Yuzin suppressed a sigh of disappointment. Not even the few that passed were ideal shinobi. However, he instructed Karina to begin her report in hopes that her team would improve. Karina nodded and began already dashing Okage's hopes. My team went through the ringer. Their goal was to track me down and capture me. They succeeded, but it was more luck than skill. Sasuke Yukiya is a solitary man. He doesn't get along with others and believes he shouldn't even bother because they would only slow him down. He lunged at me despite currently having little to no tracking ability, and left the 2 others and ignored them for most of the test. However, he is strong for a genin. I admit it. I stopped once and engaged him in a light taijutsu match, and he seemed very skilled with his familiar style. He also managed to use the fire release jutsu, great fireball, and was barely out of breath. Afterward, he'll be a heavy hitter for the team once we awaken his sharing and he masters some more jutsus. Sakura Arino looks a lot like Ino, but she can't focus on the mission. She abandoned Shino to chase after Sasuke. Her skills are terrible despite having a great aptitude for chakra control and jinjutsu. I easily knocked her out by using a D-rank jinjutsu. He said with a sigh. He thought Sakura would be of a much higher level since she was next in line for Kunoichi of the Year, but it seemed like she was only thanks to her literary intelligence. Shino is antisocial, but he is not a single man like Sasuke. He tried to get them to work together at first, but like Sasuke, he thought she would hold him back and Sakura would follow. His example was unsuccessful. Shino is calm and logical and already has the ability to track thanks to his bugs. As far as I know, he can't use any jutsu because his bugs feed off his chakra network. But he is definitely a long-range fighter. The only reason they stopped by was because if Shino Sasuke realized he couldn't track me alone when I eluded him after our encounter. So he used Shino to track me, and the two of them temporarily teamed up to capture me. Sakura was still unconscious, finished Kurenai, and just as Alma knew he had a tough job ahead of him. Kakashi suppressed a wide grin as he began his report. My adorable genin were excellent. I almost had to beat the shit out of those brats, he exclaimed radiantly, causing the other two June present to look at him as if he was crazy. You're not kidding, he looked at in surprise. No, I'm not. Those brats almost killed me. He thought of a spiral ball in the hand of a chakra hand aimed at his stomach and shuddered a few times. Kurenai didn't believe it. Kakashi was one of the strongest ninjas in the village. He was promoted to genin at 5, chunin at 6, and to join at 12. It was impossible for 3 genin to face him and force him to give it his all. Kakashi saw the disbelief reflected on Kurena's face and decided to explain it better. As everyone knows, my exam focuses on teamwork, and they pass with flying colors. Kiba is impulsive, defiant, and seems to have the habit of rushing. But thanks to his pack instinct, he is able to obey orders, although perhaps he is only following instructions because he is in love with Hinata. He added thoughtfully, he did not believe that the infatuation would last long. Kurama and raised an eyebrow at the mention of Hinata. Not only was she still upset about not being on her team, but she did not consider Akiba worthy of her sister. He is strong for a genin, perhaps a superior genin or a lower chunin in taijutsu, and can use several techniques from his clan. He did not get to use them, but I have heard who has an excellent sense of smell that she can use to track. Yada speaks softly and is perhaps a little shy, but in combat she is calm, confident, and somewhat ruthless. She turned several logs into pincushions with those enon of hers. She demonstrated the control of the chakra characteristic of the Yuga by showing her ability to walk on water, and her terrifying precision managed to hit my Tenketsu with Swan. And I suppose she has some aces up her sleeve. By the way, she gets along famously with Naruto. Naruto is a bit antagonistic with Kiba, but when he is with Hinata, he is kind, compassionate, and loyal to the core. He seems to push away anyone who is not Hinata, but I hope I can work on that and get him to open up to his squad mates. What Kakashi really meant was, I hope he doesn't reject me from his life. From what I saw, he is definitely not. At genin level, Kurenai suppressed a smug smile at that despite Hinata's pleas. She didn't particularly like Naruto. It wasn't personal, but she saw him as an annoyance that would only drive her down. She knew he wasn't the last he appeared to be, but she didn't consider him a top student in the class. Yada was the heiress of an important clan, and more importantly, her younger sister only wanted the best for Hinata, and Naruto just wasn't the best. He's much closer to Jounin level. I haven't even seen a third of his tricks yet. He actually only used one. An improved version of the Rasengan, Kakashi stated. 3, 2, 1. What do you mean? Naruto is level. Kurenai yelled. I'm not saying he's an SS rank shinobi or anything, but he's definitely between rank B and A if I'm not mistaken. Like I said, I haven't seen any of his tricks, so he might have something special hidden up his metaphorical sleeve, Kakashi lamented. He took a drag on his pipe, pleased that at least there was a good team together. He felt even more pleased to hear about Naruto. A variation of the Rasengan. You mean? How did he improve it? Yusin asked. He knew Naruto hadn't added any items yet. The entire village would have surely noticed such a jutsu since training camp. Minato had theorized that the Rasengan, once completed, would easily be an S-rank jutsu. If he had used it, the entire village would have known. He turned it into a long-range attack. He almost hit me. I should talk to him too. He added as if he had thought about it. A jutsu like that should never be used against a comrade. Iruin seemed pleased with this. A Rasengan. Long range was in fact one of the variants his late successor had tried to create but failed to develop. Asuma looked thoughtful. He had been a Joun much longer than Kurama and had seen children half Naruto's age be stronger than him. So he was much more open-minded. Was it true? Had Naruto really improved some of the Yondame's legendary techniques? If so, Kakashi was right. Naruto was way ahead of being a simple genin. Do you believe him? Asuma asked Kirino, seeing his thoughtful expression. However, before he could answer and risk angering her, Kakashi interrupted. Is it really that hard to believe? Kakashi asked rhetorically. Not only did he feel a little offended that she thought he was lying, but she also doubted Naruto's abilities. That bothered him. Yes, it's hard to believe. It's been the last one since he entered the academy. I know he's been holding back, but to say that he's been hiding the abilities of a Joun is absurd. He replied, earning a Kakashi's angry glare. Naruto has played a prank on everyone in this village, including me. He has made fools of Ambu, Hunin, Chunin, Genin, and civilians of this village. Are you really surprised that he retains his abilities to end up on a team with Hinata? Asked Kakashi. With a slightly annoyed tone, Kurenai frowned again in annoyance. I won't believe it until I see it, she refuted flatly. Then how about our cute genin face each other? Team against team, offered Kakashi, but Kurenai was already shaking his head. It's not a team versus team. It doesn't matter if you're telling the truth about Naruto, but my team is a mess right now. I could finish last, and you'd probably win thanks to Hinata. Kiba. How about genin versus genin so we can compare their skills accurately? He turned to Asuma. Do you want to join? It might be good to have Chuji train, he asked. Asuma hesitated a moment before agreeing. Sounds good to me. Kurenai smirked. We'll do it at the end of the week, so we have time to train a little and get to know the strengths of our genin you're taking control of. What was my idea? But of course, Kakashi said frivolously before turning to Okage. That's all Okage sama. Iru's inside, and nodded, feeling a little ignored. That's all you can leave into flashback. Kiba started cheering after Kakashi told him the details of the fight. It would be basically like the ones they had at the academy, but this would be their first as shinobi. So Kiba was incredibly excited, and Nat too. She wore a small smile. She was eager to see how far her classmates had come since joining the shinobi forces. Naruto's face was impassive, but inside he was eager to crush a certain team since he no longer had to hold back. Relax, Kiba. You'll get tired, Naruto said as he rested his head on the table. His neck was starting to cramp from staring at the sky so much, so he stretched it. Kiba scoffed, but sat down anyway. Moments later, their client joined them. An older man, and tanned, and you could tell he'd been a farmer most of his life. Oh, you did a great job. A little weird with all the brush throwing, but it worked. Here's your pay, he said in a grandfatherly voice as he handed Kakashi a small wad of bills. Try not to spend it all at once, he yelled at them. As he walked back to his house a few feet away, Naruto looked at the bills and held back a sigh. Unlike higher-ranking missions, the shinobi who completed them received their payment directly from the client, simply got paid so little that it wasn't worth the trouble of going through a middleman. It was barely enough for 5 bowls of ramen. He mentally complained. If he didn't start getting paid decently soon, he'd have to go back to stealing or resorting to cannibalism. It could be anything. He accepted his meager salary with a grumble, but was surprised to see Hinata hand him his wad of bills. Perhaps surprised wasn't the best word, since it wasn't the first time he'd offered her his salary. He gave her a friendly smile. Keep it with her, Hinata-chan. I'm fine, he lied. Anyone considering cannibalism was definitely not fine. However, Hinata didn't take the bills away. Instead, she put on a worried yet stern look. You're not okay, Naruto-kun said. I can hear your stomach growling. I'm a clan heiress. I don't need it nearly as much as you do, she said in a here's the money and you'll like it tone. Naruto looked at the bills and then back at Hinata before sighing. Are you sure, Hinata-chan? I know you don't like using the money. Money from your clan to buy things, Naruto asked, and received a smile and a nod in return. Naruto took the bills with an embarrassed blush while Hinata smiled at him. They didn't even notice Kiba watching the small exchange with great interest and a conflicted look on his face. Later, at training ground, 7 walked towards their training ground and were surprised to see the other 2 teams were already there. Well, except Kakashi, you're late, roared Ino. We took 2 hours waiting, Sakura shouted with her friend. Oh yes, sorry, the road of life has many twists and turns. Guess we got lost. Naruto seemed immensely pleased with himself for beating Kakashi while the 2 June present glared at him. Kakashi patted Naruto on the head. I'm an amazing sensei, he congratulated himself after everyone was settled. Asuma looked at his fellow Hunin. So how are we going to do this? He asked. Kakashi seemed to think about it for a moment. Can I pick numbers? Let them choose their opponents? She wondered aloud. She looked down and saw that was the general reaction of the group. Ino glared at Sakura, who was surprisingly ignoring her. Kiba and Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was watching Shikamaru's noops without listening to him. Maybe we should let the rivals face each other now, so as not to cause problems later on. Kakashi thought as he gave his teammates an inquisitive look. Asuma and Kurina exchanged a look before nodding, both thinking the same thing. Kakashi is fine, so will be Sakura versus Ino Hinata versus Chuji Shikamaru versus Shino Naruto vs Kiba and Sasuke in a handicap match. Kakashi said, choosing the match to prove his point that Naruto was far above genin level Ino, gave Sakura a cocky smirk. Ready to lose, she mocked, but to her disgust, Sakura ignored her and walked towards a small clearing. That would serve as the battlefield. Everyone else watched with curiosity, waiting for a drawn-out fight. That she would honestly give him bad reputation to the Kunoichi. Asuma acted as supervisor of the match, observed both teams, already asked, and all nodded start. She said while jumping back. Sakura began throwing a shower of shuriken and kunais at. Her longtime rival Ino was startled by the display of cruelty, but managed to dodge it in time without receiving any hits. That's all you have on the card. Ino would have continued insulting her, but the screams of horror interrupted her. Ino turned sharply and saw the cause of the screams. Baki was left open as her mind slowly processed what she saw directly where she had dodged the barrage of shuriken and kunai, and there was Sasuke, a bloody and dying Sasuke. Suddenly, Ino ran toward Sasuke, and the group surrounding him all murmuring to each other about what they should do. No, this can't be happening. Ino yelled at her beloved, crouching down and crying over his body. Wounded tears sprang to her eyes as she tried to staunch the bleeding, but it was in vain. Her attention turned to those around her. Get help, do something, she screamed, and would have continued if not for Sasuke weakly reaching out and wiping away a tear. Ino cough. I have something I need to tell you, he said, weakly spitting blood with each word. Ino's eyes clouded with more tears as she leaned forward, for Sasuke was too weak to speak. Clearly her ear hovered over his mouth, and she felt his hot breath tickling her ear as he said, I win, Ino Serta. Sasuke said victoriously in the same voice as Sakura. It was at that moment that the Jinjutsu was broken, and she didn't realize she was kneeling on nothing and had Sakura's kunai at her throat. See, you asked? And not confused, Sakura smiled at her mockingly. I put you in a Jinjutsu that showed you your worst fear, she answered simply and removed the kunai as Asuma proclaimed her the winner of the fight. Everyone except her team was stunned at the incredibly quick match. Had been the exact opposite of what they expected. Wow, who would have thought that Sakura would win so quickly? Exclaimed Kiba excitedly. Although he was a little disappointed for not having seen a cat fight between two pretty girls, he was impressed that Sakura had managed to defeat Ino without barely lifting a finger. That was almost an instant victory when Sakura became even more troublesome. Shikamaru wondered out loud. Sakura was radiating happiness because she had just defeated her longtime rival. She ran happily towards her team, completely ignoring Ino, who was insulting her and saying that it wasn't over. Everyone's mouths were open when Sakura completely brushed against Sasuke and stopped in front of her sensei. How did I do? Kurina asked. Sensei asked with a tone like that of a child showing their parents something they have done. Kurina smiled at Sakura. Excellent, Sakura. You are finally recognizing your potential, she said with Kurina pride, and was glad that her conversation with Sakura had struck a chord. Flashback, Kurina looked at her genin and stifled a frustrated sigh. The boys were great in theory, but in reality they were two lone wolves and one fan wasn't the best formula for a team. Everyone can go except you, Sakura, she said while pinching the bridge of her nose. She was going to cut this Sakura fan mania short. Sasuke and Shin nodded before leaving. Once they were some distance away, Sakura looked at her sensei with an unsure. She didn't think she had done anything so serious that she should be arrested, so she asked, did I do something wrong, sensei? Just to be sure, Sakura, why did you become a shinobi? Kurina asked seriously. The question puzzled Sakura. Why did I become a shinobi? Because my father was one before the Kabomi killed him. I guess I wanted to honor him, she replied with insecurity evident in her tone. Kurina nodded. She thought that the girl had become a shinobi to impress Sasuke. That's a decent reason, but do you really think so? That you're honoring him with the way you act, he demanded, surprising Sakura with my way of acting. What are you talking about, sensei? Sakura asked in an angry tone because she felt insulted. I mean your fangirl nonsense. Sakura Do you really think you're honoring your father by completely ignoring your training to impress Sasuke with your figure? Do you think you're honoring your father by dieting and starving yourself when you should be eating twice as much as a civilian? Do you even know what it means to be a kunoichi? Kurenai practically yelled at him. Final, but before Sakura could retort angrily, Kurenai sighed in extreme frustration. Sakura, do you know why there are only a third of ninjas? Asked Kurenai in a very serious tone. Kurenai would stop at nothing to change Sakura's actions. Sakura's furious retort dried up in her mouth. Because sexual crimes are more common against women than men in the field she recited by heart. It was common knowledge to all kunoichi. Kurenai nodded. That is exactly what the book says. Text, knowing that, why haven't you taken the necessary precautions to ensure that doesn't happen to you? Sinra asked in her voice only curiosity and disappointment. Sakura hesitated for a moment before quickly finding the answer. Because Sasuke-kun will save me, she stated firmly, as if it were a fact. Kurina arched an eyebrow. Sasuke will save you, she asked, and received a nod, always another nod, before Sakura could react or defend herself. Kurenai had firmly taken hold of the nipple of her right breast, somehow finding it through her shirt and bra between her thumb and index fingernails, and pinched it savagely. Sakura screamed in surprise, more than pain. Sensei, what are you doing? Let go, she yelled, trying to pull Kurenai's hand away, but her grip was tight, and she was starting to squeeze harder. Kurenai didn't like having to do this. She wasn't proud or pleased to hurt her student, but a little pain was better than ending up dead or turned into a sex toy for an enemy ninja. Why am I doing this? The better question is, where is he? Kurina asked, and as she applied more pressure, Sakura had stopped struggling. It seemed that the more she struggled to get free, the tighter her grip tightened. Her sensei could only grit his teeth at the intense pain in his chest. What did Sakura ask? Her voice thick with emotion as tears of anger and confusion sprang to her eyes. You said Sasuke would save you 100% of the time. So where is he? Kurina asked again. Sakura realized all at once as Kurenai continued. Sakura isn't coming. And you're helpless. If I were an enemy shinobi, I would do much more than pinch your nipple. If I were an enemy shinobi, I would be raping you. If I were an enemy shinobi, I would be passing you from hand to hand between my friends while we mercilessly rape you in unimaginably horrible ways. Kurenai said, pressing harder and harder to make herself understood. Their nails were almost touching at that moment, and Sakura could barely contain a scream. Sakura cried inconsolably, not only because of the sharp pain in her chest, but because she knew what Kurenai was about to say, and you would be completely at our mercy for having decided to diet and skip physical training. Your body is weak for having decided to waste your time looking at him with lust. You have not developed any skills to defend yourself. Kurenai dropped her hand, and Sakura fell to her knees, crying as she massaged her abused breast. Kurenai sighed sadly and gently stroked Sakura's shoulder. Sakura has incredible potential. With your chakra control, you could be an amazing medic nin or a specialist in genjutsu like me, but don't waste all that talent to not impress any boy. He's not worth it. No boy is worth it, said Kurina, and in a reassuring tone, calming her annoying student. She felt terrible for having to do it, but it was for long-term protection. Sakura was silent for a long time after her pits stopped. She felt like she had spit on her father's grave. How had she let her crush on Sasuke get in the way of her original goal? How had she strayed so far from the path that she wanted to follow? Her intention was to be a shinobi first and try to impress Sasuke with her skills, but she knew she didn't have any. She had completely ignored the physical aspect of being a shinobi in order to admire Sasuke. Half an hour passed before Sakura managed to calm down. Sensei, can you teach me genjutsu? She asked, determined to make up for lost time. And if that meant sacrificing her love for Sasuke, then so be it. First and foremost, she was a shinobi, and she had to learn to protect herself, or what Kurenai had just said describe what happened to her. Kurenai smiled. Of course, get here an hour early for your first lesson in a flashback, as everyone congratulated Sakura on her victory. Even Sasuke gave a nod of approval. Hinata and Chuji made their way to the small field. As they faced each other, Hinata smiled slightly at Chui's obvious hesitation. You don't have to be afraid of hurting me, Chuji, she said reassuringly. It didn't affect Chuji's nerves much, but it might. I don't want to hurt my friends. He declared feeling conflicted, although Asuma-sensei had said that training with your friends would help them, and you get stronger. Chuji found it hard to get over the idea of hitting his friends. Chui, you won't hurt me. I've been training with Naruto-kun for a long time, and he's very strong, so don't hold back. Okay, he said with a kind smile as he adopted one of his stances. Chuji hesitated, and Asuma decided to offer a reward. Chuji, if you give it your all in this fight, I'll treat you to an all-you-can-eat buffet at the restaurant of your choice now. We begin, he said. As he jumped back for a moment, nothing happened until surprisingly Chui sprang into action. Jutsu expansion screamed, suddenly swelling up into a large ball. Hinata immediately jumped back several feet to give herself room to dodge. What would happen next? Human bullet tank were the words that followed shortly after as Chui began to spin before shooting off. Hinata jumped high with seinen between each knuckle and her dojutsu activated. To dodge, Hinata launched Swan, thinking that he would be forced to stop if he got any semen. But to his surprise, Chui was spinning so fast that the needles simply bounced off him. Hinata's eyes narrowed as he fell gracefully to the ground. Already thinking of some different strategies, Chui performed an impressive spin and charged at Hinata. Again, like a raging bull. However, Hinata was already prepared, surprising everyone except Naruto. She jumped forward, and in midair, he turned around, and started unleashing seemingly endless bursts of Zenbin. What's she doing? Are they going to crush her? Kiba yelled, worried about his crush. Everyone heard Naruto's taunt. What the hell is wrong with you? Aren't you worried that Hinata-chan will get hurt? Kiba demanded. Naruto sighed again. Do you really have that little faith in Hinata-chan? Chuji won't lay a finger on her, he said, pointing at the match and telling him to watch it. Hinata landed and turned around moments before Chuji was ready to crush her. Although she was trying to break, smiling to herself, Hinata dodged to the left with 2 graceful steps. It didn't even look like she was dodging, more like she was dancing like a ballerina. The younger girls felt a pang of jealousy towards Hinata. Kiba commented, "Wow, Hinata-chan, she sure is flexible." With a perverted blush on the bridge of his nose. Even though he was only 12, he was in puberty, which meant perverted thoughts about girls. The cracking of knuckles came from behind him, and Kiba turned to seeing Naruto cracking his knuckles and giving his teammate a look that promised death. "Keep that up, and I'll castrate you, dog breath." Kiba gulped loudly before turning around, sweating profusely. Everyone laughed at him. Chuji ran past Hinata, still trying to slow down, and headed straight for the trap she had set. Although Chui was spinning quickly, he could still make out the Zenbins that were bursting out of the ground and aimed for him. While Chui could repel objects like the Enon, as he spun so fast they just bounced off, he didn't think he could avoid being impaled by the needles and rolled over them. So naturally, when he got too close, he deactivated his expansion jutsu and flew over the needles. Chuji landed on his face. The onlookers grimaced on his behalf, and he continued, spinning until he came to a complete stop, almost 30 yards from where the jutsu had stopped. "Ouch," said Chuji, cupping his injured face as he struggled to stand due to the amount of small wounds now covering his body. "Are you all right, Choi?" he asked, Suma proud of having taken the initiative, but also thinking that Chuji should probably retreat as he was winning. "Yeah, I'm fine," said Chuji as he once again took a fighting stance, thinking he was going to destroy Suma's sense. "And after this match, do you want to continue?" asked Hinata as she approached. Chuji thought for a moment and shook his head. After years with Shikamaru, his intelligence and foresight had rubbed off on him. He knew that the human bullet tank jutsu was his only ace. Hinata had countered it. He only knew the jutsus from the academy apart from those of his clan, and those would be of no use to him. So he had no choice but to give up since he had nothing else to use against Hinata. Hinata smiled at him. "You did very well, Chuji. Now, let me heal your wounds," she said as she helped Chuji sit down, and with a glowing green hand, she began to run over his body and heal his minor wounds. Asuma was impressed, as was Kakashi, although the latter hoped that Hinata had practiced medicine considering her words at the lake. So it seems Kakashi got a ranking genin and a medical ninja. He thought surprised, but immediately got angry. Some people have all the luck, he thought, looking at his disastrous team. Of course, it had only been a week, but Asuma knew it was going to cost a lot to put the 3 of them in order. "Maybe I'll do what Karina did to straighten Sakura out. I'll ask him when this is over." After Hinata was declared the winner and healed Chui Shikamaru, and Shino headed out to the field while Hinata and Chuji returned. "You did great, Hinata. Chan knew you could do it," Kiba said with a wide grin, but Hinata could see Naruto muttering as Kiba lay on his back. "Thanks, Kiba," he said politely before taking a seat next to Naruto, who was more or less saying the same thing. Kiba watched the small display and felt jealousy rise in his chest. "I'll show the team who's boss around here," he thought as he turned to watch the match between Shikamaru and Shino. Asuma looked at the two boys, one of whom was yawning and the other was standing there waiting for the match to begin. Asuma sighed. He had a pretty good idea how this was going to play out. "Come on," he said, but didn't even bother to back down. Only half a second later, the words, "I give up," were heard from our favorite Nara. Everyone except the few who saw it coming. Asuma, Kakashi, and Naruto jumped. That lazy son of Ino growled, frustrated because her partner was so lazy that he would withdraw from a fight, so he wouldn't have to fight, but also because he was also on her team. Sakura nodded, agreeing with her friend. That's all. They didn't even fight. Rujiak was furious. He was curious to see how the fight would end. They were both long-range fighters, but he wanted to see which clan technique was the best. "Wow, Asuma was right. That boy lives up to his clan's reputation," commented Karina, and to herself, she didn't know Shikamaru was so lazy. She muttered Hinata to herself, but her friend listened to her. "It's not just because he's incredibly lazy that he quit," Naruto said, causing some around him to look at him in bewilderment. "Oh, you noticed too?" Kakashi asked with a tone as if sharing a secret. "Did you notice that, Sensei?" Kiba asked, wondering what the hell they were talking about. Kakashi simply pointed at Shikamaru, indicating that they should pay attention to what he had to say in his defense. Asuma's side. "Did Shikamaru really ask?" With exasperation, "I had expected it, but it still made it annoying." Shikamaru sighed, seeing Shino's disapproving look despite having almost his entire face covered how troublesome he would have lost in the end. "So, why waste time?" Shikamaru replied. Shino raised an eyebrow. Although he completely understood the logic behind Shikamaru's actions, he wanted to hear his reasons. "Shino and I are long-range fighters, but our styles are very different. My shadow binding jutsu can immobilize Shino, and maybe I could force him to surrender, although it's unlikely, but I can't immobilize all the Kikachu inside him. I could easily send a swarm while I immobilize him, since they respond to his will, and absorb my chakra," lamented Shikamaru. Shino nodded. That had been his strategy since he found out who he would be fighting. Asuma's side. "Victory goes to Shino," he announced, embarrassed that all the members of his team had lost when Shino and Shikamaru joined the group. Everyone congratulated Shino on his victory and laughed when Hino started criticizing Shikamaru, tried to explain his reasoning, but it didn't work, so he just stood there listening to his classmates scream while they muttered about problematic blondes. However, two genin ignored them as they headed to the center of the clearing with Naruto, who seemed to be completely calm fighting against two opponents. Both genin thought the same, but for different reasons. How eager to crush Naruto. Fear when he does it with Inat-chan will see that he is a complete failure and will go out with me. He thought he was excited, showing that he knew absolutely nothing about the opposite sex. "Finally, I can fight you again. Naruto, you better stop holding back, so I can crush you and show you that I am superior," thought Sasuke, remembering the first time Naruto had lost a fight. Flashback. Sasuke stood in the middle of the circle. The teachers finally allowed him to train again. It had been almost a month since Naruto broke his arm, and the conversation with his older brother. Many were surprised by the changes in the boy's behavior in such a short time. It was almost as if he were a different child. His arrogance had been considerably reduced. It was still there and occasionally surfaced, but it was few. Sasuke smiled more, was kinder, and even made some friends. He no longer made fun of others for being inferior, but he did pick on some boys. Naruto, Hinata, and Shino, however, now he made fun of them for very different reasons. He still retained some of his abusive nature, but it was a mix between his superiority complex and his inferiority complex. Naruto walked to the center of the ring, looking completely apathetic to what was happening, but inside he was screaming at the injustice of what he was about to do. Iruka looked at the two boys. "Make the symbol that indicates you wish to train," he ordered, and the two boys followed him. "This time I will win. It is to protect Hinata-chan. I have to hold it in." Start. Sasuke and Naruto are in the middle of a clash of blows. However, Naruto seemed slow. Compared to his previous fight with the Uchiha, Naruto felt like Sasuke was moving in slow motion. His movements were so predictable that he felt like he could win blindfolded. In fact, it was hard to lose. Naruto raised an awkward arm to block a punch while making eye contact with a bewildered and furious 6-year-old Sasuke. Sasuke easily noticed that Naruto was holding back, and it infuriated him. This was the boy who broke his arm so easily. Why was he so slow? Naruto suddenly let a punch hit him in the chin, and he took a few steps back with his heel, only a foot or two from the line. Sasuke grunted as he unleashed several punches and kicks. Naruto panicked and fell out of the ring and landed on his, but that caused everyone to laugh, except for Hinata, who was completely perplexed by Naruto's lost winner. Sasuke Yukiya. Irika shouted, wondering the same thing as Hinata. Sasuke's fans went crazy praising what Sasuke had done and throwing insults at Naruto, calling him his usual self, and how he cheated the last time they fought. Now, make the harmony symbol. Irika ordered. Naruto stood up feeling like a complete idiot, but glad that he had kept Hinata safe, and walked over to Sasuke, holding out a hand with 2 fingers indicating for him to shake it. However, Sasuke had other plans. Sasuke pushed Naruto's hand away. Smack. What's wrong with you? Why did you let me win? Roared Sasuke. Feeling insulted, Naruto glared at him, but didn't reply. If he opened his mouth, a string of stunning profanities would come out of his mouth. Sasuke, stop, make the symbol of harmony. Irika instructed again. Sasuke gritted his teeth as he reached out and intertwined his fingers with Naruto's, who began to squeeze them with all his might. Sasuke grimaced, but began to squeeze back, vowing to find out why Naruto was holding back the end. From the flashback, the 3 faced each other. In the clearing, a soft breeze ruffled their hair. Sasuke turned to Kiba. Get out of my way, dog. This fight is between him and me, he said, giving him a glare to reinforce it. Kiba sneered as he put Akamaru down. How come you're mine? He replied with a furious growl. Naruto sighed. It's so hard being so handsome. I have all the beautiful women, and apparently the men fighting over me, he said, dramatically infuriating them both. Shut up, idiot, I'm not gay, roared Kiba, feeling easily affected by Naruto's words. However, Sasuke clicked his tongue. I want to fight you one-on-one to show you that I am stronger than you, and so that you don't use the excuse that it was 2 against 1 when I crushed you, he declared flatly. Naruto chuckled. You're going to crush me? It seems you've forgotten that you've won all our fights since we were kids, because I let you ride, he asked in a mocking tone. However, it wasn't like the mocking and friendly tone he used with Kiba. No, this was the kind of mockery that is use it on someone you hate was filled with contempt and brimming with anger. Sasuke growled. That was it. Then I'm going to win because I train harder than you, and that makes me stronger, said Sasuke in a serious tone. Naruto burst out laughing. So you train harder than me, huh? I thought training would be beneath your nobility. He mocked with disdain at the word noble. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, wanting to take it out on Naruto for insulting his clan, but decided to answer his question not before Itachi went berserk. He was right in that hard work pays off more than talent, and I work harder than anyone to achieve my ambition. That's why you won't even scratch me, replied Sasuke, but was interrupted when with a gust of wind and a sudden movement. Sasuke's shirt had a large cut from the sleeve down, and his shorts were the same, only below the belt loop. Sasuke's eyes widened at the sight of his now torn clothes. Kiba exclaimed, "Oh my God!" before Sasuke noticed a cut shallow and continuous from shoulder to knee, only sticking out from the belt loop. The cut wasn't deep enough to draw more than a drop of blood, but maybe that's what made it so intimidating. Sorry, you left yourself so exposed I couldn't resist. Were you saying something about a scratch? Naruto said in a monotone. There was no mockery or joking at Naruto, was just giving Sasuke a glimpse of what was in store for him. Sasuke looked up from his robes and saw Naruto holding a sword with that looked identical to a real katana, but without the guard. Although unknown to her, the sword was made from a special type of wood that could conduct chakra. That was how Naruto cut through Sasuke's clothes. Wow, I didn't even see him move, exclaimed Shuji, clearly impressed by what Naruto had just done. He hurt Sasuke-kun, said Hino weakly, but inwardly, she was practically drooling at the thought of only a thin piece of cloth keeping her true love from being naked. Sakura agreed with her friend, but didn't share her inner thoughts. Shikamaru didn't say anything, but was much more attentive to the match. Shino was doing the same. That speed, I blinked and missed it. Speed alone doesn't make it leveling, but the match hasn't even started, thought Karina, and shocked Yada smiled, slightly glad that Naruto could face Sasuke something she had been wanting for years and happy that. Everyone was impressed with the speed of her crush. She couldn't wait to see their reactions when see what Naruto was truly capable of. Asuma blinked a few times. Damn, that kid is fast, he thought before turning to an enraged Sasuke. Do you want to change out your shorts before the match starts? Yours are hanging by a thread, he asked and received a glare for his efforts. Sighing, he yelled star before leaping several meters back. Sasuke immediately shot out, intending to make Naruto pay dearly for tearing his clothes. However, Naruto dodged every single one. A close call. With a carefree smile, really, this is all you got, Sasuke? Doesn't impress me, sneered Naruto, grinning even wider, seeing his words irritate Sasuke. Sasuke roared as his punches and kicks sped up, determined to hit Naruto, even if it was the last thing he did. But Naruto dodged them all with ease. He waited just long enough for Sasuke to think he had reached him, but the last millisecond, he moved slightly and Sasuke's attack missed. It was embarrassing and infuriating Sasuke. He simply growled before smirking. Tsuga, Kia yelled as she turned into a human drill and aimed for Naruto's back. However, to everyone's surprise, Naruto planted his feet, and as Kiba's drill came closer to him, it caught Kiba. Kiba was spinning so fast that it pierced through Naruto's glove and into his skin, but he stood his ground, his face not even hinting that he was in pain. Shit, Karina exclaimed breathlessly. She had done a little research on Kiba, as she wanted to have him on her original team, so she knew how devastating he was. It was Tsuga, a glancing blow and the skin would tear, but a direct blow and the skin would tear. His doubts about what Kakashi said vanished instantly. He knew for sure that it would be a disaster if he received one of those, and much less if he stopped it with his bare hands. Just like Kulinai, the genin were more than impressed with Naruto, maybe with the exception of Hinata, who knew his strength. Shikamaru and Shino reevaluated Naruto. Shino now thought that Naruto was even more enigmatic, and Shikamaru now thought that Naruto was much more trouble than it originally was. Ino and Sakura's mouths were open. They didn't know the details like Kulinai did, but they had seen Akaba use it enough to know it was very powerful. Hinata and Kakashi were surprised. Kakashi more than Hinata, knowing Naruto's recklessness, and he decided to stop the attack with his hand. However, they both knew that the Okage had given him permission not to hold back. Maybe he was just testing out his new freedoms. Damn, that hurt more than I thought, Naruto commented while he threw it far away. He looked down at his hand and wasn't too surprised to see bone in a few places that had made more contact with Kiba's rapidly spinning head. Sasuke stared at Naruto in shock. He was completely stunned by what he had just seen. Kiba had used his Tsuga and Getsuga on him before during some of the later academy training sessions, so he knew from experience what that human exercise felt like. So that begged the question, how the hell did he stop him with just one blow? Kiba's hand landed a few feet away with the same impression as Sasuke. What the hell are you? Kiba demanded. Not even his mother could throw her Tsuga like that. Naruto didn't respond, but focused his chakra on his injured hand. The muscle and skin quickly covered the exposed bone. It wasn't medical ninjutsu. His chakra control was too poor for that. Since Naruto couldn't heal others, he was more like a Kiki and Janai. The more chakra he concentrated, the faster the healing. Although he had his limits, Kiba stay other than that. I'm squashing Sasuke right now. I don't want my teammate to get hurt because you were in the way, Naruto said in a serious tone that almost sent shivers down Kiba's spine. It wasn't just his tone that, even though he wouldn't admit it, scared Kiba. It was his eyes. They held no remorse. Naruto was serious. He was going to squash Sasuke. Kiba really wondered what Sasuke did to anger Naruto so much. Naruto didn't wait to see Kiba's response and turned to look at a recovering Sasuke. Naruto did, bouncing his fake sword lightly over his shoulder. It's nothing personal. Well, that's a total lie. It's completely personal. Anyway, I hope you're ready to meet the rest of your clan, Naruto said in a cloying tone. It was the tone of a predator who decides to have a little fun with his prey before eating it whole. Naruto suddenly disappeared, only to reappear before delivering a devastating backhand to Sasuke's jaw. He went flying towards where Naruto sent him, too stunned to stand up. He landed on his back almost 12 meters away. You should be glad I managed to resist that slap. If it was a civilian, his neck would have been broken, Naruto thought as he lazily walked towards Sasuke. who was getting up thanks to the shinobi's chakra. His bones, muscles, tendons, and other medical devices had strengthened in an amazing way. So if you threw a civilian against a wall, they would be a mess. But if you threw a shinobi against a wall, they would shake off the slap. Are you finished yet? Naruto asked as he stopped. A few meters away from Sasuke, his face was already beginning to swell from Naruto's blow, enraged by the comment. Sasuke threw another punch, but it was deflected with a slight movement of the hand that wielded Naruto's simulated sword before he stabbed him in the stomach. It didn't pierce his skin, but it hurt a lot, pushing the wooden sword away. Sasuke began to rain down blows on Naruto. He was determined to land at least one clean hit. However, each punch or kick was deflected with a blow from the Naruto's weapon. Sasuke threw a left hook, but the blade caught his elbow. He attacked with a jab, but the wooden sword broke his wrist. He attacked with a kick, but missed and took a blow to his kneecap. He could already feel the bruises forming as his anger and shame intensified. Why couldn't he beat him? He trained for hours to avenge his clan, but he couldn't even touch Naruto. He was so sure that he trained harder than the blonde, tougher than any genin and most jounin. But now he knew that he was wrong. Naruto was in a completely different league, and judging by the smirk on his face, Sasuke guessed that this didn't even come close to Naruto's true strength. Do you have no other tricks up your sleeve? Naruto asked as he deftly dodged a punch before landing a rapid succession of attacks to Sasuke's ribs and back. Sasuke grunted as he stopped attacking and put some distance between them before flying through the hand signs for one of the signature jutsus of her family. Kurama opened her eyes wide as she tried to stop Sasuke before the situation got out of hand, but a hand on her shoulder stopped her. She looked surprised at Kakashi, who was shaking his head. Don't stop them. Naruto in particular needs to get this out of his head, said Kakashi. Try to kill your student. Kakashi informed Kurama, and with a ridiculous voice, bewildered by the lack of intervention of Kakashi himself. Kakashi shook his head. Just watch and do not interfere, he ordered in a calm tone. Slowly relaxing, he went back to focusing on the match. Fire release, great fireball jutsu, he shouted, and his flames engulfed the spot Naruto was standing in. Sasuke kept the flames going for an impressive 30 seconds before canceling the jutsu to avoid exhaustion as he regained control of his breathing. He watched the lingering smoke, trying to see if it had hit Naruto. Almost a minute later, the smoke finally dissipated, and to his surprise, Naruto had disappeared. That fireball was gone, hot enough to reduce him to ashes. He thought, confused. What are you looking at, team? Asked Naruto, using Sasuke's shoulder as support to stay on his feet. Sasuke instantly took out a kunai and tried to cut Naruto, but his attempt only went halfway as Naruto grabbed him by the wrist. I think I've played enough with you, Yukiya scum, he said as he squeezed and twisted Sasuke's wrist, making it break forcefully. Sasuke screamed in pain, but a knee to the stomach shut him down, while Sasuke leaned involuntarily. Naruto grabbed his hair, releasing his broken wrist, and pulled hard. Oh no, don't do it, Sasuke. I still have 7 years of nonsense to pay you, said Naruto, dropping his boken to the ground while slamming his now empty fist against Sasuke's body and arms. Kurama tried to stop him. It was clear that Naruto was the winner of the fight, but Kakashi stopped her once again. Do not interfere, she said while watching Naruto defeat the last loyal Yukiya. Kakashi, are you not serious? Sasuke is being beaten. We have to intervene before he dies, Kurama demanded. Kurama Nasan. Naruto-kun won't kill Sasuke, Hinata said, answering for her sensei. Kurama turned sharply to her little sister, feeling a little betrayed for not having her back. What do you mean? Aren't you watching a match? She asked rhetorically, pointing out that now it was just a one-sided beating. Does that mean Naruto is just playing with team? Kia said as she sat down. If he wanted him to die, he would, Kia said, sitting down. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. You gave up? It doesn't seem like you, Kiba commented. He sighed. Naruto faced my strongest technique, and it didn't do any damage. I may be a little slow at times, but I'm not an idiot. If I tried to keep fighting, Naruto would have knocked me out so he could face the team, he said with a sigh. It seemed that his plan to woo Hinata was not going to prosper. Hinata nodded. Naruto-kun will not kill Sasuke, she stated firmly. Kurama shot a nervous glance at Naruto, who was beating up Sasuke, just in time to see him hit. Sasuke hit him so hard in the stomach that Sasuke's shirt ripped off and flew several meters. I'm not sorry, but in good conscience I can't allow this to continue, he said before disappearing in Shunin Kakashi's side. I hope he knows Naruto won't be the one to get angry. Naruto walked apathetically towards the bruised and battered Yukiya. That's enough, Naruto ordered Kurina, and from behind Naruto looked back and saw Hinata's older sister staring at him. He raised an eyebrow, while still clutching the remains of Hinata's shirt. Sasuke was about to retort, but Sasuke coughed blood and barely rolled onto his side. Naruto sighed as he threw the shredded shirt over his defeated opponent. I guess you're right, this wasn't even fun, he said in a tired tone as he walked away. Despite what people might say about how he mercilessly beat Sasuke, it wasn't revenge, it was retribution. Sasuke deserved every cut, bruise, and broken bone Naruto had just inflicted on him. In fact, he deserved way more, but Naruto couldn't take much more. Naruto started walking back to the others and passed by Kurenai, who was giving her best. You should feel terrible for what you just did. Look, when they heard a weak voice stop them. Stop. I'm not done with you yet, Sasuke said as he struggled to stand up. Naruto sighed and stopped as Kurenai ran to her student's side. Sasuke, stay down. Kurina began and placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder to prevent him from getting up, but the hand was slapped away. Don't touch me. I have to prove that the Yukiya. Naruto interrupted and kicked him in the face. Stop raving, you can't win, so stay down. This isn't a movie where you can win by sheer force of will. If you get up, if you threaten me or Hinata again, I will finish you off. I'm sick of your arrogance and pride. You're not special, Sasuke. You're not a prodigy like your brother, and the chances of that kill your brother are astronomical. At the rate you're going, it'll be 1,000 years before you could touch Itachi. That's the truth. And do you know why you'll never kill him? Naruto demanded. There was silence. Because you're too arrogant and proud to accept help. You say you train hard, and that makes you think you don't need anyone else. But you're so wrong to think that you should be given a reward. You can only go so far, team, and you've already achieved that. If you truly want to kill Itachi, and I imagine he does admit that you can't do it alone, because the harsh reality is that you can't. And if you continue like this, even if you find Itachi, the only thing you'll be able to do is bleed out on top of him. Naruto finished angrily before sighing and putting his hands in his pockets as his fake sword disappeared in a puff of smoke. I'm done with this, he said before walking in the direction of the city with Hinata following him to make sure he was okay. Sasuke began to think about what Naruto had said and stood up with difficulty, ignoring Kurina's pleas for him to stay down. I'm going to the hospital, he said, ignoring everyone, and started limping in the direction of the Konoha hospital. Ino saw him and quickly tried to help the fallen Lucci, but he ignored her attempts. In no time, all the genin had dispersed until only losing was left. So you still think I was lying? Kakashi asked while reading his favorite novel. Kurenai sighed. No, but this turned into a disaster. No question asked, and received 2 grunts in response. Kurina's attention shifted to Asuma. Why didn't you stop the fight earlier? She demanded, causing Asuma to sigh. There are 3 kinds of fights: one that protect a life, one that takes a life, and one that protects your pride. The last is the one you don't interfere in, he said as he took out a cigarette. Kurina frowned, confused, and gestured for Asuma to explain further, taking a deep drag. Sasuke was fighting for his clan's pride, and Naruto was fighting to get it back after the Yukiya incident. Kurenai grimaced at the mention of Naruto's time with the Yukiya clan. She always seemed to forget about it whenever our favorite blonde was mentioned. She didn't want to intervene because not only would it be a huge insult to his pride, but it's better to deal with it now than when they're both high-ranking shinobi. Although Naruto was a bit stronger than she expected, she admitted with a sigh. She paused, then turned to Kakashi, who had already started to answer her question before she could even ask. Yes, that's why I said not to interfere. Naruto wouldn't kill Sasuke. Not even the Okage could protect Naruto from the chaos that would ensue if he killed the last Yukiya loyalist. They more Naruto than Sasuke needed to vent their anger. It seems that Naruto vented most of his, but since the fight was so unequal, Sasuke's anger could sharpen or fade with that talk. Kakashi reflected while turning the page. So it doesn't matter that I just saved my student from additional pain, Kurina said, nodding. No. You may have necessarily fueled Sasuke's anger because you believed he needed saving. So we could end up with a much more violent and antisocial Sasuke than we already have, Kakashi said thoughtfully before clarifying to Kurenai. I guess it's a man thing. Kurenai's shoulders slumped. She desperately wanted Naruto's words to penetrate Sasuke's thick head. She didn't know if he could handle two completely antisocial students. Kakashi gave her a smile. Let's hope for the best. Okay, Naruto. He breathed slowly, trying to calm his racing heart. Sweat dripped from his forehead and body as he moved, joining the puddle at his feet. Blood flowed in torrents from dozens of wounds covering his body. The blood mixed with the sweat, turning the puddle a reddish pink. However, Naruto couldn't see it because his eyes were blindfolded. He couldn't hear it because he also had earplugs blocking out all sound. He sighed with the same calm, focusing his other senses to compensate for his sight and hearing. Mainly the touch. Seconds passed until he felt a slight noise coming from a few feet to his left, moving slightly. He dodged the project heading towards him. He returned to his original position only to dodge two more. In quick succession, minutes passed. As he repeated this pattern, feeling the slight vibrations before having to dodge, he did this many times, but also received several impacts. Naruto sighed in relief when he felt a strong vibration on his wrist and took off the blindfold and earplugs. As he opened his eyes, he grimaced at the sudden light. He was in a completely white room, except for the blood stains with 100 circular holes at regular intervals. Naruto looked at his paint-covered body and counted the stains that more or less covered his body. 38 direct hits, 22 strong marks, and the rest minor scratches. Not bad considering he had been dodging balls covered in paint for an hour and a half. Naruto was training his time of reaction, and his other senses. The room contained 100 balls, each covered with paint of a different color, so he could know the force of the blow that were shot out. If Naruto dodged them, they went back to another hole to be reused. And if he didn't well, that was self-explanatory. He would continue shooting rubber balls until they were exhausted, which would mark the end of the exercise. Naruto's current best time was 1 hour and 55 minutes. Naruto walked towards the training door while taking off his clothes were ruined, and he let them fall to the floor, revealing black spandex shorts and a tight silver t-shirt. He made some clones to clean the room, all grumbling as they did so. Before leaving, he whistled a small tune as he plunged into the darkness. He had found a secret base about 2 years ago. It was a large labyrinth of underground tunnels with rooms for everything he needed. He had to remodel several rooms for training, but he left most just as the owner had done. The original Orochimaru base was one of his many underground hideouts that he had scattered across the elemental nations, and the one Naruto had claimed was where he had stayed right before he fled Konoha. As stated, Naruto remodeled several rooms, mainly the ones that weren't used for terrible experiments. The rest he sealed or left as they were. He remodeled a couple dozen training rooms like the one he had just visited and practiced a wide variety of skills. He created a library with enough books to rival Konoha's. The kitchen was well stocked, but right now he was lacking food due to his appetite and his inability to get money to satisfy himself. He gathered books for his personal library in various ways. Some he stole. If he was ever working, he would look hard for any good books related to ninja or not. Others he copied from Konoha's library. Over the past 2 years, he would send clones to copy books and scrolls, and when the sky would darken, he would occasionally sneak in and copy a jutsu or two from the higher ranking sections. However, he did leave the science room alone, even though it might be a moral dilemma for Naruto to leave the miserable place untouched. He did, and would often use it for experimentation as well. Despite how sick he was, Orochimaru was a brilliant scientist, and his labs were well equipped. Naruto, not knowing where to buy even half of the things in the science room, he left it as it was, and we used it in very different ways. While Orochimaru experimented on humans and tried to obtain immortality and bloodlines, Naruto focused on helping shinobi in their daily lives. He made food pills with no nasty side effects and ration bars that provided nutrition for a day. He made pills that helped you stay awake, as well as many other things useful for his profession. None of them were available on the market. He was still testing their long-term effects, and the effect of use continued. However, once they were thoroughly tested, he would recommend them to Gigi. Although there was another reason for his reluctance, the elder Okage would wonder where and how he made these miracle drugs. When he presented them, the clue could very well lead us there. This was where Naruto spent the last year in total isolation. He trained here and developed his skills in secret. Only Hinata knew where this place was, and perhaps Gigi, when he found it no longer had the chemicals and bodies that Orochimaru had used. So Naruto was sure that old man Okage knew of his existence, but didn't have a human strength to contain him. Naruto concluded that due to the Kyuubi's attack that wiped out a third of his forces and Orochimaru's defection that cost Konoha one of its strongest and several of its pawns, Gigi, put the base at the end of his list, he didn't have the time or the men to defend it. So he simply covered it up and seemed to forget about it. Naruto had arrived at the place by chance. Hinata was having a training match, so she was walking around the forest when he noticed the Jinjutsu. At first, he thought his eyes were just playing tricks on him, but after a huge discharge of chakra, he dissipated it upon entering the hideout that had been closed for a long time. He was greeted by stale air and decay. After exploring the base, 11-year-old Naruto decided to claim it. He cleaned everything with the help of many shadow clones, and through trial and error, he fixed many rooms. He planned to use the task. It had taken him several months, almost a whole year, but that was due to a particular room. Naruto was about to enter said room. Naruto came to a dead end and looked at the door that blocked his way. Unlike the others that lined the poorly lit hallways, this was an enormous double door made of the strongest oak wood. On the surface were hundreds of intricate seals that gave it the appearance of a door to another realm. However, a master in the art of sealing could tell, just by looking at them, that that was not what they were meant for. Keep something inside. Naruto bit his thumb before wiping some blood, forming a small circle on the handle. Naruto's blood lingered for a moment before the seal activated and glowed a luminous blue before being absorbed by the seal, causing the door to open. A light emerged from the crack between the doors and intensified as they opened. Naruto stepped into the light and the doors closed behind him. Naruto grimaced again at the intense light in the room, remembering that he would do something about that later. As the doors closed behind him, while his eyes adjusted to the intense light, he examined the room. As already mentioned, the room was very bright. The light seemed to be coming from the walls instead of a single source. The room was also very large. It had a domed ceiling that reached 4 stories high. However, the brightness of the room was dimmed by hundreds of thousands of intricate seals that overlapped the dome. There were chakra suppression seals, reinforcement seals, contamination seals, regeneration seals, anti-damage seals, seals that prevented chakra from being perceived outside the room, seals that blocked all sound, etc. Naruto was quite proud of this room. It had taken him around 9 months to finish. That included the thousands of clones that worked with him. The room was so strong and isolated that you could release the Kyuubi and the outside world would never know. Ironically, that had been the purpose of the room. Naruto looked towards the center of the room and saw his own creation that had taken him over a month. He created a shadow clone using Bill's chakra from the Kyuubi. At first, he had no real purpose for the clone. He just wanted to see what would happen. Then he realized the clone was very different from his cousins, so he used him to train the clone. Had grayish white skin, which gave him a sickly look. His blonde hair darkened to black at the tip, something that Naruto thought was cool. And he had the red eyes of the Kyuubi. He also had a tail, something that Naruto thought was great. However, it wasn't like a fox's, but more like a lizard's. The clone's personality left a lot to be desired. Naruto's normal clones were basically complete copies of himself. Same face, same height, same personality. This was because he used his chakra to create them. However, when he used the Kyuubi's chakra, the clone twisted, invoked violence, blood, power, and destruction. That's why Naruto not only sealed it in this room, but kept it subject to it. The center, with dozens of chakra-reinforced chains covered in suppression seals. The clone looked up and let out a threatening growl at Naruto's smirk. "Hey, Berserker, are you up for some training?" Naruto asked the named clone. Although Naruto believed he could call his clones by their names, Berserker had his own personality. That's why he named him. Berserker nodded sharply and narrowed his eyes in determination. With the same arrogant smile, Naruto placed a hand over the Berserker's seal on his stomach, and he began to pump Kurama's chakra into him. Kurama had agreed to this training method for several reasons. First, it was a chance to escape Naruto's seal if he made a mistake. Second, Naruto was getting stronger. Although Kurama was still far from calling Naruto a friend, he didn't want Naruto to die. Naruto had treated him with the utmost kindness since his father had thousands of years ago. He still desperately longed for his freedom, but he didn't want Naruto to die to get it. However, if there was no other option and the opportunity presented itself, Kurama would take advantage of it without hesitation, even at the cost of Naruto's life. Naruto's smile widened as he drew more chakra from Kurama. than usual. How about we improve this Mima 3 Tails? This is getting pretty boring, he said, as Mima smiled back. Her smile was filled with malice and hatred. Kakashi hummed to himself. While reading his favorite book, he was on his way to a cafe where he was to meet with Asuma and Kurenai. They had decided to meet once a week. Yes, the missions allowed him to talk about the progress of his teams. Well, that was the excuse he used when he presented the idea to them. Asuma just wanted some time to court Kurenai, and since she constantly rejected him to have a drink, he had to resort to underhanded methods. Kakashi never arrived less than 2 hours late to anything that wasn't mandatory. He had that extra time to talk to Kurina without interruptions. So naturally, Kakashi decided that he would only be about 30 minutes late and had to entertain himself. Somehow, and if it had to be to ruin Asuma's love life, then that would be it. Kakashi entered through the main door of the cafe, jingling the bell on the handle. The sound made Asuma look up, and Kakashi practically watched as his hopes faded. Fufu seems like he was making a little progress with Kurina, thought Kakashi, as he mentally patted himself on the back for a job well done. Hello, he greeted naturally as he sat down next to Suma. The two, Joing, returned the greeting before getting down to business. Then I heard that your team finally got the required amount of range missions. Kurenai began her statement, directed to Kakashi. Nodded as he turned the page. Yes, they finished them off a couple of days ago. I'm just looking for a range mission that is suitable for you to get acquainted with, said Kakashi as he sent Kurina to her. In a smile, both Kurina and Asuma nodded understanding. When Kakashi said suitable mission, he meant he was looking for one for the genin and get their first kill. So Kakashi was looking for a mission with high risk for the bandits, but with little chance of anything bigger. I know you're their sensei, but it hasn't even been a month. Isn't that a little soon? Kurina asked, frowning in concern. If young genin got his first kill too early and he couldn't control it, his career could end right there. Most sense units expected an average of 4 to 6 months for a first kill. Kakashi nodded in understanding. Kurenai's worries maybe, but they are difficult. The only one I'm worried about is Hinata, so I'll be sure to let you know when it happens, he said, while sending Kurina another smile. Kurenai nodded in thanks before asking Asuma about any news on his team. Yes, Ino asked me to start training the team seriously, and from what she told me, Inoichi is also learning more clan techniques. I guess Sakura's defeat affected her a lot, said Asuma, while taking a sip of coffee. And your other two, asked Kurenai. Asuma seemed to think so. Shikamaru is still as unmotivated as ever, but Chuji seems less inclined to hold back. However, when he thinks he's going to hurt Ino, Shikamaru tries to stop. He explained that although that was a good quality to have, if you thought you were going to hurt a friend, you should stop. But Chuji stopped too soon. Ideally, you would stop at the last second so your partner could get the most out of their training. Chuji, however, stopped almost 10 seconds early, giving Shikamaru no time to enough to fight back. Kurina nodded as she sipped her tea. It seemed the others' teams were making progress. How is your cute genin? Kakashi asked as he turned the page and laughed mischievously. After overcoming the tick mark that threatened to consume his head, he let out a huge, disappointed sigh. Guess things aren't going well, he deduced Asuma as he urged her to continue. Sakura is making wonderful progress, although she is still far behind in the physical aspect of a shinobi. Her progress in genjutsu is impressive. He even started to dabble in medical ninjutsu. After seeing Hinata, I'm not sure how much progress he's made, but judging by the smile he gives me every time I ask him, I'd say he's close to mastering the basics, Kurina said with a tone of not inconsiderable pride. She also had plenty of reasons not many could boast of having turned a problem child into a young shinobi with a bright future. Asuma coughed into his hand while blushing, remembering what Kurenai told him. He did to straighten up. Sakura. Small smile appeared on Kurenai's lips, seeing Asuma's embarrassment before continuing. Shino is progressing at a good pace. His tracking skills are improving, but he seems more focused on increasing the size of his hive and his variety of insects. He remains as stoic as ever, but the other day, he made a joke, well, more of an ironic comment. But it is progress. Then I guess that long sigh at the beginning was for Sasuke, deduced Kakashi. Kurenai nodded. Yuma said, then I guess the Naruto's words didn't reach her. Kurina took a sip to collect her thoughts. Yes, well, more or less, she replied, and continued, quickly seeing the confusion in Asuma and Kakashi's eyes lately. He's had quite strong mood swings. Sometimes it's as if he wants to participate in the group, like asking Sakura how she is progressing in genjutsu, or asking Shino about her bugs, but he adds, Suma, but on other occasions he is even more antisocial than before. He yells at anyone who approaches him, and it is impossible for him. Talking is completely destroying any teamwork between him and his teammates. Kurenai's side. I really don't know what to do, she admitted as she rested her head in her hands. Although she felt a little embarrassed that she couldn't control her own genin, she knew better than to ask for help. Kakashi hummed, as if he knew what to do. Kurenai looked at him with a hopeful expression, but it quickly disappeared when Kakashi gave her a smile and said, I have nothing. Her gaze turned to Suma, but he just shrugged. You really got your luck tough? Especially since it's your first genin team, she said apologetically. Kurenai sighed again as she sipped her tea. She wasn't expecting much, but she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Maybe I'll take him to the Yamanakas for an evaluation sometime, she muttered before looking back at Kakashi. How's Naruto been since the fight? She asked, wondering if he was acting out too. Naruto was a bit absent for a few days after from the match, but Hinata and I talked to him now. He's fine, Kakashi replied as he turned a page. Naruto wasn't okay, to tell the truth. He was doing everything right. Wounds covered his body. A huge claw cut left his left arm useless. His hair was soaked in blood, and there wasn't a single place on his body that didn't hurt. Naruto stared at the four-tailed clone in front of him. He could practically feel Berserker's psychotic grin. Being honest with himself, Naruto, he would admit that he wasn't ready for Four Tails. He had been able to keep up, perhaps even being a bit stronger than Three Tails. However, he wasn't prepared for the massive power boost that the fourth tail provided. He was perplexed when the meat of the fourth tail began to peel off, but continued at its insistence. He was then forced to back down when a black ball enveloped the evil clone of Naruto. Naruto spat blood from his mouth along with a tooth while making the half-ram sign, the sign that would end the fight. He simply wasn't ready until he could completely defeat the Three Tails. He wouldn't be ready, however. Bima had other ideas. Throwing his head back, chakra bubbles began to come out of his body. Naruto stopped for a moment, curious about what Bima was doing. He had never seen anything like this. What the hell is this, he thought as he watched as the chakra concentrated on Bima's mouth, turning into a sinister-looking ball. Naruto took a step back. Every shinobi instinct he screamed that the strange jutsu was bad news. Then he took another one when Bima swallowed it, and another when he swelled to a comical size. When the explosion erupted from Bima's mouth, Naruto activated his chakra pressure seals. Chains wrapped around it, and steam emanated from the contact. As it absorbed the build chakra, the seals on the walls glowed white as it absorbed the power of the Bijima. Naruto then realized that it was, however, he activated the seals too late. The mass of chakra kept launching itself towards him with a speed and a terrifying power. _4. Naruto managed to think as he raised his arm, and a Rasengan spiraled out a second before the chakra bomb erased him from the earth. Kiba sighed as he entered the kitchen and grabbed a bowl. He was bored to death. Him and Akamaru didn't have any mission since yesterday. Kakashi-sensei said he was looking for someone tough for them, so they left for today. He grabbed the cereal from the cupboard where his sister had hidden it and poured himself a bowl. Anna would kill him if she found out, but he had a mission for the following week, and by then he wouldn't remember how much was left. He looked down when he heard a soft moan and grabbed another bowl for his partner. He sighed heavily as he slowly ate the cereal, admitting that it tasted a lot better than rice. He thought deeply about his team. He's not as strong as they are, he admitted, though it was a huge insult to his pride. He knew it was true. Not being the strong one was something new to Kiba. Since the academy, he had always been one of the strongest. Although his academic performance, he was short. He was always among the top two physically. Sasuke was the one who stayed on top most of the time. Akaba didn't like him. Desirio didn't like being the target of his team in every simulated mission. He had always been the weakest point. Naruto surpassed him in strength, ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, taijutsu, speed, and strategy. And Nada-chan surpassed him in tracking, precision, dodging, medical issues, and strategy. He had nothing to contribute. His only strengths were his taijutsu and his tracking, and both Naruto and Hinata-chan had them. They surpassed each other. Kiba sighed again as he patted the top of Akamaru's head. What are we going to do, buddy? He wondered, but his mother answered. Did your sister beat you up? Sum asked with a feral grin as she entered the kitchen. To her surprise, she didn't receive the answer that she could beat her sister any day of the week. Looking over her shoulder, she saw Kiba leaning on the table playing with the remains of his cereal. Sum's eyes widened for a moment. Kiba never got depressed. She wasn't even thinking about anything for more than 5 seconds. Then she realized what Kiba was thinking. So finally little Kiba-chan passed by, finally realized that he's not the biggest fish in the sea, Sum thought, as she took a glass and filled it with water. She had been wondering when this would happen. It happened to most of the Inosuke. Sum would be the first to admit that her clan was arrogant, not the arrogance of the Ukiya and Yuga, but more of an impulsive and stubborn arrogance. So most of the Inosuke realized that the world is much bigger than they thought. Who didn't die? Mom asked Kiba softly. Am I weak? He asked as he placed his bowl full of milk on the floor for Kamaru. Sum gave a hum before saying, well, you are strong for a genin, but in the grand scheme of things, you are pretty weak. Her answer didn't seem to help Kiba as he slumped onto the table muttering, Naruto and Hinata are genin. Sum smirked after making an ang noise. So that's what brought this on, she said as she took the seat across from Kiba. They're way stronger than me. Right now, I'm just holding the team back. Kiba muttered sadly before freezing as a thought struck him. Mom, will you train me? He asked with sudden enthusiasm. His mother seemed to think about it and dragged out the answer at Kiba's expense. Why should I? She asked with a wild grin. Kiba paled before sighing reluctantly. I'll clean the kennels for a week, he said with much less enthusiasm. A month, Kiba's mother replied. Kiba's jaw dropped. No way. I'm not cleaning those stupid kennels in a month, he argued. Then I'm not going to train you, Sum said simply as she emptied the water and put it in the sink, giving Kiba time to think about her offer. She smiled, hearing Kiba's head hit the counter, and muttered, okay. Naruto gritted his teeth in pain as he looked at what was left of his arm. The skin was in tatters. He was missing 3 fingers, and he was sure it was broken in at least 4 places. His diagnosis was interrupted when he heard Minma's crazed laughter. How's your arm? She asked with a vengeful smile. I hope it hurts. Naruto huffed, hiding the pain, and smiled. Minma, you know I've had much worse, he said, steam rising from the claw marks on his shoulder. I needed both arms. Work before focusing on his other numerous injuries. Mino, yes, I know. Those memories are the only thing that entertains me between workouts, he said with a smug expression on his face. He knew Naruto was lying. His arm hurt, and he liked that he had hurt it. Naruto clicked his tongue as he tested his left arm. It was barely functioning. The surface wounds were still there, but the bones had started to heal or regenerate. You know, I'm not sure why I let you keep your ability to talk. All you talk about is how mad you are. I know more or less what you're going to say before you say it, Naruto muttered as he headed for the exit, his stomach growling dangerously. Don't walk away from me like you won this fight. Uzumaki, this was my victory, and it will be the first of many. One day, soon I will take power from you, and it will be you in this room. Berserker shouted as Naruto waved goodbye without looking back. Naruto walked back through the door, which closed tightly behind him. It hurts so much, Naruto hissed as he grabbed his arm, urging the wounds to heal faster, but it was no better than crawling. That was because Naruto's body was running out of resources to heal his wounds. Kurama couldn't create something out of nothing. He needed protein, calcium, potassium, fluids, etc. to repair Naruto's body. Because Naruto was struggling to get a full meal, his body was slowly running out of its natural reserves. Naruto let go of his arm as he walked towards the kitchen. Praying for something to eat, Konomaru panted. The boss's training plan was extreme. He had never been so tired in his entire life. His body ached with fatigue, and his muscles burned. However, despite his young bodies, he didn't give up, not until Anabai did. First, Anabai was in no better condition than Konohamaru. Her body had just surpassed its limits in time, and the only thing that kept her going was her pride in Yuga. She and her training partner had followed the instructions from their sense, and they followed the training scroll to the letter, and almost every day when he supervised them, they had almost reached half of what the scroll said. She and Konohamaru had been running around the village for about 5 hours, too stubborn to take a break. Their Ambu guards followed the children, amused and amazed that they were still going ahead. They were barely in the academy, but they were already trying harder than most of the genin. They felt respect, not only for the children, but also for Naruto, because Kat remembered when Naruto was the one running around a village. He managed to find 2 brats who were just as stubborn as him. Let it help the world. If he ever get a genin team, he thought as he followed the arguing kids. Gasp, gasp, you should gasp, give up, loser, said Kanemaru as he fought for the lead. He managed to overtake her by seconds before Abi also sped up to retake the lead. How? Gasp, monkey boy, are you gasp, the one who should give up? He yelled as he clenched his teeth legs with more strength, desperately trying to increase the distance with Kanemaru. Kanemaru grunted with effort. As he tried harder, he had promised himself at the beginning that he would win. He couldn't become Okage if he couldn't beat even a girl. The two boys went neck and neck as they approached the finish line, a fallen oak tree. Both of them trying harder with each step, trying to get ahead of each other. Their feet hit the ground with a thud, and their breaths came in short gasps. They both crossed the finish line at the same time, perfectly timed. Yeah, I've beaten you, Kanemaru said as he staggered. To a stop, Anabai agreed. Liar, gasp, gasp. I won, gasp, you know it. But yeah, how about another lap, gasp, around the village to prove who's gasp the real winner here? He boasted, though silently prayed to whoever was listening that Anabai would decline the challenge. Ob glared at the boy as he struggled to catch his breath. He opened his mouth to reply, telling the monkey boy he was about to attack. But the words didn't come out of her mouth because Kat had knocked her out. It was a quick blow to the back of the head, and she did the same to Kanemaru. Although Kat knew it was probably a terrible idea to eliminate an heir of the clan, let alone two, she did it for her own good. She had seen the same with Naruto in the past. These two would have continued fighting until they collapsed or died. She looked at Lizard, who nodded it was for the best. They didn't know when to give up. He said while picking up Anabai and disappearing with a Shunin. He was Anabai's guard while Kat was Kanemaru's. Kat sighed as she picked up the boy and also disappeared with a Shunin. Naruto entered the kitchen. His face was an impassive mask against the pain he felt, although it hurt quite a bit. He had experienced much worse things as a child. Unlike the previous rooms, the kitchen wasn't too bright. The fluorescent bulbs hung from the ceiling, bathing the room in a dim light. Naruto went directly to the refrigerator, praying that it was stocked with food. But he was disappointed. When he opened the doors, they were empty. Not a bite or a friend left Naruto's side in disappointment. But it didn't surprise him. If I remember correctly, he had emptied the refrigerator like that in a week. Closing the doors, he went to the pantries and opened them the same as with the refrigerator. Just like the refrigerator, he felt disappointed. There was no food. Naruto groaned as he banged his head against the now closed doors. His stomach growled in agreement, and his arm throbbed in pain. Why is there never food? He muttered to himself, same, why did I promise Hinata-chan that I wouldn't steal again? He wondered as he approached the cupboards. He didn't remember checking them lately, so they were his last hope. He checked the cupboards. Most of them were empty except for some lint, but the last one had a box inside. With trembling hands, Naruto picked up the box and blew the dust off it before opening it. Inside was one of Naruto's own creations, nutrition bars. However, Naruto noticed the letter G, one written on the top. The G on it meant that this had been the first generation of nutrition bars. He was currently working on the G6. Naruto took a deep breath as he picked up one of the bars. It was covered in a wrapper and let it out in a long sigh. The reason he continued working on the nutrition bars wasn't because of their effectiveness. They were actually well-rounded in that area, but because what he was working on was the flavor. Naruto could honestly say that he would rather eat dirt than the new generation. Getting ready, he used some sharp wind chakra to cut through the wrapping and took a huge bite. He resisted the urge to spit the foul-tasting object out of his mouth and forced himself to chew before swallowing. This is disgusting, he whispered as he finished the first bar. His wounds were already picking up speed. This is so disgusting, he whispered again as he took another cartoon sinnet. Just outside Okage's door, he knocked twice before being allowed to enter. Iruzen's eyes met, concern at seeing his grandson being carried under the arm of one of his trusted Amber, but he quickly relaxed when he saw Kat's posture was too relaxed for him to get hurt, and even if he would take him to the hospital before him. I guess my grandson has been training pretty hard, asked the old Okage with a smile on his lips as Kato placed the boy on the couch. Him and the Yuga heir had to knock them out, or they would have pushed each other to the point of collapse or death, informed Katie, and it caused Okage to laugh. I guess it's Naruto's influence. Okage asked. Kak nodded. Hello, Okage-sama. I haven't seen anyone so determined since he started. He seems to have a knack for bringing out people's rivalries and motivations. Kat replied, standing next to Kanemaru. That caused the old man to laugh. Yes, he does seem quite talented at teaching. he muttered before looking at Kat. How did he do? Incredibly well, considering he's at the academy. He said, because of the rivalry between him and the heir, Yugen neither of them get along. He didn't take a break or complain, but instead tried harder. Thanks to this, they made admirable progress. I reckon both he, the heir, and Yuga will be able to graduate early by the end of the year, Katrin reported. She raised her eyebrows. She hadn't expected it. Konohamaru had only been at the academy for a year, and if he was already approaching the genin level, he should thank Naruto. Although he's a bit careless academically, he claims he won't need it when he becomes Hokage. Kat added, and Rusin nodded. After all, what kid liked to study? He was about to say to answer, but a soft moan interrupted him. Konohamaru groaned as he rubbed his eyes. His body still ached from training. He looked around and saw his grandfather smiling at him. Kat had disappeared without a trace. Welcome to the world of the living, Kono-chan said Iruzen. I hope you enjoyed your nap. Konohamaru blinked once then twice. Before jumping, how did I get here? I just beat that __. Freaking a race, he yelled indignantly. How could I rub my victory in his face? If he wasn't there, you fainted from exhaustion and my Sambu. They brought you here, Iruin replied softly. The boy didn't need to know that he had been knocked out for his own good. Konohamaru nodded slowly before looking at the clock, and his mouth dropped open when he saw it. It's 7 o'clock. He shouted as he jumped off the couch. Hokage looked at him in amusement and bewilderment. Is there anything special about the time? He asked. Konohamaru nodded. Yes, it's time to train Kenjutsu. The boss said that if I can get halfway through the exercises, I'll be able to start learning. Konohamaru said proudly, halfway there. He thought in surprise. Katmi said, almost collapsing. What are you doing with my grandson Naruto? Kuin asked Iruzen silently. Suddenly Konohamaru's face fell. But I don't want to learn Kenjutsu. Well, yes, I want to, but not as much as Bojutsu, he said with a fierce look in his eyes. Iruzen smiled, amused. Bojutsu, yes, the boss made me read books, and some were about you. You are a crack in the wars with your staff. Please teach me, Ji-chan begged with no Amaru. That's what I did, grandson. But said Yuzin Lu, being a little disappointed, I don't have time for teach you. I have my duties as Okage to attend to, he said, feeling very sad for not being able to teach his grandson his specialty. Konohamaru tilted his head to the left. What about the shadow clones that the boss uses? Does he use them to do things he doesn't want to do? He said in an innocent tone. Iruzen paused for a moment as his world slowly crumbled around him. Shadow clones, he repeated, almost as if the word was unknown to him. He opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. Shadow clones, he repeated before taking it all in. Then he remembered something, a distant memory he had completely forgotten due to the sands of time. He found the night aim, smiling with joy as he entered Okage's office, an office that would soon be his. This surprised him as he was very reserved. Yin had never seen him smile, much less a full smile. Sensei asked with uncertainty. The night aim noticed his student for the first time and quickly tamed his smile. Ah, Iruzen, I didn't notice you there, he said in a stoic tone. Iruzen said. He tensed. His sensei was always on alert, no matter how confident or relaxed he was. Either this man was a really bad spy, or the night aim was just incredibly happy for some reason. Sensei, what was all that about? Why were you smiling? He asked. The night aim's lips twitched. I have created a new jutsu called Shadow Clone. It is a solid chakra construct that transfers all memories and experiences to the user. However, it is a very costly technique. The user must evenly split their chakra with the clone. Therefore, it will be difficult to use it en masse, Iruzen explained. It's incredible, Sensei. What is Nidai used for? He teased me. RRR. With that, he muttered. Sensei, you lied to me. Iruin thought indignantly. If he had known the true purpose of the shadow clone technique, many things would be different. He wouldn't have to be locked in this stifling room for so many hours a day. He could go back to training and walking around the village. Iruzen looked at Konohamaru and the boy took a nervous step back. Gigi's gaze fixed on him. Suddenly flustered, the old man hugged him so tightly his back cracked. Oh, Konohamaru, you are the best grandson a man could ask for, cried the old man Okage as he hugged Konohamaru even tighter. The boy gasped in pain and gasped for air. He let go of me. I can't breathe, cried Konohamaru as he struggled to get out of the old man's incredibly strong grip. However, Hiruzen couldn't hear him and just squeezed him tighter. Hinata hummed to herself as she sat in her garden. Sun was a small section isolated from the rest of the Yuga compound, was originally his mother's, but after her death Hinata took it over, it was now his pride and joy. There was a small waterfall leading into a small pond inhabited by shy peas. There was fine white sand, and his stylus, to draw shapes growing on it, flowers and grass of all sorts. Lastly, was his bench on which Naruto had placed seals to make it so comfortable he didn't want to stand. He took a sip of tea and let out a contented sigh as she watched as the bamboo stalks filled with water before tipping over and releasing their contents in the pond. Today was one of her few relaxing days. She had no training, missions, or training planned, so she had the day off. She had asked Naruto to spend the day with her, but he said he already had a date with Minma, and Nada suppressed a small shudder at the thought of the twisted clone. It was terrifying how he was. He, as Naruto insisted, could look so much like his creator and yet be so cruel and completely. Evil knew Naruto was playing a dangerous game when he trained with Minma, but he had faith in Naruto and his seals. If Naruto said Minma wouldn't come out, then Hinata put all thoughts of Minma out of her head. I'm not going to enjoy my day off. I won't let anything ruin it. She thought firmly the life of a shinobi was chaotic, so who knew when she'd get another day off like this. However, as if to prove her words wrong, a swirl of leaves appeared in her garden. As they dissipated, Hinata saw the Anabi's guardian lizard carrying her in his arms. In an instant, Hinata was on his feet, demanding to know if his sister was all right. The lizard nodded as he introduced Anabia and Nada for him to carry her. She's fine. She pushed herself until she collapsed. I don't think she'll wake up anytime soon, he informed. Normally, he would go through the entrance or go directly to the clan head, but Hinata had insisted that he go to her if it was related to his training. Hinata nodded as she picked Anabi up. The moment Anabi was in her arms, the lizard disappeared with another swirl of leaves. Yada smiled at Ab. You tried really hard. I'm proud of you. Abi congratulated her as she walked back to her bench. Normally, she would carry her to her bed, but in many ways her bench was better than the luxury beds Hinata laid. Anab's head on her lap, Hinata tucked her straight hair behind her ear, exposing her pale face. The sleeping girl murmured something in her sleep, something to do with a monkey child before snoring softly. Hinata feels warm in moments like these. Hinata could imagine the bond that she and Abi could have if it weren't for her father. She liked to imagine that they would be the type of sisters that talked about everything and nothing. She had a similar bond with Kurenai, but she wanted to have the same bond with her only blood sister today. Really couldn't be better, she thought as she began to hum again Naruto loudly while watching the small screen. He had come after healing as best as possible too. Except Hinata's offer to hang out, but change of opinion seeing the two sisters. Naruto leaned against the wall behind which he was hiding and put his hands in his pockets as he headed home to change the bandages on his arm. He hadn't been able to completely heal the skin or some of the muscle damage, but he knew it wouldn't cause any problems. However, unbeknownst to Naruto, he was very wrong. Hinata had just left the clan compound and headed to the special training ground that she and Naruto had been using. Maybe special was an exaggeration, but it was special because it was at the training grounds where Naruto discovered his chakra arms. They had agreed to meet up and practice a bit before having to go to a mission meeting after lunch, so they were more or less killing time. Until then, as she walked toward the location, she noticed the blonde in question approaching. She smiled slightly as she sped up to meet him, though she noticed something slightly odd. She was wearing a long-sleeve shirt. Naruto noticed it too and shuddered when he approached, but he kept walking, preparing for the scolding she knew she was going to get. And Nada looked at him suspiciously. Why are you wearing long sleeves? It just felt like a wardrobe change, lied Naruto gently. But as always, Hinata knew he was lying. Hinata narrowed her eyes in disbelief and walked over to him. She grabbed his arm and rolled up her sleeves, seeing his injured and bandaged arm. What happened? She exclaimed, surprised. She had never seen a wound on Naruto that would last more than a few hours. Naruto withdrew his arm and sighed. He knew he would have to explain it to Hinata, but he resisted. Hinata was opposed to Minma's very existence, and when she found out about the beating he had given her, there would be a scandal. I got into trouble with Minma, he explained confusedly, and Nada narrowed her eyes. I thought I could handle the four-tailed one since I had always beaten the three-tailed one. It turns out the four-tailed one gives me a strange reaction because suddenly Minma a black and red human fox, appears and is beating me up. Naruto explained with indifference, but with a hint of shame in his voice. After so many years mastering almost anything in a matter of months, he had formed an almost exaggerated idea of his strength. He wasn't arrogant like that damn Yukiya, but he had begun to believe himself greater than he really was. Then, in a strange way, he was grateful for Minma's reminder that he wasn't invincible, and not a frown in frustration, then concern. I told you I didn't like you training with that thing. How long do you think it will take? Heal. Naruto sighed and examined his arm. I can't say for sure. I've run out of food, and until I can get more nutrients, it won't heal. It will heal, but it can't do that without the necessary materials. Yada looked at Naruto. Sadly, you shouldn't steal it. Although you could come to the clan compound, I'm sure there will be no problem feeding him, he offered with a slight smile. He couldn't remember the last time Naruto had gone to the compound. Naruto's eyes lit up brightly, thinking of a feast. Seriously, how sweet. Smiling that said, they both headed to Hinata's house. In reality, all the training had been a facade to pass the time. That was their plan anyway. However, on the way they ran into someone they both knew well, and who one of them, more than the other, didn't like. He was a teenager a little older than Naruto, Hinata, with short black hair, dark green eyes, and noble robes. He was also abnormally handsome for his age. He was Akira, son of Byakuya, one of the closest members of the feudal lords, and in Naruto's opinion, a complete moron. Akira had already met the duo once before. The reason was that she had gone on a date with Hinata, and not necessarily by her choice. It had already been decided that Akira would be a good candidate for Hinata to go out with and possibly marry him. He would also spawn the Yuga clan in the feudal lord's inner court, giving them many other benefits as well. Of course, to evaluate this idea, Yasi decided that the best thing for Hinata and Akira would be to go on some dates. Hinata, although she didn't like the idea, she knew the implications and reluctantly agreed. Although Yasi didn't force Hinata to go on another date with the black-haired teen when the first one was a disaster, she got even angrier upon finding out she didn't pressure Hinata, but she was very upset with Naruto. Naruto, however, wasn't very pleased with the idea. Of course, he wouldn't do anything as rude as flatly oppose the date. He wasn't astute. He would play pranks on the two participants while they were busy, from simple water bucket pranks to repainting signs. Yada did everything. She tried not to laugh when Akira noticed them. Both bowed politely in a sign of respect on Naruto-san and Nata-chan. It's good to see you both again, especially you, my young beauty, said Akira with a charming smile. It's good to see you too, Akira, said Hinata somewhat coldly. Although Akira was one of the most charming men she had ever been forced to date, she still didn't like him very much. Thanks to the shinobi rumors, Hinata discovered that Akira was a known pervert who charmed young girls into being sleep with him before leaving them in oblivion. She felt disgusted to discover it because she knew that she was just another conquest for the teenager. Naruto rolled his eyes while crossing his arms. Although he already had a bad opinion of Akira, the boy kept trying to flatter Hinata in bed, and that was starting to annoy him. Hinata had made sure that Naruto did not know about Akira's nature because she feared for Akira's life if Naruto found out. Akira looked at Naruto, planning to address Hinata's friend, but stopped when he saw the white bandages peeking out of his sleeves. I see you've been injured recently, Naruto-san observed. Naruto uncrossed his arms, revealing more of the white bandage. Yes, I bit off more than I could chew with all the training, he said before a glimmer of mischief entered his sky-blue eyes. Perhaps you'd like to start training a little yourself. After all, the lifestyle of a noble isn't active, he commented while looking at Akira's stomach. Akira skillfully covered Frunner's gesture. Then I'll consider your suggestion. Moving on to more important matters, it's a pleasure to have met you today. I was hoping you'd join me, Hinata. Just the two of us. Hinata smiled kindly. I'd love to, but unfortunately, Naruto and I have other matters to attend to first. Akida Ziplit, he sighed in defeat. Ah, I see. Well, it would have been great to spend my last day in the village with you, but I suppose you have your own matters to attend to, he said in a disappointed tone. Yada suppressed a sigh, knowing what he had to do. I guess I have some time, he said in a low voice, giving Naruto an apologetic look. If he didn't leave nicely with Akira, Naruto would get in trouble because of his father. Akira turned an 80 and replied, "That's nice." Naruto growled in annoyance as they both left with a defiant smile. He jumped onto the rooftops while Hinata and Akira made their way through the village. They, or rather Akira, didn't notice the shadow. Following them, leaving them practically alone, they approached a small shack that sold novelty items and examined at the selection while Hinata examined some objects with interest. Akira slowly extended his hand to the side. However, before he could do anything, someone bumped into him with a short grunt of annoyance. He turned to the person in question, an old man. "Excuse me, sir, you hurt?" The old man laughed weakly. "Oh no, I'm fine. I just lost my balance." The old man bowed, recognizing the fine clothing, and continued walking, accidentally stabbing Akira in the foot. Akira let out a strangled scream when the piece of wood dug into the top of his foot, and Nada turned to him worriedly. "Are you okay?" Akira asked, but he had a good idea what was going on. Akira laughed weakly while shaking slightly. "Haha. I'm fine, I just twisted my ankle," he lied softly. With a slightly forced smile, Yada nodded and turned to the old man as he walked into an alley. A slight smile played on his lips as he wondered what other tricks Naruto would play on him throughout the day. His date, she was stepped on as she walked through the streets. Every time she tried to take his hand, make a move, someone would bump into him, or something would be thrown or fall on him. Finally, he let out a grunt of annoyance as he tried to put his hand on her shoulder. Suddenly, a sea of people separated them. "Ga!" he yelled in frustration. He was trying too hard to seduce Hinata and was barely making any progress. Hinata turned to him confused. "Are you okay?" Akira sighed, defeated before composing himself. "Yeah, I'm fine. It just frustrates me that the deity keeps getting in our way." Yada also sighed before looking up and seeing Naruto laughing silently. "Well, I think that's enough time walking around the village. Why don't we go eat?" Hinata flinched in surprise. Sorry." Akira raised an eyebrow. "Are you okay?" Hinata-chan, and Nada laughed uncomfortably. "I'm fine. Yeah, I could use some food." Akira nodded, and the two headed to one of the nearby restaurants. A high-class establishment, of course. Naruto saw them enter and looked around. He jumped near the window and watched as they drank, seat, and ordered their food. "Hey, boss," Naruto heard, interrupting his thoughts. Naruto blinked and then turned to the side. "Oh," Konohamaru said with a touch of surprise. He didn't see his student there. Naruto almost fired him, but stopped, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips as he looked at his apprentice. "Hey, Konohamaru, do you want to help me with a ninja mission?" he asked, but he already knew the answer. Akira and Hinata were sitting in their seats when Hinata noticed two people entering the restaurant. Ebisu and his student Konohamaru. Akira noticed Hinata's curious gaze and turned to face them both. "Do you know them?" Hinata nodded briefly and then redirected the conversation upon entering. Konohamaru questioned the purpose of his presence there. "Hey, Bovis' sensei, what are you doing in this stuffy place?" Ebisu adjusted his glasses sarcastically. "Simple, honorable grandson. While you're in formal meetings with officials and other cages, you will likely be participating in formal dinners. You should know the proper etiquette for such situations, as well as what foods are good for. Appropriate when meeting with other officials, it is necessary." Ebisu looked down and was surprised to find his protege, honorable grandson. "Honorable grandson? Hey, let's go eat," Kanara shouted from a nearby seat. Ebisu sighed in frustration as he approached. "Honorable grandson?" Konohamaru snorted as he stood up. Stuck-up jerk Konohamaru ran over to the waiter and talked to him for a moment before grabbing the soup and running back to Ebisu while the noodles and broth were sloshing around. Ebisu stood up, worried. "No, honorable grandson." It wasn't too late, though, as Konohamaru tripped over his own feet. He fell flat on his face and sent Ebisu's soup flying right into Akira's lap. Akira opened wide eyes and shook his fist for a moment before calming down. He looked at Konohamaru with concern. "Excuse me, are you hurt?" Konohamaru groaned as he sat up. "Oh, idiot, pardon, you made me trip. I didn't do any such thing, idiot." Konohamaru immediately threw a pink paint bomb at Akira's face, covering his hair. Face hat and the top of his shirt. Konohamaru stuck out his tongue and ran away. Akira took a few breaths to calm down and then turned to Hinata. "Excuse me while I wash this," he said in a calm but monotonous tone. Never in his life had he felt so humiliated. Yada nodded with a smile as he walked away, laughing silently into his hand as he turned. Akira walked down the hall towards the bathroom. "This is too strange. It's the same as before. At least it doesn't have the same putrid color. What pretty pink hair." Akira froze and turned around. Ebisu was standing behind him with a proud smile. "Can I help you with something?" Ebisu shrugged. "Not especially, though. I think it suited you better, orange," he said, and left the bathroom, but his voice did not sound like it had a few moments ago in the dining room. It was a voice that Akira recognized, although he had only heard a few times Akira sighed and clench his fists. I see what Naruto is like. Aisu and Konohamaru left the restaurant and ran towards him. Ali, before starting to laugh hysterically, Ebisu was engulfed in smoke, which dissipated to reveal Naruto. Huh, great Konohamaru, he exclaimed while petting the head of the helmeted boy. Konohamaru smiled happy at Naruto's praise. So did I do well? He asked and received a nod from Naruto. Then teach me that jinjutsu you used on the real Ebisuim, Konohamaru demanded. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he debated whether to teach a child that technique. Okay, he said, making up his mind. The laughter that Konohamaru would elicit would make up for the stain on his consciousness. Konohamaru jumped for joy. Not only did he learn an amazing jutsu, but he also got to rub it in Hanabi's face that she had joked with the chief. Next morning, Naruto, Hinata, and Kiba arrived at their training camp along with Kakashi to achieve their goals for the day. So are we finally going to accomplish something today, Sensei? Kakashi laughed amused. Yes, Kiba, we will indeed. We will be going to Okaji Tower for our new mission shortly. I have even picked the perfect mission beforehand, team. 7 arrived at Okage's office minutes later and stood in the middle of the room as they waited to be assigned their mission team. 7 reports to Kakashi started, but it was stopped by a raised hand from Ukaji. Iruzen leaned back in his chair and inhaled tobacco before letting out a sigh. Your team has been requested for a mission, he informed in a resigned tone. Kakashi narrowed his eyes in confusion. While it wasn't unusual for a team or ninja to receive a mission request, he himself had been requested 6 times this week. It was highly unusual for a genin team. Team 7 hadn't even been together for a month, and they had already requested one. There was a chance that someone could, for anyone who did a D-rank mission, he would have been impressed with their work, but judging by Okage's posture, he could guess that wasn't the case. What's the mission? The gray-haired ninja asked, and caught the scroll that Okaji threw at him. Kakashi read it in a minute and hummed to himself. The mission was somewhat bombastic for C rank, but nothing crazy. They would escort a BIP to the capital, so it would take about 2 or 3 days at civilian pace. They would also keep an eye on the servants that the VIP would bring. Although that sounded good, even better than the mission he had planned, he understood why the Okage was reluctant to entrust it to him. He could almost see the friction between his team and the client. We accept, said Kakashi lazily while putting the scroll in his pocket. He decided that this would be a good learning opportunity for his adorable genin. You don't always like who you protect, the Okaji raised an eyebrow. Are you sure, Kakashi? I know your genin are well trained, but normally I would send a team of Chin for this type of mission. Iruzen said yes. While the mission was technically an E-rank mission, the VIP was the son of a very important man in the capital. There was little chance of any shinobi getting involved, but Iruzen never liked to take those risks. Kakashi nodded. I'm sure you can handle Iruzen's side again, but decided to trust Kakashi's word. So be it. Bring the client. The doors opened when the client entered. All the genin, judging by the conversation they had just heard, were expecting a princess or an important noble. Instead, they got Akira. Akira put a hand to his forehead in frustration when he saw Naruto's shock of blonde hair. Of course you'd be on his team, he muttered before moving towards Hinata, grabbing her hand gently. But if it means I have someone of your caliber protecting me, I'm willing to suffer for it. A sinister smile spread across Naruto's lips before he said, You're right, you need someone to protect you, he said before grabbing Akira's and Kiba's arms. Both boys let out a cry of surprise and anger before their hands were engulfed in blue chakra. Akira let out a cry of surprise, forgetting for a moment his years of training to control his emotions, and tried to pull his hand away while he was doing the same. However, his hands only managed to move away about 2 meters before they couldn't move any further. What the hell is this? Kia yelled as she pulled hard on the chakra line, connecting her hand to Akira's, making him fall flat on his face. Naruto smirked. It's too troublesome to explain, but think of it like handcuffs. They can only move away from each other unless certain requirements are met, or he stops the jutsu, he said, causing Akira and Kiba to glare at him. Kiba could already tell this guy was a complete idiot, and the thought of having to spend long amounts of time with him didn't bother him. Attracted Akira in the slightest, on the other hand, wanted the jutsu to stop, not only because Kiba smelled like wet dog, but how was he supposed to seduce Hinata now? Hinata and Kakashi watched the scene with amusement while Naruto stabbed daggers into an unconcerned Naruto Yuzen took off his cap frustrated. I really don't think this is the right team. No, Akira expressed his disinterest, then cleared his throat and said with more grace, I think they are more than capable of protecting me. Kakashi nodded, plus it could be a good learning experience for the Iruzen team. He sighed deeply. Okay, he said, but he couldn't shake the bad feeling he had about this mission. As the group left, Kakashi told Kira to head to the west gate to leave due to the United State of Kiba and Akira. They had to leave together before Naruto and Hinata left too. Except the offer he made yesterday. Kakashi stopped Naruto. Hey Naruto, stay back a sec, he asked, but it was a thinly veiled order. Naruto looked taken aback for a moment before telling Hinata he would catch up with her. What's wrong, Nissan? Naruto asked as the two began to walk. Kakashi looked at Naruto lazily. About your chakra cuffs, should I worry about that? After all, not everything goes according to plan on a mission like this, he said as fun as it wasn't worth risking his client dying for a few laughs. Naruto smirked. No, how is it my chakra responds to my well, I've set some requirements in case I'm not present when you need him released. If his heart rate rises above a certain point, he will simply dissolve. He will also dissolve when you wish to be released with all your might, Kakashi explained. He thought about it for a second before nodding. While he didn't really like Naruto upsetting an important person, Akira didn't like Naruto much anymore. The team headed to the main gate, hoping Akira Kiba and his servants would get there. Naruto was already upset because they didn't. He liked the idea of servants, but decided to keep it to himself. That was until Akira Kiba appeared. Naruto looked at him in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered in disbelief. The reason was the cart Akira carried with him to transport all his belongings, a huge cart twice the size of normal, with a bag almost 3 m long that contained all his things along with the carriage. He traveled and his servants walked on the ground around him, carrying what didn't fit in the carriage. Naruto felt that was unfair. The carriage stopped and Akira extended his hand. Hinata, do you want to ride in the carriage with me? Hinata shook her head. No, thanks. I'll fight better out here than in there. Akira sighed in defeat. So be it. Naruto smirked and Kakashi approached Kira. Then you have everything you need. Akira nodded affirmatively. Fine. In that case, I say we go at civilian pace. We should reach the capital in 3 days, barring any interruptions. Fine then, let's go. My father will be anxious. For listening to what I have to tell you, Kakashi blinked curiously, but signaled to be on their way, and the group began their long journey towards the capital. The group had only been gone a few hours when things started to get difficult or annoying from a certain crow's point of view. The first reason was that Akira spent almost the entire time trying to get Hinata into his carriage. The problems also arise with Naruto spending most of his time trying to avoid that from the tortuous way of asking Hinata to help him investigate something to the obvious way of just jumping on top of the carriage. It didn't help that Kiba was already sitting with him, since they couldn't be more than a few feet apart. Things started to get a little more tense between Naruto and Akira later on the first day, when Naruto noticed how the servants were starting to show signs of fatigue, which wasn't too surprising since they weren't trained shinobi and didn't get a chance to take a break during the day. All day, since Akira had been able to eat his food in the carriage, and the Leaf Ninja had been trained to eat and walk at the same time, they need a break. Akira blinked in surprise and looked at Naruto. Sorry, your servants need a break, Naruto repeated. Akira looked at him puzzled. And what do you know about my servants? Look at them. They are fine. You should mind your own business, although for someone as insecure as you, that can be difficult. Naruto raised an eyebrow, sarcastically. Unsure, yes, unsure. Why else would you cling to Hinata-chan so much? Why would you? But into her business like a jealous child. Naruto opened his mouth to insult Akira, but was stopped by Kakashi. Naruto warned Kakashi. Naruto glared at Era before raising an eyebrow and channeling chakra with the sole of his foot as he silently walked over. A blue, ghostly hand emerged from the steering wheel before ripping off the hubcap, causing the wheel to slide and the carriage to stop. Akira, and naturally, he yelled in surprise as he felt the jar. What the hell was that? Naruto looked at the ground in mock curiosity. It seems like it fell. What fell? Naruto simply pointed at the steering wheel. Akira sighed and gestured for his servants to take a break. A couple of the maids smiled gratefully at Naruto. Kiba raised an eyebrow as the makeshift caravan took a break to wait for the carriage to be repaired. Naruto sat down. With Hinata eating a small meal he had prepared for them beforehand, while they were eating, one of the servants approached Naruto and gave him a slight bow. "Excuse me, would you mind asking him something?" Naruto nodded, clearly in response. "Well, why did you defend us like that?" Naruto tilted his head, confused. "What do you mean?" "Oh, I wasn't clear enough." "Huh?" "I meant, why did you try to escape from us?" Naruto also raised an eyebrow. "I'm still confused." "Why wouldn't I be? It's obvious you were both tired." The girl blushed slightly before looking back at him, confused. "But why do you worry? We are just servants." Naruto groaned in frustration. "That is irrelevant. They are people, they are humans with limited energy, and they need to rest from time to time. That jerk has no right to leave them exhausted like that." The girl blushed intensely before bowing deeply. "Thank you, Naruto." Sama Naruto blinked in curiosity. Sama Kiba, having heard the conversation due to his sharp ears, looked at Naruto in amazement before sighing deeply in frustration due to the time it took to repair the car. The group decided to set up camp there to spend the night. Naruto seemed pleased with that, even though Kakashi had scolded him while they were setting up camp for the night. Naruto approached Hinata to ask her something, but was confused when she seemed evasive. Without giving importance, he returned to work at the camp with the others. They returned to the trail the next day and continued the walk towards the capital. Naruto, thanks to Kakashi's reasoning, had decreased his jokes against Akira that day, however, managed to help the servants a little by offering them food, water, and other items during the journey. Naruto had even sealed what they were carrying in a scroll. The situation got a little more tense in the middle of the second day. The reason was that they ran into another caravan. It was a traveling trade caravan that was also full of attractive women. Naruto assumed that people would buy things more easily if they bought them from a pretty face. Naruto easily noticed how Akira was about to drool over the girls. "Excuse me, Kakashi." Kakashi lazily turned to Akira. "That caravan over there doesn't have any guards, right?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow and turned to look at the nearby caravan. They were leading a small group of what appeared to be mercenaries for hire. He shrugged. "Nothing on shinobi level, but somewhat adequate." Akira rubbed his chin. "But there's such a large caravan with so much merchandise, they would need a proper defense. It's decided we should join their caravan as the son of one of the leaders of our great nation. It is my duty to protect all people who travel within your borders." Naruto groaned. "It may lengthen our trip, hee, but I believe it is an acceptable sacrifice to keep the group safe. After all, it is merchants like them who keep our great nation supplied and provided for." Kakashi simply watched indifferently before shrugging. "Sound good to me." Or Naruto and Kiba protesting. Naruto had to go find food, and he wasn't even sure it would last a long time. Kiba, on the other hand, didn't want to spend any more time glued to this tool after joining the new caravan. After talking to the leaders of Course Team 7 plus Akira's entourage had slowed down a lot as they walked at a slow pace. Naruto headed towards where Kakashi was walking with a curious look. "Hey Nil-san, how much longer will it take?" Now, Kakashi looked up thoughtfully for a moment before shrugging. "I don't know, you'll probably have better luck with the leader of the caravan." Naruto sighed in frustration and headed to the front where the man in question was walking. Naruto approached the man, a tall man with reddish skin, reddish brown hair, and green eyes. He was as tall as a giant and just as intimidating. However, his appearance didn't affect him much, considering his habit of calling some of the strongest men in the world rather rude nicknames. "Hey, giant." Ozen, the man, turned to Naruto with a smile. "You are one of those ninjas, right?" Naruto nodded. "What you need? I'm just curious, how much longer do you think the journey will take?" At this rate, the man placed a hand on his chin, thoughtfully rubbing his scruffy beard. After a few seconds of humming, he turned to Naruto. "You said you were going to the capital, right?" Naruto nodded. "Then at this rate, it should probably take a little under a week to get there." Naruto stopped in his tracks and froze as the caravan rolled past him, many of them confused. "A week tomorrow? I'm going to starve to death," he thought in panic. How hell he was going to survive a whole week on just crumbs. Akira's carriage drove past Naruto, and Akira looked at him bewildered. "You should go, Naruto. We don't need you to hold us up any longer than you already are." Naruto stood with a furrowed brow, muttering, "I'm the one holding us back." Naruto took a deep breath, then exhaled. He clenched his fist. "Even if you're the customer, if I become a cannibal, you'll be the first one I'll eat." However, friction started to grow between Naruto and Akira, and in this case, Naruto was completely oblivious to it as they walked slowly along the dirt road that wound its way towards the capital. The girls in the group simply chatted amongst themselves, and with their new shinobi helpers along with Akira and his servants Naruto had been selected to lead the new formation. Hinata stayed behind to keep an eye on the caravan and the surrounding space, with Subikugin and Kakashi at the center so he could react quickly while observing the area, occasionally looking back to monitor the situation. Kiba and Akira, they were also in the center. There was the most valuable cargo along with Akira's carriage. After a while, he noticed one of the servants starting to sweat and stumble without his highness. Noticing Naruto created a traceless shadow clone next to him and ran towards the man who was staggering in the formation. "Are you okay?" The man looked at him weakly and gave an equally weak smile. Hee, I'm fine." He fell silent at Naruto's incredulous stare. "Although I could really use a drink of water." Naruto nodded. He opened a small bottle of water and handed it to the man. He nodded gratefully and drank the water quickly. Then he shuddered and looked at Naruto apologetically. Naruto smiled. "It's okay. I've been trained to last much longer without water than a civilian." He also flashed his signature grin. "They wouldn't pay me if they didn't do it in one piece." Kiba and Akira paled as several of the girls from the caravan, one with short hair, looked up, and black, another with long green hair, another with waist-length blue hair, and another with blonde hair. They almost fainted at Naruto's comment, "How cool." Naruto gave them a curious look, but dismissed them as weirdos. Akira raised an eyebrow. "Hey, that bastard." Naruto simply raised an eyebrow. Another similar incident occurred later. One of the girls from the caravan, a young woman with long brown hair, approached Akira with a plate of fruit. "Excuse me, my lord, do you want some fruit?" Akira looked at the girl and smiled. "Of course, dear, with I would gladly accept your food. It is kissed by the sun itself." The woman smiled at his praise and then approached Naruto as well. "Here, do you want some?" Naruto nodded and then reached into his pocket. "Of course." "How much?" The woman raised an eyebrow. "Nothing. You agreed to help us on our travels for free. In return, you don't have to pay anything." Naruto waved his hand dismissively. "What a silly thing. I still have to pay you. I doubt they gave them to you. Besides, a few rivers for a juicy apple that costs you a lot of money to get or grow is nothing." The woman smiled happily and handed Naruto 2 apples. "If you really want to know, that's 7 rivers." Naruto nodded and handed the money to the woman. With his savings, he bought the whole pack and ate them all in one bite. He swallowed some of them whole. "How cool!" Naruto's fans shouted, but he ignored them, even though he thought they acted similarly to the team's fans. He dismissed that idea. The idea of strangers liking him for no apparent reason simply didn't convince him when he could count them on the fingers of one hand. Who had liked Kiba growled in annoyance, and Akira crushed his apple with his hand. Later that same day, the caravan stopped to set up camp. Naruto noticed the caravan riders and servants starting to set up camp. He approached one of the main servants of the group and tapped him on the shoulder to get his attention. "Hey, I'll take care of it." The man looked at him puzzled and then smiled. "This is not right. Besides, we'll need all of each other." Naruto smirked and with a wave of his hand, 40 copies of yes. Even as the caravan watchbaki opened the display, Naruto said, "Leave the tent to me." Smiling before starting, the servants and caravan members looked on in surprise as the 41 Naruto came by and set up the tent. Naruto's fans remained silent this time. They fainted from blood loss as they imagined what else Naruto could do with his clones later. After setting up the tents, Akira was sitting around the fire, going through his well-crafted moves with the tense girls of the caravan. Kiba almost wanted to throw up hearing the tool's pathetic lines. That doesn't mean he didn't try to get attention. He had managed to captivate some girls with the help of Akamaru. As they continued their conversations, Akira sighed contentedly and looked at the stars with a smile. "You know, ladies, people should try to be like stars more often." A couple of girls looked at him confused. "What do you mean?" Akira gave a beautiful smile and answered simply, "The stars are in the sky, existing together, acting as a single entity despite being separate beings, bringing light to the world below and to each other, being so close and connected like a single moving body." All the girls cooed at his statement. Naruto snorted in annoyance as he tended the fire. "Don't fool yourself." Akira looked at Naruto in annoyance, then smirked and proposed a challenge. He was sure the blonde would fail. "Oh, and what do you mean by that?" Naruto squinted at Akira. "What I mean is that don't be fooled by appearances. The stars may seem very close together from here, but if you look closer, you'll see that each one floats alone in the sky. The stars may be together in that large pool of sky, but they are completely alone, isolated from each other like people." Akira looked at the blonde in disbelief and then shook his fist while the girls gasped at the blonde's statement. The same group of girls looked at Naruto with dreamy eyes. How cool. Naruto just ignored them with frowning as she tended the fire. Hinata was given the first watch that night, and sitting in a tree overlooking almost the entire forest, she heard someone behind her. She had heard whoever was behind her a while ago, but pretended not to notice until they were close. Pissed, Hinata turned and saw one of the girls from the caravan, the one with the curly blonde hair behind her in the tree. She looked at the ground and then at the girl. How did you get up here, branches? Oh, do you need something? Asked Hinata, confused. The girl nodded and then looked down, somewhat embarrassed. I wanted to ask you about him. Hinata blinked and then raised an eyebrow in understanding. Oh, so you mean Naruto? She said in a somewhat dry voice, suppressing a wave of jealousy. Although Hinata got jealous because of all the attention Naruto seemed to receive from women, she dismissed it and was happy for her friend. He was so used to the negative attention in the village that he thought it would be better for him to be liked by the majority for a change. The girl nodded and then approached Hinata. Yes, Hinata frowned slightly, but then shook her head to clear her head. What do you want to know? Oh, simple things like what he's normally like, what he likes to eat, who his parents are. And Hinata narrowed her eyes at that last question, but then sighed and answered simply, and in order, food is Naruto's favorite no matter what kind, but he likes ramen the most. He started and was surprised when the girl started taking notes. Naruto is quiet, but he is very protective of some things too. He could be a little distant at first, but once he gets to know you, he won't be. Hinata thought as she debated how to answer the last question about Naruto's parents. Well, I don't know, and neither does Naruto, since he's an orphan. The girl blinked in confusion. An orphan? You say, oh, that must have been really hard for him. Yada nodded. It was. He was very lonely, and something terrible happened to him. After that, it was hard for him to be friends, but he made more friends last year, and now he doesn't feel alone anymore. The girl smiled at Hinata mischievously. Do you consider yourself one of his friends? Close. Hinata blinked in confusion and blushed as she understood the meaning. She clenched her fingers in embarrassment before saying, well, yes, at least friends. Then she turned to the girl. Did you want to know some more things? No, the girl nodded. Yes, Hinata. They spent most of the night discussing different topics, most of them centered on Naruto. The next morning, Naruto woke up with a groan and sat up slowly, stretched with a deep yawn before getting up from his sleeping bag. He narrowed his eyes, hearing a commotion. Close as she approached to investigate, she saw the caravan and the others all standing apparently in the middle of the packing process, with two of the girls yelling at each other. She hummed in annoyance as she headed towards the group. She looked at Kakashi and asked, "Hey, what's going on?" Kakashi shrugged. I don't know for sure. It seems to me that those two are fighting over something. I don't know what, but it seems that one stole something from the other. Naruto wasn't satisfied with Kakashi's answer and went back to the fight. After a few moments, he decided he'd had enough and quickly headed to the center. Hey, that's enough. The two girls growled at him. A small amount of killing intent silenced them. He looked at them with a frustrated frown. What the hell is going on here? The two girls crossed their arms angrily. One pointed at the other accusingly. Yumi stole my special hairpin and refuses to give it back. The other girl glared at her with his eyes and argued. And I told you that she dropped it on the road yesterday morning. You sure I'm not dumb enough to do that? Everyone knows you're jealous of me and stopping me from putting my hair up and combing it too is just one more example. Please, you're just a stuck-up bitch. I don't care about your stupid hairpin, Naruto grumbled and formed a shadow clone, sending it retracing the path they had taken. Then he turned to the girls and tried to stop the fight. Listen, I just sent a shadow clone down the road to find the hairpin. Should be back in a few minutes. If she finds it, you should apologize to her. Yumi snorted proudly. Naruto turned to her with an equally frustrated expression. But if she can't find it, you'll have to help her look for it or give it to her if you have it. Both girls took a step back and looked down with sullen expressions at Naruto's orders. Kakashi looked at Naruto in amazement. I never thought that could be done. After a few more minutes, the shadow clone returned and prepared to inform Naruto of his findings until he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He turned and saw Kira holding a long metal pin with an ornate head in her hand, which she used to poke holes in pieces of cardboard and create designs. He frowned suspiciously and walked over to Akira. Hey, where did you get that? Akira arched an eyebrow in displeasure. What's it to you? Just answer the question, Humph. I saw it lying on the road yesterday and asked one of my servants to deliver it to me. The clone had a deceptive glint in his eyes. After a few seconds more, the clone turned the corner, dragging Kira, and sure enough, Akaba by the ear, growling in pain. Kakashi blinked, confused. Naruto turned to the clone. "What's wrong?" The clone smiled. "I found it. Prince Charming saw it lying in the street yesterday morning and asked one of his servants to give it to him. He's been using it to draw figures on cardboard." Mayu opened her eyes wide, guilty for having yelled at Yumi. But something clicked, and she growled at Kira, snatching the hairpin from her. She screamed as she examined the tip, now bent and damaged. "Idiot," punched him in the crown. "How dare you use my grandmother's special handmade hairpin as an engraving, idiot?" Akira was almost crying from both pain and shock. Mayu walked up to Naruto and bowed deeply. "Thank you for helping me. This hairpin is very important to me. I don't know what I would have done if I lost it forever." Naruto just smiled warmly. "Of course. But don't you have anyone else to talk to?" Mayu blinked in confusion before flinching in recognition, and walking over to Yuni, he gave her a look of disgust before turning into an apologetic look, bowed low, and apologized. "I'm so sorry, Yumi. I didn't mean to blame you for this. I was just mad and scared that you might have missed friends." Yumi sighed, and then smiled at Mayu. The two opened, both bowed to Naruto. "Thank you for your help." Naruto gave his signature smile. "No problem." Kiba, Akira, and Kakashi were practically gaping. Akira and Kiba shook their fists in rage and jealousy. The blonde girl looked at Naruto with a smirk. "What a good operator you are." After that, the caravan gathered their supplies and began to move with Naruto at the front, much to Naruto's confusion and the jealousy of many of the men. Mayu and Yumi suddenly felt the desire to stay near the front of the caravan. Kuga was a bandit, not just any bandit, but the leader of a tribe of bandits. Unlike other tribes, his group was much bigger than a dozen bandits. His tribe had almost 100 members. They used Koga's cunning to stay active. They never drew too much attention to themselves, and if they received a major hit, they made sure it wasn't attributed to them. They thought they had done well. That was until 7 shinobi appeared at their base. Koga gulped hard. "So what exactly are you doing here?" he asked, trying to keep the trembling in his voice. All his intelligence told him that these people were dangerous. The leader of the group, Sonoris, while holding a photo, a blue-eyed blonde, was the center of attention.